Venezuela, and that's exactly what happened, conspiring to digitally rig their own country's elections in 2020, and that's what they did. This report precise details about methods to regime develop to digitally alter vote totals in ways that could not be detected even with an audit, no matter how deep they went. This instance underscores why we must take urgent action to ensure that our own system can never, ever be hacked or compromised like it was in the past. The fourth set of documents reveals that even when significant evidence is detected, it has been buried and covered up. Among the disclosures tonight are FBI files detailing evidence of alleged fraud by a large-scale voter registration operation in Michigan. In 2020, Michigan State Police raided a Democrat Get Out the Vote organization, corrupt group in Muskegon. And we're so concerned by what they found. They were just so concerned, they couldn't believe it actually, that they contacted the FBI in Detroit. The documents state that some canvassers admitted to FBI agents that they signed voter registration forms in other people's names, submitted fraudulent registration for people who did not exist, and received gift cards tied to their number of applications that they produced. In other words, it's pay, play, and cheat. The FBI agents working on the case believe that crimes were committed, yet the Biden Department of Justice slow-walked the investigation and killed it. Tonight I'm asking the FBI director to ensure that the matter is fully investigated and to work with the Department of Justice to prosecute those responsible for any crimes. Finally, to reveal just how vulnerable our elections continue to be, we are releasing the results of a stunning investigation by the Department of Homeland Security. According to the DHS review, state voter rolls and public records, they identified approximately 278,000 non-citizens who are registered to vote in federal elections. Since Democrat states refuse to share their voter files, the real number is actually much higher than that. Yet, even limited analysis found more than a quarter of foreigners illegally registered to vote. Put together, these disclosures reveal an election system vulnerable that no one can possibly defend it. It is not defensible. Hundreds of millions of U.S. voter files in the hands of foreign governments. Our machines and ballot counting systems are exposed to hacking, manipulation, and corruption. China countries have been trying to meddle in our elections. Evidence of fraud has been buried. Hundreds of thousands of non-citizens and dead people are voter rolls, and yet we still have no voter ID, no proof of citizenship, and tens of ballots floating aimlessly through the mail. One example of the insanity, California's recent election for mayor of LA and governor was on 2nd, long time ago, but it was just completed a few days ago on July 10th. Think of that, much more than 1 month. It took a month to count the votes. I wonder what they were doing. This is worse than any third world country. There's no third world country that has elections like we have. In a rare move, NBC and ABC fake news have both said that they would not reach. They knew what it was about because of the fact that they don't like the topic, because they know how corrupt our system is and they don't want to reveal it. They and others in the media are part of a plot. They want to continue this fraud for whatever reason. They want to keep it going. They want to protect the radical left. They can't have a great country, and that's true. You can't have a great country without free and fair elections. Fraud like this should mean a revenue licenses. They use our public multi-billion-dollar in value airways for absolutely no money. They pay nothing. There's honesty in our elections and honest reporting. They pay nothing for billion-dollar assets. damage has been done to our country. Our elections are left vulnerable to being rigged and stolen, and the trust of the American people was lost. This cannot be allowed to continue. Every American, whether you're a Democrat, independent, or otherwise, should be able to agree that we deserve the most secure, honest, and fair election anywhere in the world.
Stephen, this credit improvement success rate by
Credit Karma?
Oh yeah, it's an elegant way to show you use.
Should not be a partisan. It should cause to unite us, not to divide us. This should be a cause. We should be united, not divided. In light of the brand new and irrefutable information I have revealed tonight, my administration is in the process of notifying states whose election data was compromised by the People's Republic of China and many others. We will be working closely to mitigate any harm, and we're taking swift action to ensure that sensitive voter data is better protected so we can never be bought, we can never be hacked, and we can never watch a stolen election again. Tomorrow, the Secretary of Homeland Security will hold a briefing to outline his department's recent work confirming cyber vulnerabilities in our electronic voting systems. They are bad. We're in the process of informing governors, senators, and members of Congress of potential issues in their states. If you look at voting today, it's in such bad shape in so many states, and we are committing to fix it. And we're also committing to be working with those states and local jurisdictions to help them fix and patch known technical vulnerabilities before the midterm elections. We have very important elections coming up. We want those elections to be honest. I've also ordered DHS to notify every state about non-citizens on their voter rolls and direct them to remove all ineligible voters from the list immediately. But most importantly, addressing this crisis of election security demands that Congress must pass the Save America Act. How easy is that to do unless you want to cheat? The only reason you wouldn't do it is you want to cheat because your policies are so bad and you can't that you can't get away or can't get elected any other way. This landmark bill requires that all voters must show photo voter ID. How simple is that? Could I have your photo, please? Photo voter ID. All voters must provide proof of citizenship. Are you a citizen of our country, please? There will be no corrupt mail-in ballots, which if you watched so many other places, mail-in ballots are inherently corrupt. So you would have no mail-in ballots except for illness, disability, military deployment, or travel if you're going away on business or vacation. These reforms are urgently needed to stop the vulnerabilities that I've mentioned. To all Americans, I ask you to pick up your phone tomorrow, call your representatives in the House and Senate, and demand that they pass the Save America Act without delay. Together we will restore faith and confidence in our country, and we will be bigger, better, and stronger than ever before. Thank you. God bless you. God bless our great military. And God bless America. Thank you very much. Ever. Military deployment or travel if you're going away on business or
What's up with crazy news? They actually meddled into the elections?
I mean, so he says.
I'll have to wait and see for analysis.
CIA says.
Wow, man, very good.
So guys, I don't know if you also have heard they're going to change a lot of rules about international students as well, but that's also coming in.
That's right. Unless they're made out of cheese. Unless they're made out of cheese.
International students?
No, I remember with no cheese. This lady said, no cheese means 20 lettuce tomato. I said, no, yes, unless they're made out of cheese.
I thought you were talking to us.
No, it's kind of like when I use my American Express, they say debit or credit. I'm like, you fucking idiot, they don't do debit.
Could happen. Yeah. I think initially, like, Amex wasn't considered a credit card because you have to pay them.
Yeah, it was another charge card.
Yeah, you have to pay anything.
Both of those are, they don't have a debit or a prepaid product that operates on their own network. It's just prepaid. And they also have
Never before. Thank you. God bless you. God bless our.
Sorry, as Americans, can you explain what he meant by the voter card ID thing? Is that something legally to men? Or has it been classified by different?
No, when you get bred as a foreigner with no rights, you're going to be shocked to find out. I don't think you're going to be shocked to find out we don't need our driver's license or any ID in order to vote.
Yeah, no, I understood that.
Depending on the state.
But can he implement that like himself? Like everyone needs voter ID, or it has to be a state thing?
Even Ron is all election funding to states that don't comply with the directive to require IDs.
Well, that's great news. What a stupid system, you know, voting system.
The balance is they do something
That's crazy, man.
Actually, no, Bren went over this. He said on the blood plots, mail ballots, when people voted, when they sent them in, they were alive and they may have died within the month period. And it's not that many of them.
I wanted to ask you, kind of, what did you think your wonderful president, just said? What do you think?
No, I don't.
No comment?
No comments. Yeah. Exactly. Everything he does, everything he says, it's the best ever in history. It's better than ever before. The guy just died.
Jeff, with all due respect, he himself 6 times because the average American IQ. Yeah, sorry.
No. Brett, like, everything he says is the best ever in history. It's like every single time he speaks, that's how he speaks. So yeah.
Are you also from Iran?
The best words. He knows so many words.
Oh, are you also from Iran? Because you were speaking Farsi.
Am I also from Iran? I'm part in Swiss. But I haven't been in Iran. I was only in Iran for 4 years. And I was in 76. So.
Why do you have a picture of my uncle on your PTR?
That's my favorite bag. Sorry, you have to take that off the PTR dude in this group.
That's really fun.
Sorry. I'm kicking you. When you take that off the PTR, you can go, fuck you.
Well, he's an unrepentant violation.
Yeah, well, he can fuck off.
In all understanding is of anti-Semitic or anti-Jews, anti-Zionist.
Israel or America, why did he even move to the US?
They contacted the FBI and
He's in Australia. He's in Australia.
Very funny.
Oh, okay, I thought he was in the US. I was like, oh.
we contacted the FBI in Detroit.
I'm saying Rich is always right. He's like, he's got that Australian. It's just a feeling I get. It's like, no, in Australia now, when he's when he's at 12:30 in the afternoon, so it takes him.
Ah.
No, he's not inside. He said he was entering the war, right? He's full of shit that creates a fucking war. Take your fucking things out, fucking phone and fucking.
During the funeral, he didn't show up on the I know which day you're talking about. Yeah. Yeah, but like for a few days, when I happy, time
They contacted
why he didn't show up. It was the same exact days that there were funeral.
He was in mourning. He was in mourning.
And
He was Shiva.
okay,
He was doing Shiva. He was doing Shiva from his fucking shirt.
yes. Then I'm not pretty sure.
Actually, I know.
and you imagine.
I know a couple of people who actually cried about for Lemonade and Laura Johnny passing
Can you
away.
imagine? Can you imagine that he right now in his own lady in his building after what Israel did after he destroyed his own lady?
Yeah.
Now they telling him with the in the old lady in the
It was funny. They wanted to continue with their killers. That's fucking shitting crazy. Like, what the fuck? All that talk, it would just fucking talk all these years, 47 years of talk. And now they're sitting down to fucking deal with the killer of the leader of shit Muslims.
But Sam, Khomeini came to New York in the beginning of the revolution. Did you guys know that? He came to the
Yeah, I know.
Because he's a Muslim. Well, apparently, right, he'll get offended by everything with a shame. Is that Soren Torres? Shut the fuck up.
It's the Gato game.
Sorry, you're getting on my bad side, man. You don't want to get on my bad side, okay? Trust me. Okay, I trust you. Shut the fuck up.
So what? How many Jim and fucking face, right? Click the rhythm.
Fucking, can you, no, fuck off, resistance. Please don't bring him up. Don't bring him up.
And thank you for flying me, Shubir.
Resistance is kind of funny. I mean, resistance stripping my kids, man. I don't want to do
You're more than welcome to go for his home,
What are
man.
you talking to BP? What are you talking to BP?
You're more than welcome to go for his home, you motherfucking.
Are we cool?
Shut the fuck up,
We
baby.
get fucked as well. We get fucked as well.
Don't talk.
Yeah, but you want resistance again? Then go to his fucking room, baby.
When did I say wanted to hear is that he was this funny?
Shut the fuck up.
There's nothing funny about resistance, man. There's nothing funny guys. He's an evil terrorist, man. And he's
So sensitive.
I'm gonna make you fucking crap for that.
What? Your mood is
I'm telling you, man. Shut the fuck up. I don't
you
think it's funny. You think it's fucking funny? Got his fucking real man. You think it's interesting? Got his fucking he's on it. You know what? You can fuck off. Don't say that one. So,
why aren't you arguing with your son? Okay, no, that's fine. Shit about white people. He talks shit. He's a very foul-mouthed person. That's what we all experienced it.
should be told you.
Brad, come on, why don't you take your prejudice over?
Is that Soren? You can shut the fuck up as well,
I
Soren.
just want to mention
Okay.
Spencer Pratt. Anyway, so I just want to say that I'm sorry that Joe's on stage too. We kind of agree on that. So, Andy demoted Joe. He's a leftist. But I'm not going to demote him, but that's
I don't know.
so,
Everyone's having his career.
but but honestly, this is an issue that we all should get behind. And I know a lot of stations are covered. I look at some of those reports right now, and I will read them in depth that are on the White House thing, and I'll have my team look at it in my office, because I'm telling you, in those reports, you will see reporters that have bought off. You listen carefully. Reporters were offered tons of money. Who were those reporters? Like, right now, people are this is going to come and say, I'm on the election, blah, blah, blah. They're probably thinking, how the fuck did he find out? Probably texting the CIA agent. They were, did you burn that fucking shit? No, I put it in a burn bag because I'm not allowed to go and light it on fire and I can't walk out the building with it.
After attacking.
Why'd you put the burn bag in a corner of the room and they must have found it? Holy shit, that's probably what's going on right now. And they're all freaking out. And the fact that these emails exist, I've seen Brian
We
Stelter
don't want
post it.
Iran to
Just keep in
separate.
mind,
That is the
when everyone
stupidest thing to ever say.
Donald Trump was president. It means that as president, this was happening. His own administration was doing
Yes.
this.
So,
Which is the next scam.
first of all, Iranian Kurds are themselves as Iranian. It's the Iraqi Kurds who want them to separate. We don't want them to separate. They don't want to separate. Persians, but they're Kurds, but they consider themselves Iranians. And no, being in their own country is not what needs to be done. We cannot create Iran.
Well, they can't have the FBI agent.
I would appreciate if you say perhaps to finish the regime, not Iran. That was not nice.
These people farm it out to the lower people. Or have the
I guess
correct
there's better
When I
question.
say lower, I don't mean like the guy who walks in and gets a coffee.
Getting their feelings that this is why I didn't want him to attack in the first place. Because it didn't seem
I'm
like
talking
he
about
did
the
anything
people that have
but if
the
you
top secret level
cause
clearance,
Iran to
but
further
they're
lash
not
out,
somebody who's
cause a
going to
lot
be a
more
director or an
conflict.
associate director or assistant. They're not on the McCabe level. They're below that, right? And they're trying to support the special agents and those people, right? Like Lisa Page type people, okay? And those people are the ones who get involved in the briefing. They say, hey, we want you to put it together. And the director and then the CIA and all of them are supposed to all convene together and read that down and say, hey, is this accurate or not? And go through it. So they trust their team too much. That's the point I'm trying to say. And so they may not have vetted the data themselves. The one question that comes before Congress when Mullins and other people go in front of Congress on this is going to be, well, how come the senior level people, your equivalents, didn't get them? He's going to have to explain it. Also, what's fascinating is the Michigan case that it seems like Joe Biden shot down that actually showed election fraud that the police uncovered, and they just kind of dropped the charges. If you listen to that, so that's fascinating.
Is that the one where the postal guy drove across state line ballots?
It's a different one.
Okay.
Trump was just talking about it, where a police department went in, they were horrified with, and they even interviewed someone. They said, "Yeah, we're making ballots, we're writing like the ballots and filling them in and all that stuff." And it was like, wow. And there was a case that was brought and everything, and none of us knew about it. Okay, and the Biden walked in and eventually got rid of it, didn't go further on it, right? Because it had to come out in public. Amazing.
I am convinced that the Dominion machines came to Nashville, Tennessee, were housed in the Sprint building, which was bombed in early Christmas Day, and we lost a city block in downtown Nashville because of Dominion voting machines. I am convinced of that.
So the next stage of this is going to be, and since Joby's in the room, I'm going to say it, there will be something that comes out that right around before January 6th, Mike Pence was told about this, but he decided, you know what, for the betterment of the country. I'm serious though, when you think about it, I've been thinking about this during this because Pence went for the runoff election, right? And I watched that the other day. In the runoff election, he tells against Ossoff and Warnock, he says, he's talking about Perdue and Loeffler, and he's saying, you know, we know what happened. We know they stole it. We need you to turn out to avoid, right? And then it's like, oh, so you're talking about the election being stolen, and then the next day, you're saying the election wasn't stolen. It was, you know, there were some irregularities, but it wasn't stolen, and you're willing to certify Georgia's votes? Like, huh? So someone probably called him and said, hey, your kid is serving overseas. We're going to destroy him, or something like that. They did to him and said, you know, you'll live beyond this. Trump is done. He's gone. You'll get a seat in the next administration or whatever, or the next 2 administrations or something. And he probably said sure and just sold out the country. I'd bet money on it.
I'm going to chime in and say that I stayed up till 3 o'clock in the morning election night. I watched live feeds of Philadelphia. I watched live feeds out of all the bellwether states, and I have never seen anything like it. I'm a poll watcher, and I have never seen the other party kick another party out of the room, put pizza boxes on the windows, have shredders in the back door. It's just unreal, the stuff that was coming out. When I went to bed that night, I was absolutely absorbed and deflated by the idea that my vote didn't matter, and it never has.
I'm shocked that you're not just mind-boggled over the fact that Trump, and I am a right-wing conservative, but that he just bypassed the whole thing, that Lindsey Graham came back to the United States with a peace agreement and died. He didn't mention that at all. He just jumped over it. Nope. You're good.
Interesting topic, but I don't know that that's the topic of the room right now.
Okay, so let me just share the most fucking crazy tweets. Brian Stelter. So much is going on in the country with prices, with the war in Iran, the wildfire smoke. People can hardly breathe across multiple states at this hour. And the president is drawing the nation's attention once again to this subject. The fact that he lost an election fair and square to Joe Biden. Why? And then Jim Acosta, dictator, threatens the networks for rightly not airing his garbage. The most shameful primetime address from the White House ever. And then Abby Phillip, nothing the president's saying is true. Name the journalists that were paid by China. Name
Their mouthpiece. Why are we even giving them an ITR platform in this forum? Their mouthpieces. One's off on national news, the other is thrown out of CNN because he can't keep his dick and dildos in his drawer. I have no ability.
Let me read you the email from one of the National Security Intelligence officers. Wow. Greg Price on Twitter posted this. The email says it's classified and all that is redacted. It says, I think I mentioned to you before that there's been some pending redacted that make it clear China has been caught conducting election influence. At least that's how it's described to us, redacted. But as you scroll up, note that the NSA has deliberately massaged our pending PDB, Presidential Daily Briefing, to avoid any direct links to the election. Why this is important for your report, I'm sure. It is also it also has the potential to be a near-term issue we need to draw attention to. This is a really good example, but far from the only one, of what I've been raising since some. The IEC is deliberately avoiding mentioning a connection to elections for non-substantive reasons. Obviously, since the blank isn't released yet, there isn't a PDB, which is Presidential Daily Briefing, so maybe it won't end up an issue. But this is a highly irregular way to do things, especially as someone raised tradecraft and substantive objections to the mainline analysis and isn't getting our work incorporated or even mentioned. Redacted National Security Officer Cyber, ODNI / National Intelligence Council. Then the next email, all redacted has heard and received nothing. We've deliberately massaged our one pending PDB to avoid any direct links to the election. The massive report we have been waiting on since waiting on this one has been chopped up into 13 points and will likely not get out until late next week. Many / all of them will be cross-posted into a blank or downgraded to a blank so that can be more readily incorporated into a 15-day piece if needed. Wow.
That's crazy. Let me ask you a personal question. You personally, do you feel like the Chinese intelligence had more influence or within?
Well, I think called Shifty Shift. My personal opinion, and I hope this comes out, called Shifty Shift in 2019 and others, and called some Democrats too, and some Republicans too, and said, hey, what can we do to get rid of this guy? He wants to take us down. If he has his way, we're never going to get to do what we need to do, blah, blah, blah. And I guarantee you, they all colluded to do it. And I'll tell you why.
That's what you're suggesting.
Well, with China, but I think China's smart. China's not going to call each individual person. They're going to find a couple of ringleaders, both in the Democrat and Republican Party, and they're going to have those guys do it. So it's those guys asking you to do it, and it's not China asking you to do it. You understand what I mean? So they'll call Shifty Shift, for example, as the Democrat leader in this stuff. I'm just giving a hypothetical. Don't know if that's accurate. And then they'll call someone in the Republican Adam Kiss My Messenger, or one of those guys who will say, okay, and Romney, maybe, Romney or any of those guys, right? And they get involved, or Comey, or one of those guys who get involved.
Yeah, well, I think we all know how to make their money.
Hey, this is Chicago. I'd like to say something about the Save America Act, if I may.
Only when John comes on, then we'll.
So I Googled, what are the top provisions of the Save America Act. One is proof of citizenship. 2 is strict voter identification at the polls. Removal of all non-citizens. 4 is penalties for election workers. And 5 is civil lawsuits. So it allows private individuals to file civil lawsuits against election officials who fail to strictly enforce the proof of citizen requirement. And then at the top, it says the management of voter rolls. So if the federal government can swoop into Illinois, California, actually get the databases, do cross-referencing, use AI, and do more statistical analysis on voter fraud, well, proof is in the pudding. And like Trump said, it gets covered up. These Democrats don't care because when you're in power, you don't want anything to change. You all vote. Some people here have gone through the election process and you see that there's fraud at the petition level, not just at the ballot level. It's 2026. We've got Google. We've got Meta. We've got the biggest technology corporations on the planet, and we can't figure out how to run fucking elections efficiently, transparently, and easily. where lawyers and judges don't control the whole system. So, you know, I hope they pass this. And if they don't pass it, like, Trump is basically a great salesman. He is a terrific executive. And if you listen to the liberal progressives who call him a fascist, was his speech tonight fascist? No, the guy loves America. He is Mr. America, and he loves it. And a lot of people love it in the same way that he loves it. And if they can't pass this and they let election fraud continue in sanctuary cities and in Democrat-controlled states, the Department of Justice, I guess, was just sitting on their heels like the way he said they were doing under Biden. So until that DOJ, Todd Blanche, and all the attorney generals around the country start arresting criminal Democrat politicians, judges, lawyers, etc., that are committing crime, organizing theft. Look at what they did to ballot harvesting on this app for Congressman La Cruz in Hidalgo County for the Republicans. I was, just ask Marshall some simple questions about Donald Trump. Is Donald Trump a good face for the Republican Party? Marshall saying, no, absolutely not. So anyways, it's not about people, it's about ideas, because the populace is not voting on economic issues, on taxation or debt or borrowing.
John,
Hello? Are you gonna remove me from the room? Listen, fat ass. If you kick me from the room, just know that people vote ideologically and are easily swayed and manipulated. Hello? Oh, really, Monica? You went to the gym 20 years ago? You read a book 20 years ago? See, I listen on this app, and I can hear what Marshall Stankin Rankin says. Am I in trouble? You're in trouble, fat ass. You're on here all day long with serendipity. No, I'm running for the mayoralship of Chicago, my nigga.
Yeah, technically he lost because of voter fraud.
That's right. I was accused of fraud, but that was projection from Darren LaHood's attorney onto me because he committed voter fraud. He only got 1,600 signatures. 1,550 was the minimum. I checked. The Illinois State Board of Elections didn't even audit his petitions. Why is that? Because the fix is in. The lawyers and the judges all work together. The people have no option of getting on the ballot. And if they do, they get outspent. Darren LaHood raised $3 million a year in big pharma money. So listen, my nigga, when I say that Marshall Stankin Rankin, who can't even identify a border, calls Trump a fascist and a dumbass all day long, well, that's projection. Marshall is a fascist. Marshall is a dumbass. I am complete.
So Ron DeSantis just posted something that I agree with. It's time to yank the CCP student visas, which are $100,000 a year.
Trump just gave them those, so that's what's funny. Like, hello?
Well, I think he gave them specialized ones for some industries, but you're right.
Fucking idiots.
Well, that's because of the $1 trillion trade deal. So if they get $1 trillion from China, unfortunately, they're going to bend the knee when it comes to those students. So $1 trillion in trade. That's why I say Donald Trump is a little too transactional. Ron DeSantis want to bust everything up, but hey, if we start firing and actually arresting some of these damn business owners that are doing this visa fraud and illegal immigration, take on.
This room is not about me, though I like me. This room is about Donald Trump, our great executive, who's not a fascist, who loves this country, and who's trying to do the right thing and fight foreign enemies and domestic enemies. In my opinion, the domestic enemies are a bigger threat than the foreign enemies. Hello?
That's what I think too, Chicago. I think domestic is bad.
The problem with the domestic enemies is you can't identify them. Are they MAGA? Are they the elite? Are they the Democrats? Who knows? Hello?
They're the Democrats. Sorry. I hate to tell you, but they are.
You think it's black and white, Dems versus Republicans, you're got another thing coming, hello?
No, look, dude, I get that it's opposite wing. The right wing jobs trying to do things instead of bitching about what the government owes me.
What are these burn bans?
Yeah, good question.
Levine's real ID situation is not gonna work because non-citizen.
Why don't we just turn them? I mean, it's ran by Homeland Security, so why don't we just turn them like we do minors? Not a natural citizen, we turn the ID and flip it 90 degrees, just like we do a minor. What's wrong with that?
Again, this is
It's gonna come down to fingerprint, period.
No, it'll be Face ID. They're capturing that at the airport. They're capturing that at the banks now. I went to draw $4,000 to buy a grand piano. Had boom, oodles of money in the bank. Went to draw $4,000 to buy a grand, and I was told to verify my account to pull $4,000. I had to give a Face ID to my bank. That is all now with the IRS coming in and looking at everything $600 and above. Now, Homeland Security has my face. Whether I go through the airport, whether I try to pay something online, they want a Face ID, they want a thumb ID. All that is Homeland Security. That's why these data centers are going up like crazy.
The Face ID is red now.
Is it a totally eyeball?
Yep.
See, if they get the access to the every state board of election voter database roll, we already should have, but as he said, Democrat-controlled states refuse to give up the data. That would allow a lot of cross-referencing. But that we don't have that data at the federal level? Well, that's strange to begin with. And, you know, a lot of these bullshit acts are just spending bills. And as he was criticizing Dominion Systems, which was formerly invested by Soros and others. But if they do a federalization of the election system and create some type of supplementary organization to like the Federal Election Commission and basically take the whole thing over and remove these state board of election databases and make everybody register federally, I don't understand the problem with that. We spend an inordinate amount of money on federal taxes every year through the income tax. We can't have an accurate federal election for our commander-in-chief. And the fact that Kamala Harris didn't win, I was really depressed going into election. I thought for sure the elections were fixed through Dominion and through hacking and through other manipulations and frauds. But then Trump wins. And I'm like, it's a fucking miracle. There's enough people that got out of their houses and overturned the manipulation within the pre-existing fraud. So it was like the collective unconscious awakened, and went to the polls and voted Trump because they sensed the danger within. Kamala Harris posed a massive danger to our culture, to our society. When she says she wants to provide transgender surgeries for illegal aliens in our prisons, we know we're dealing with a clown world premium retard. Someone with a very low level IQ of priorities and pure stupidity. I'm sorry if that offends anyone, but we have to have priorities in our elected officials. Their communication, the priority of their communication, what they're telling us and what they're transmitting to us should be a priority to us. And what Trump said tonight is a priority to me, and it should be to all Americans that love this country and want actual transparency in our leaders. Not manufactured bullshit leaders like Barack Hussein Obama, a know-nothing CIA agent with a trans husband. We are living in a cooked society. The CIA's getting $100 billion a year. What do you think they use that money for? Climate change, climate control, regime change control. They don't want brother, like Concrete here, getting in the motherfucking White House and talking his shit. They want to control the commander-in-chief. It's the Praetorian Guard. They're working overtime, and they are a clique and a cult, and they're still around. Who do you think killed Kennedy? It's been confirmed. The CIA and the Pentagon, the military-industrial complex, and it warped into a group of weirdos. I am complete.
That was fucking beautiful. It was a hodgepodge cornucopia smorgasbord of insanity, mental illness, conspiracy theories, and delusions of grandeur. Oh, what a wonderful symphony of mental disorders that was. I love it. I need more. More, please. Please, baby.
Can I ask you a question? How do you feel about working from January to freaking May to pay the government? How do you feel that? Do you think the government is above what we're talking about?
I don't think we understand the nature of the problem, nor...
What is the nature of the problem? I would like to hear you frame that, please.
Can I finish my sentence first? Before I explain everything?
Sure.
Alright, so please don't interrupt. Thank you. So, I don't think we understand the nature of the problem, nor do we have the moral, ethical, stamina necessary to fix the problem, right? The problem has always been the elite control of the masses. I'm sorry, but your history books have been telling you about revolution after revolution after revolution. And who were the people in power? They were your kings, your landlords, your industry titans. They've always been the same people doing the same thing. We still let it happen to us. And we get caught up in these fictitious conflicts between red and blue, left and right. And it kept you mesmerized. Did you hear that last submission? The combination of patriotism mixed with conspiracy theory, mixed with fucking little bit of racism, racist hate, a little bit of envy. This is the embodiment of human failing at its most competent level. So we got a bunch of humans failing.
Okay, I get where you're going, Sugar. No. So the question that I have for you, Concrete, is...
Let me land.
Land, please.
Yeah, I am. Just be quiet, relax. You're not my boss, you're not my mom, you're not a fucking man.
That is a man!
Before I have to. Now, we have...
I hate to correct you, Concrete, but I think Shelley is a man.
Those are...
Regardless of whatever my pronouns are... No, thank you, you're not my boss, you're not my husband.
I didn't interrupt you.
But you're circling. Land, please.
Have some fucking weirdo. That's your problem. You want solutions, but
You want to put some facts in there or something you can back up? I'd be happy to listen.
You want to make the world a better place, start with your fucking self. Start with your fucking self, you fucking lazy American.
Already have.
Disciplined, you undisciplined, irreverent fucking...
Concrete, could you maybe just stick to the topic and try to land your plane, Concrete? Thank you very much, Concrete.
You throw a lot of things out there with no backing whatsoever, so I'm waiting for you to land your plane.
I don't need you to shut the fuck up when I'm speaking. How about that?
Get your plane landed and I will.
Fuck up when I'm speaking, right?
No, thank you.
See, this is the only language you understand. You don't understand civility.
Concrete, just get back to what you were saying, because this is considered harassment and abusive speech. Get back on topic, Concrete. You were doing great. Don't get so sidetracked.
And I'm your motherfucking, I'm your ally.
You're in the weeds, bro.
I'm your ally.
You're getting sidetracked, Concrete. You're getting sidetracked. In Chicago, the biggest gay club is called Sidetracks. You're getting sidetracked.
I don't even know, like, what, like, Concrete is talking, and, like, I don't know why he was even interrupted, like, he...
Well, he twice came back to the same point but no receipts, so I'm trying to figure out where he's going.
Okay, but it doesn't matter.
So, and changed up. That's good.
Can I just finish my statement, please?
Yeah, let Concrete land.
Thank you, Ann. I appreciate it. So, I began my submission. We don't fully understand the problem. I then went on to explain to you the kings, the titans, and the politicians, and the clergy that has been conspiring against the masses since time immemorial, right? I explained to you how the history books are replete with example after example about how they are used to subjugate the people. And they are used as tools of the elite to do what they want under the guise of order and law. I explained this to you. I tell you the history have the verification, and you get upset with me and you went over to talk to me when we can talk about solutions. The solution is unification of the people. Stop doing the black and fucking blue games that they have devised for you to occupy your time and to fucking confuse you. Stop getting out of your lower self, your racist self, your sexist self, your fucking xenophobic self, your religious zealot self.
Clubhouse pontificating spam self?
Guess what? You don't understand how to do that because being a religious zealot, being fucking xenophobe, it makes you feel good. What they do is they ruin the conditions of our existence so much. They give us a little bit of cake, and you take it and you love it. Let them eat cake. That's what they say. They say, don't give them free healthcare. Don't give them free education.
Well, how much free healthcare? Because, you know...
Man, let me change this, like...
Give them somebody to hate. LBJ said, convince the lowest white man that they are better than the highest black man, and he won't mind you picking his pocket. Hell, give them somebody to look down on, and he'll pick his pocket.
Are you going to karaoke tonight, Cuckoo? I gotta get to karaoke, y'all. Bye. I'll be at Shenanigans in Chicago on Russian Division. Karaoke night all night, every Thursday at Shenanigans.
Who thinks that he has all the answers, but guess what? All he does is sit in this room by himself talking stupid shit. Delusions of grandeur.
Projection mirror says what? Projection mirror says what?
Delusions of grandeur.
Projection mirror says
You want to
what?
shut it down, but you let that fucking weirdo ramble go around
Thank God.
Naveen.
Here's a theory I brought up in another room here, okay? Just hear me out. And I think Adams is here too, and Joby and others. And I want to hear your thoughts. Everyone's point, Shelley. I want to hear your thoughts, Beaver. So, Beth. So what if the Mar-a-Lago raid was for the documents that Trump just released? Hear me on it, right? What if, especially the one that talks about them slow walking and these emails and stuff, and Trump was leaving office, he was given these documents, and he kept them. And he knew that if he released them while he was there, it would be considered treason and all that stuff while he was out of office and no longer president. And the only time to do it was while he was president. And the whole point of Tulsi and everyone being in there was to find this info and to find more corroborating info. And so there's some subset of this was what he took with him. It makes sense because they go, holy fucking shit, we gotta get the documents. And notice how Jack Smith spoke before Congress, others spoke before Congress, and people asked him what was the nature of the document. He said, I'm not privileged to speak about it. And even a Democrat said, what do you mean you're not privileged to speak about it? Like, you're no longer in the administration. Like, why? And he doesn't want to talk about what it is because hiding the secret? I don't know.
Well, did Jack Smith just get charged for perjury?
It probably won't, but the interesting thing here is, what if that's the case? That's number one, right? That's the documents thing in Mar-a-Lago, right? Second thing is that Trump didn't bring up the asshat and Warnock thing, which I was hoping he was going to talk more about, but you know,
part of its economic freedom of those countries.
People
And
are
you need the money
China
that
didn't
comes
do this.
in from those countries purchasing other things from Turkey. Turkey's not keeping a fantastic system. Prior to the United States fucking Maduro up and ripping through those systems, you had 12 nations in the Middle East and in Western Asia buying Russian and Chinese anti-aircraft and anti-missile defense systems. 11 of them have said no and are no longer doing that anymore. Out of those 11, 8 are begging the Americans negotiations or contracts with the Iron Dome. It is very fucking. When the Chinese tried to pretend they had anti-missile and anti-aircraft systems, or the Israeli Iron Dome systems, and when tested American tech, they were eviscerated.
Yeah, but the 19th of March 2026, you're right, on the 19th of March 2006, it's just why it's so prominent about this date. Because on that day, an F-35 was actually shot down. And the link is in the chat, where this very same probably was.
He doesn't give up. I gotta.
And by the way, the thing is,
That's committed. That's commitment. So they took one plane.
It's not one place, F-35 place.
They took down one, and let's just be real here, the F-35 America's new tech, which is why they're selling. Right, the F-35s are not America's new tech. America's moving beyond the F-35. Right, it's why it's giving them to the Emiratis. It's why it's giving them to the fucking Saudis. It's why Israel is even onto the F-35 IC. Right, because the F-35 is the current generation of technology. So that's great that they managed to take down one F-35. If I have a defense system and it takes down one bullet and you shoot 50 at me, it's not a sufficient defense system, right? The Iron Dome and the U.S. Patriot systems are fantastic. You have to bombard them with overwhelming targets in order to get anything past, right?
And you know that in every production there is also a lemon. Not necessarily. Listen, love everything. That's the thing. So it's easier. Yeah, but don't forget the World Health Organization is heavily funded by China. So China says, hey, we'll provide you the location. Only country. France, French scientists, UK scientists, all these people use China because they give you the free space and free locations. But as part of the WHO, they do it. And, you know, and everyone reports to CCP and they understand that. They go, oh, it's part of collaboration. You're a company on this.
49 went through.
Wow. Eye-opening. Thank you, King.
A lot of
And listen to Fauci's testimony when he testified before Congress, and they asked him this question, like, why do you use China? And then he explained what I just said. And, you know, and it didn't make sense. He noted, well, we thought that we never had an issue before.
Sending them one way, they don't give a fuck.
No, it's not a one way. I have to go back and listen to that. I have to go back and listen to it. That's interesting.
It's so great.
When I go back
And why they're hiding in caves?
You don't see Trump hiding in a cave. You don't see fucking Netanyahu hiding in a cave.
Well, there is
going back to Monday, I'm just going to say that
also,
what Chicago is saying is not necessarily it's not definitively proved wrong. And I will just say that I watched the Biden election. It was wrong the way that everything was handled, especially the way that we have technology. And it made me feel like I might was staying in line till not whatever it was didn't matter. And nobody should feel like that. So that's my
You know, I got deplatformed from Instagram. I had to send them my driver's license. I had to send that selfie of myself. email verification, cell phone verification, 2 times, and they deleted me, censored me because they don't like my political speech and or my artistic endeavor, and it's just raw censorship. And so even if the populace or basically we have a state-controlled economy. Approaching 50% of our economy is just all borrowed money. We don't produce any products. We have some services like hotels and golf courses and your gymnasium that you might frequent, unlike Monica. And all I'm trying to say is that if you are 300 pounds plus, laying in a bed of your own filth, defending Marshall Stankin Rankin, a guy who can't even define what a border is, all I gotta say is you could be triple vaxxed, quadruple vaxxed, and 6 times boosted. You might be looking forward to your new future winter mRNA flu vaccine injection from Pfizer. You might like Bill Gates and Dr. Fauci. I don't know who you are. Hello?
Yeah, Bill Gates, screw him and the ticks he brought on us.
Steve Bannon is broadcasting on what's to come. I just want to listen for a minute. If it's, I'll stop it.
Real quick, can I just say something?
Yeah, no.
Yeah, I just got a call from somebody who's extremely well connected with the administration, and they're like worrisome that the announcement tonight didn't get broadcasted by like over 30 different news networks. Did you guys know that?
Well, do you remember Seneca Rosemont press conference before the presidential debate in Nashville?
No.
Probably not, because that's when Belinsky, the partner with Hunter Biden, came into the room. He handed a probably 40-page document. It was pretty thick, to each of the outlets that were there: NBC, CBS, ENS, NBC, all of that. They handed all of them to it, and it said, here is why Biden and his son have conspired, and here's how they did it, and here's the shell companies they set up, and here's everything. And he went through 13 phones he had in his hand at the time, throwaway phones, with all that evidence, and they cut him off from the national network. And I don't know that it aired, I'm in Nashville, so I don't know that it aired outside of Nashville, but we in Nashville know about the Hunter laptop more than anyone and probably in the United States. And they didn't, not one of those outlets followed up. Not one. So I'm not surprised by this. This is how we're being manipulated.
Yeah, I didn't know that, aggressive. I didn't know, but I mean,
Three-fourths of the country probably didn't see it. Probably more. Probably like only like 20% of the country saw it.
But the other day when he said, he kind of like amped it up, like that he was going to be addressing us, like, so that maybe people would then look for it. So I don't know. I think that people saw it.
The question is, did the left see it? Because
The left doesn't want to see it.
I know, but there's moderates there.
There isn't moderates anymore.
That's so sad. I used to be a Democrat. I left the party when it left me.
Yeah. Let's see. If Steve Bannon, let's see.
You're a naval intelligence officer. That was your specialty. Been exposed, and more documents are going to come out every day about their involvement. It doesn't shock you, Poso, because you know that you declared a people's war in May of 2019 and then launched a pandemic. So it wouldn't shock you to know that they question, and after what we've heard from the President of the United States regarding this direct attack, again, and let's use the language of MSNBC here. Now, this was an attack on our democracy. This was the greatest attack on our republic since 9/11, and it was done so by the Chinese Communist Party. And so, as such, we should start by seeing an immediate ratchet up to 100%, 1,000% on all Chinese goods. That should happen tomorrow. President Trump drops that down, drops the hammer on the Chinese Communist Party. Then you watch how fast things change. You watch the guys over on the first people are going to start calling is going to be Wall Street. Then you're going to start hearing members of the party. You might even get Xi Jinping on the phone. Right? That's how you actually enact change in this country. And you do something for the American worker. China has to pay for what they did to us in COVID. They have to pay for the bio weapon that came out of that Wuhan lab and the damage that it did to our country. And there's obviously a number of people like Dr. Fauci and others need to pay for that support. There's no question. But going back, the Chinese Communist Party doing it for 20 years. It's time for President Trump to make a stand. Jack, you come out of an intel, naval intel, which I happen to think is the best and the most squared away. I having worked with all of them, I say that. I think naval intelligence is just fantastic. I've got to ask you a question. I think what's most shocking, I need you to put it in perspective. Every one of the five elements came from documents from either the intelligence community, the CIA, or the FBI, where they were actively either working with the enemy or suppressing the information from ever coming out over years and years and years, including this Michigan situation, which is the one that Jim Hoft and these guys have been working on for years. Now we know that the FBI, as they said, we can't figure out why the FBI is not interested in this. We know the FBI knew about it and was suppressing it. In fact, they've got an email, I think, from one of the participants saying that the FBI at a senior level saying we're running a shadow government to make sure that we can suppress information from getting to Trump. Every element of this, Jack, came from the intelligence community, and if it wasn't for Pulte, and if it wasn't for John Solomon and the task force, and this is just after 3.5 or 4 weeks, this is what they've got. I know there's more coming out, but what are your thoughts about that? This is systemic. This is not one or two bad guys. This is systemic. And so what needs to be done about it, sir? You're an expert in this area.
See, that's exactly right. And what Bill the Bulldog Pulte, what we promised he would do, he's now
Bulldog Pulte!
John Solomon, our colleague over there on the task force. And I'm actually also hearing, as a matter of fact, as of right now, that there are potentially more documents, more things that have been discovered, but are actually still working their way through the process. And the way that we should actually look at this is just the first tranche of declassification. Remember, they've only been on the job for about 3 weeks now. We're already getting boom, boom, boom. What I hope to see and what I expect to see here is that this is going to start coming through and more voluminous with each declassification drop. And so I know for sure that other things have been found. I couldn't tell you exactly what the timeline is, the time frame. We're going to go through a lot of these things. And a big piece of this that I'm told, and I did partake in some of the videos, briefed on some of the material here, that they went around to all the intelligence directors, Steve, as you said, and they said, do you see this document? Is this document from your organization, your agency, whichever it is, your bureau, your directorate, has come forward with your findings? Do you sign off on this? Every single one of the intel heads signed off. So Radcliffe has signed off on this. DHS has signed off on this. You got, of course, Cash Patel who signed off on this. But Steve, this is the exact same thing that now my mean, of course, is usually more the left-wing violence. But we knew that the FBI and Chris Reno had lied about Antifa in 2020. We knew for a fact that he was lying about it. He lied to the president about it in the Oval Office. I reported that in my book all the way back in 2021, along with Bill Maher, because they had the names, they had the networks, they had the financiers, they had all of it, and they sat there and they did nothing.
Jack, I know it's late where you are, and I'm going to let you go and track you down tomorrow and over the weekend, but you were very smart in your framing when you first came on. You weren't saying that tongue-in-cheek. You used the very language that we've been hammered on since January 6th of 2021, that this is the greatest direct attack on democracy ever. Talk to me about why did you frame it like that?
Well, let's go with the greatest direct attack on democracy because, I'm over here, we're doing on democracy. What is that? Is it no, I'm repeating what you guys have said since 2020. You said that we are anti-democracy. You said that we are an attack on democracy. That Donald Trump's election is an attack on democracy. That Donald Trump asking for a fair tabulation of the ballots of the will of the American people is an attack on democracy. But okay, now we can find that the Chinese Communist Party played a role, and it sounds like that a fairly significant role in undermining our democracy in 2020. So, okay, let's go ahead. Let's go ahead and use the standard that was set for us by the New York Times, by the Wall Street Journal, by the Washington, by the BBC, by CNN, all the rest of them. Attack on democracy. All right, we have an actual attack on democracy. How is this country going to respond? Are we going to get that? Are we going to get the indictments? Are we going to get, the targeting? Remember what they did to Russia? Remember what they did to Russia in 2017 and 2018 with the special counsel? We do need a special counsel on this, by the way. And it should be something where, look, even if we don't have the prosecutions on the table right now, there's a trade prosecutions will be pursued where applicable, but we know that we can take measures to receive, for Americans to receive the remuneration from the Chinese Communist Party. And the easiest way to do that, I was going to do it right now with tariffs. And by the way, let's go see if the Supreme Court, if all the folks want to up their team coming back, let's look at this and say, do you agree that the Chinese Communist Party attacked our democracy and that's why they're getting these punitive tariffs? It's really simple.
Jack, real quickly, do you foresee the state visit with Xi coming to Washington, D.C. in late September, sir?
Well, that's actually something I was thinking about because we know the president had just gone over to Beijing. We know that Xi Jinping is on his way. If, I'll put it this way, if that goes on, that's going to be telling a lot, and that's going to be telling the fact that the Chinese are suddenly realizing that they don't have all the cards. The Americans have always been the ones who have all the cards because we have the money, we have the American people, we have the consumer base that they want access to. And if we deny that to them and actually start putting our supply chains and bring our manufacturers back to work, Pierre Navarro, of course, has been on this for decades, then guess what? We can sink them because we are the ones who paid for the rise of the Chinese Communist Party and the People's Republic of China. And when I say we, I mean the financiers, the lords of easy money on Wall Street are the ones who paid for it and underwrote it. And what was upholding it, of course, was the work and the intense labor of the American people. So, yes, to me, disrupt the system. That's what tariffs do. And this is the perfect reason to do so.
Jack, where do we go on social media to find you on Twitter?
Yeah, thanks, Steve. We're up on X at Jack Posobiec, Truth Social, Getter, and of course Telegram.
Thank you, Jack. Thanks for staying up late tonight. Tell Weber CPAC London that we love him. Thank you, sir.
You guys are bored, are you?
Not bored, but the one question that comes to mind, okay, if China has influenced our elections, they've flown spy balloons over our country, they're buying up our land, they're demolishing industry as quickly as they can. This is all CCP, it's all documented. All that being said, how do we kibosh this into the idea that we owe billions of dollars to them for our national debt?
I don't know. I'm sure that there's more information coming on. Actually, I know. Let's see.
My concern here, Ann, is what they call that debt due. We are at the tipping point where we are barely able to cover our interest. I don't know what our quote-unquote country rating is. I know states get state lending ratings and that kind of thing through the federal government. I don't know how we do on the global stage, but I do know that our deficit has carried the brunt Wuhan, COVID virus, spy balloons, all of this. How do we deal with, Xi and the CCP, given the situation? I'd love to hear from Mr. Strategist on this.
We their oil resources, and we enact tariffs. Tariffs on them. I think that's what's going on. I mean, what's going on, our involvement in the Middle East, and the capturing of Maduro. All of this was, I believe, to deplete China's oil resources.
Possible. I think that's a valid possibility right now, for sure.
I'm not sure we even know what our reserves look like, so I don't know how we can debate that.
Well,
we don't know what our own oil reserves look like.
What do you mean, Joe? We have reserves that we have, and we have gallons that we've depleted a lot to, from my understanding is we have a list of what that reserve looks like, and when, the Iranian conflict broke out and we couldn't get oil through the Strait of Hormuz, my understanding is we released a lot of that reserve to deflate the price at the pump. So right now, I think our national reserve, and we gotta keep in mind that this is a number on the books because they can open up a number of wells at any point. But this is how, Brent oil and all these people keep us over the barrel price. They're only going to release so much because they guarantee themselves a certain number of profit, and that standard prior to the last conflict was $50 a barrel. And right now we've released enough oil out of our reserve to kind of keep us centered around 50 a barrel at the pump, slightly above 50 a barrel at the pump. But when those reserves go away, there's two things that happens. We deplete the oil that our, defense forces and also human public would need during World War II or that kind of thing. They have to have a certain amount laid back. Obviously, the ants saving for a rainy day, but we have depleted most of that, from what I understand.
Well, first of all, why would we ever announce what we hold, let alone how often or frequently we deplete it? I don't understand that philosophy.
That's a very good question. And it seems like it was leaked by people who were not authorized to do so in order to persuade the administration to stop or slow the war. Because that can only encourage our enemies.
Well, actually, it's right below our feet, El Normo. Hi, El Normo. I didn't even realize it was you. Sorry, hey, honey. It's right below our feet. We can drill for it at any time. We have a lot of oil here we have not even tapped. So I'm not so much worried about the oil reserve because we can just reline it with fracking and various different things. We can get into lines and veins that we have never gotten into. And that, I think, is where Trump has positioning us, playing off what Ann said earlier. I do think that one of the things that's in play here is who's going to control the crude. And America has, depleted 75% of its reserve during this, trying to get through the Iran conflict and not the Americans feeling it at the pump, largely because we're coming into midterm and a lot of things are going to affect the control of the U.S. government. But all that being said, we have oil underneath our feet. We have pipelines that have been shut down and could be ordered to be open tomorrow. And we would be the leading producer of crude outside of Qatar. And we've all seen what happens in Qatar. And Qatar did not exist, 30 years ago like it does today. If you go,
That oil, Shelley. Respectfully, I love everything.
and it puts the American people to work. We will pump the oil.
But they're not. But Shelley, and respectfully, you do have a lot more life experience than I do. But one thing that I will say, looking at my generational counterparts, they're not interested in doing the same type of work as our grandfathers and generations before. They're not.
Well, I hear you, doctor, but you're not from Texas, and you're not from Oklahoma, you're not from the southern. And me looked at her profile, but I will tell you, there are people that will go out. The well men will go out, and sometimes they're Latino with green cards here or whatever. They will get green cards. There are crews down there that they spend their life going from place to place. They're oil men, what they call oil men, and it is a very big industry through Texas and Oklahoma. And there are people that literally aspire to this industry because they can see the world, they can do a lot of things through the oil industry. And I'm just going to tell you right now, there are plenty of people to fill those jobs throughout Oklahoma and Texas, and they're eager. They're eager to do it. They're dangerous jobs, but they're eager to do it. So, my point is, we can't count our workers there. There are a lot of, I will tell you, if you're familiar with Texas at all, there are a lot of cotton farms that have gone depleted. There are a lot of people that are out of work. There's a lot of desolate area in Texas. There are towns.
So do they have the training?
They train them as they bring them on.
So why are there pockets of Texas that are destitute with lack of resources, as you mentioned?
There are not pockets of Texas that are destined for people that work on wells. Wells is one of the most profitable industries there are in Texas. You can be a welder, you can be a cotton farmer, you can be a lot of things in Texas. But the ones that pay best are typically the oil jobs. So we're positioned,
Why did Marshall back in here, guys?
Yeah, there are a lot of, I say this because I know Texas personally, I know, those states personally, and I will tell you, there are people dying to be on those rig crews because they pay about 20, and depending on where you are in your, in your job ranking, you can start off at $25 an hour. They're high-risk jobs. They're out in the middle of the heat. They're dirty. You can get wrapped around a chain very easily. There's hazard pay. But they travel from place to place, and they work these rigs, and they make a shit ton of money.
Last I heard, $75 an hour.
Yeah, it's a shit ton of money, and there's a actual union for it. I do believe, somebody checked me, but I do believe there's a union for that.
Dad can play Steve Bannon for just a minute or two.
If it's boring, I'll pause it.
Hey, Ann, after this, you might want to look at Go Rubio, a speech that was made yesterday about terrorism and domestic terrorism in particular, and listen to that because there's a lot to be heard and it will spark a room. It might not be this room, but maybe the next room. I just wanted to put that in front of you.
Yeah, thank you.
You bet.
There's no way which, I had the speech tonight, Steve, and honestly, what I heard tonight, what I heard Trey Mitchell saying is incredibly important because he pointed out that Jay Johnson during the Obama administration defined voting systems as critical infrastructure. You don't need an executive order. You don't need to do something in an emergency order. You can just say, look, it's critical infrastructure. It's under attack from the Chinese Communist Party, the People's Republic of China, as the president put it tonight. But the thing that stuck out to me was the reference to Barack Obama, because he's been involved in orchestrating, much as we know, it goes back to before Trump took the oath of office in his first term. So we have to look at what is his involvement. And I like to go back to, Jack says an attack on democracy. That's an important thing. Another thing that Democrats, and he should say, is nobody is above the law. Boy, I agree with that. You mentioned some names, Chad Wolf, Chris Wray, Bill Barr. Nobody's above the law here. If you were in the intelligence community and you had this information and you sat on it or actively tried to hide it or put it in burn bags, as the president pointed out, is all these burn bags are completely incompetent. Burn bags, I think the burn bags would be great. And by the way, the reason I put out those people, it's bad enough the evil that's in the deep state, and we gotta lance and boil. But these people appointed by President Trump, Bill Barr, Chris Wray, Chad Wolf, Krebs, who went on CBS, right at the height of this, this has the most secure election, which they broke their nose in it every single day. Steve, real quickly, the Michigan situation, this one Hoft and these guys have worked on for years. This is pretty explosive. The FBI knew it was a crime. It would not pursue it, sir. Well, here's the thing: the Michigan State Police investigated 10,000 applications from downtown in the city of Muskegon. The president was right about this. Here's the problem: you've got the Michigan State Police run by, if I may be so bold, a lackey. The guy that ran Mitchell Weber's security detail, she elevated several ranks up to make him the guy in charge of the Michigan State Police at the time that investigation or sham investigation was going on. They never completed the job. That's a fact. They never completed the job. Everybody that's been watching that case, including myself and Michigan News Source and other agencies inside Michigan, know they never completed the job. And we know that the investigation is incomplete. Well, tonight Donald Trump says they're reopening that with Cash Patel and the FBI. And so we really hope that that's true because, look, it's not just that. It was the work at the TCF Center in Detroit. It was shutting down the Salem County in Atlanta, Georgia, Polk County, and the list goes on. We need to hold people accountable. And the president said it several times. Arrest those and investigate those that are deserving of it. I'm paraphrasing, but that's what he said. Go find the people that broke the law, hold them accountable, show the American people that, as the Democrats like to say, nobody is above the law.
Steve, I thought that it was a fantastic speech. One of the things that was the amount of care saying we deserve free and fair elections in America. This it really came to me as being a speech that was to all Americans. It was not a partisan speech of the Republicans deserve more than someone else or anything points to even end. I'm really looking forward to these.
At least there was some scintilla of cooperation by certain elements of the intelligence community. Is that how we're going to take care of the problem? The people there are prepared to work with the president, work with this administration to get to the bottom of this and clean it up.
Absolutely. I think it's really important, Steve. He was extraordinary cooperative, the NSA director.
Any concluding thoughts?
Yeah, you know, the attention economy that the liberal progressives project. I've had people comment on on the media that I put out and say, a liberal is not only stupid, a liberal wants you to know and has to prove stupid. They really want to communicate with you and prove to you just how stupid they truly are. And so I don't think because I lived in California. You didn't have to present any ID whatsoever. Cast your ballot, you're in and out. No ID at all. Don't need to show it. Don't get axed for it. I was a Republican election judge. I asked to see your ID. And It was very simple. You know, you pull up the person's voter registration in 10 seconds, with or without the ID. So I ran the whole simulation. I didn't detect fraud, but I do not trust the way that the results are transmitted to the election board, because all the polls, that data gets sent to a database. I've heard that that database is not even in America; it's in Germany, wherever the software corporation is that Dominion utilizes for their servers. So the security around election results, and then criminal Democrat election judges who are incompetent slaves of the state and their own illegitimacy, is broke. It's beyond repair. The state of Illinois is $200 billion in debt. The city of Chicago is $100 billion in debt. This United States of America is $130 billion in debt, and all we're gonna do is borrow and spend more to try to get accurate voting in this country, transparent, above board, solid, 100% correct, no flaw. I mean, how did Kamala lose? If the election system is completely fixed, how the fuck did Kamala lose? That's what I still cannot quite figure out.
Because it was too big of a mandate to rig.
Well, there's another option that somebody told me, who I have some respect for. He said that Trump made a deal. And I said, what? What does that mean? Trump made a deal and Kamala wouldn't make the deal. So got it? I mean, how do we know that this isn't just projection, that Trump secretly cooked the books and fixed the election to win it internationally using Operation Software Pegasus, controlled by Peter Thiel and his super elite LGBTQ Proud Boys? I mean, what is the truth? Because the CIA's got $100 billion budget. The Army, the Navy, the Air Force, they've got $1.25 trillion to play with. How do we know that the whole thing is not completely cast?
We don't. Which is
Typeset.
why we need the FAIR Act. This is exactly why we need it.
See, the problem with an act is it's really just a spending bill. And so they're going to go to Palantir and they're going to say, hey, we want you to roll out a federal election protection software system. Utilize the latest AI, pulling all the databases from all the election commissions, because this forces, and there are civil penalties. Plus, the FBI, with this America Save Act, could probably go into the California State Election Commission and do data seizures, even arrests for non-compliance. So the Save America Act could save America, but you know, if it's almost all Democrat, and there's probably 20% of Republicans are actually just Democrats, well, 70% of Congress is Democrat. 30% are Republican, and maybe 1% of those are libertarian or less than libertarian.
Where do you get that data? Concrete, I'm with you until you hit that point.
Well, Shelley, I got that data from what's called my brain. And if you think I need to open up ChatGPT and suck out a little water from the environment so I can spit out my thoughts to you to tell you the truth of the earth, I just like to go on mute and pray that everybody has more peace and abundance, and I hope it comes from within. Because the truth of the earth is, if you don't have an ear, you can't hear what it is that I'm saying.
I'm gonna go on mute because at the end of the day, I have an ear to hear, but I have to have receipts. I've been a supporter of you, Anna, because you brought receipts, but on this last, did not bring receipts.
proceeds. No, I agree with him. I think that's.
I agree with him in the overall concept, but it's sad, and maybe that's a personal thing because I don't want to dwell that long and that hard in that drool.
Well, Shelley, let me just give you a Shelley, if I may. Shelley, I hate to interrupt.
First of all, Chicago.
No, I have a great Shelley. I have the solution. I've recently launched a startup partnered with Open Society and Soros for funding, as well as Elon Musk, and it's a biopharmaceutical company. We manufacture vaccines specifically for liberal, progressive, Democrat judges and lawyers only. This is a special mRNA cocktail. Why are you laughing, Shelley? This isn't a joke. This is a startup. This is a legitimate biopharmaceutical corporation. I'll pass the mic to Concrete. Concrete, making you wet, sir.
You are. If I can.
Are you post-op or is getting you wet a euphemism for an erection?
Right now, I don't care.
Concrete, if we could get you into the White House, and we could stop funding the CIA and the FBI and the NSA and the 450 other federal agencies. Well, what would your three priorities, if you could come onto Meta and Google and say, here's my top 10 list, and everybody did what Concrete wanted the American populace to do. Your instructions to the people be, Concrete.
Oh my God, this room is so rich. Go ahead, Concrete. He's suddenly mute. He was on a phone call earlier, and, he's probably off smoking a blunt about now, figuring out how to raise his fur baby.
Well, and before you end the room, I would just like to read a little poem dedicated to all the beautiful women and trans women sitting on my lap here on Clubhouse.
I don't know, Chicago, but I'm already in love. Okay, go.
Corporeal intelligence is attributed to key 18. It means body consciousness, otherwise known as the moon, and is indicative that illumination is dependent upon bodily states until the bodily organs are evolved to the extent that higher forms of consciousness can manifest. It is impossible to experience such conscious states. It is also attributed to this key, and it is during sleep that our aspirations and efforts are built into structure. Every thought we think and every action has some influence on bodily structure. It is said that the way of attainment on Clubhouse is the way of return. This is symbolized by the moon, which reflects the rays of the sun back into the sun. Fish represents instinctive energy. The wolf and the dog represent the same energy form as the result of evolutionary modification. Also, the wolf is a symbol of nature and the dog of art because he is a product of human adaptation. The path passes between these two extremes because the way of balance goes neither too far towards artificiality, but allows everything to be influenced by ungoverned natural impulses. The path leads through the well-tilled field to the unknown heights beyond the two towers of Clown House, representing present human attainments. The ground is undulatory, representing alternate periods of rest and action. And clowning around on Clown House all day, the stage of unfoldment, organization. And what was Barack Hussein Obama? An organizer. A community organizer! Bullshit. He went to Columbia and got a job at Business International for the CIA doing economic analysis on Brazil. Community. Take it away, Concrete.
Wow, I've never heard him this quiet.
I love it. The price of admission in this room was beautiful.
Everything has a timeline. Do you believe everything has a timeline?
It's a fact. It's a fact.
Also claim that Biden claimed all these jobs that he created when he had like a mandatory thing of shutting down businesses, and then they all came back online and he claimed them as him creating jobs too.
Those were jobs that were going to come back. When was the COVID shutdown? What year was that?
2020.
March 20. February. President.
Trump.
Who said that?
You want to know what the inflation rate was during that? You do remember what was
He said that
the inflation rate in 2020?
He said I won't release
Before we shut down, what was the inflation?
for $1,200 unless I can put my name on it.
And you sell muscle.
No, you know too much, cuz. Thank God, listen, he wasn't paying attention.
Himself that or you got moved to that?
Thank God you did. He just fucking sound like he's bubbling in a
Nah, I wish they would move your bitch ass there.
You know? Stupid, 'cause you hate
are
my
exactly what Trump picked up not to do. Go full retard, and you have proven it. Right?
How? You've proven nothing. No, you're not intelligent enough. You're just a fucking bootlegger. That's all you do. You follow trends.
That's all you guys
You are a fucking trend. You are nothing automatic. You say debate facts. Debate facts, then. Debate facts.
Why?
Not your feelings. Fuck your feelings.
You do know we have come to distance between both of us, so you don't have to speak.
Oh, you in the fucking chicken. The national NSA was hiding information from Trump regarding China. I'd be very interested to hear what he says about that.
You know, man, I would also like to know why it was okay for Mark and his wife to spend billions of dollars
On Trump.
in Michigan, in Wisconsin, in all the swing states. And mind you, though, the swing states happen to be the states that magically, specifically Wisconsin, Georgia, who at 2 o'clock, you just, we gotta stop counting.
Let me ask you this though. How many jobs? How many jobs did Trump created? 50 million dollars. Wait, I'll wait. How many? How many?
Let me ask ChatGPT for you. What is your point?
The Zuckerberg thing is fascinating. How he basically bought all these mail-in drop boxes. And by the way,
No chain of custody.
yeah,
You know, people just dropping ballots. All of these states, and I'm sorry, man, but you got Pennsylvania who circumvented the state Senate to go directly to the Supreme Court. It was appointed by Democrats. There's a bunch of progressives in that court, and then was on the go because of COVID. Horseshit. You know, I think that COVID was a plan devised by the Chinese Democrats. They both had a thorn in their asses. It's called Trump. Like, you know what? Fuck, just release this shit. Release it across the fucking world. It'll obviously just kill the old phone. The silent generator. Whatever's left of the
the baby boomers ago. And these young people ain't dummy dubs that don't just fucking buy into this shit. And we'll be able to get away with stuffing ballots into mailboxes that are not sanctioned to hold these ballots. And, at a certain point in time, throughout the night, we'll stop counting. And when we come back, our candidate will have superseded the guy who's already winning. And, he'll get more votes than the alleged, and I say alleged because obviously his mom is white as fuck, the alleged black man who ran our country for 8 years.
All we got.
And if you don't know, yes, Barack Obama's mommy is Milky Magnesia. Sorry to break your icky breaking list.
Yeah, I get it, man, right? You hate.
No, to you it's not COC, to you it's Pac. To you it's Pac.
You just became a conservative.
Say my name.
Say it. Whatever your name is. Say it. I don't know who the fuck you are.
No, to you is cock. Everybody else in here, I'm COC. To you is cock.
No. Is that? How the fuck calls himself cock? What fucking great man calls himself?
I'm out here fucking you dumbasses.
Man, you so bad. And y'all complain about that. How?
For the smart ones, for the smart ones that sit
why
in front.
Grindr crashes.
It stands for
When MAGA comes to town. This is why Grindr crashes. Because you closeted gay motherfuckers got so much hate for people.
You gotta
and you wake up. Because you tried to.
Projection mirror says what?
What the fuck?
Hello?
How?
Moderators. Moderators. Put me in the queue, moderators. I'd like to get to the title of the room. Gentlemen.
Alright, let's open up the space to new voices. Yeah, right. Mary, welcome to the stage. And Ravi, how you doing?
Yes, sir.
Did you hear the speech tonight or no?
No, I did not. I missed it. I was driving and I wasn't paying attention.
Okay.
Yeah, that's why I came in here. I thought you guys were either playing it or...
Oh, so you don't know either, COC? Oh.
No.
Would you mind giving us a rundown, Mr. Matt?
Well, there's a lot. I mean...
Well, if you can keep it as best as you can.
Okay, well...
Right, please. Summarize it as best as you can.
The main meat of it is, it does look like China was meddling around in our elections. So, according to documents from the CIA and NSA and all the other four-letter agencies, it shows that China actually, remind me, did they create the balance? Did they manipulate the balance? I don't even know at this point.
They hired, what was it? They hired people.
Yeah, social media people too, by the way, yeah.
Yeah, to fill out the ballots.
Or those, that too, yeah. So they have the addresses and all the date of birth and all the information you would need to do what COC has said right now. And then, of course, they leveraged, the media. They literally paid journalists, I guess, maybe inside the media, we'll find out here, but to the dirty work of making Trump look bad, as we all saw, with his claims about election fraud and blah, 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 other things too. But that's the meat of it. There's a lot more to it. In fact, I have to go through and see some of the stuff.
Well, I definitely believe it. I mean, I just moved billions of dollars, a lot of it tax-free, and manipulate real estate markets here in Southern California and Northern California. Manipulate our boards by going back to the Clinton era when Clinton removed the military as the main security contractor of the boards and gave it to a Chinese security firm. So, and I see here in certain areas like the San Gabriel Valley, they bought a lot of commercial properties and real estate properties that just kind of sit idle. And again, especially if it's commercial property, they do very shady ways of temporarily or giving wage to properties for certain periods of time for so-called civil assessment or some shit like that. I mean, it's a lot. And you see with the media.
A whole bunch of malls. A whole bunch of malls. Malls that's like, what I'm saying, abandoned. How you got abandoned malls? That's crazy.
Yeah, you got a lot of that, and they manipulated California extensively. I mean, not only the street, but not only your executive business and trade and everything, and also having a dirty game in our farming and buying up farms out here. You know, they play for keeps here, and you know, the Democrat Party, at least in California, is getting big money from the Chinese.
Yeah, I was saying, don't forget all the spies that we found with Fang Fang. What was his name? Oh, Lord. Yeah, it was so well.
Why are Chinese investors
Feinstein, the driver, Feinstein's driver was a spy as well, Chinese spy.
when Chinese investors are buying land, their military bases never before. You know about the Israeli government, they're buying land to buy protection.
You buying a let him rap out of this? Go ahead, Randy.
No, go ahead, sir. Go ahead.
No, please, always, we would like to hear what you got to say. Go ahead, sir, please.
Oh yeah, man. You know, when we talk about Chinese and the media and the liberals, this goes back to the Clintons too. You know, Clintons had a lot of business with the Chinese and a lot of control through the media. You know, CNN was running against her. That was the and when he was fighting that media machine, he dug up a lot of dirt on Hillary's. That we're doing a lot of shady media control with China. You know what I mean? And Obama, you know, that's why he took the money from these, you know, these rich, you know, LGBTQ people from out the Bay Area, where they said, you know what, we're gonna help fund your campaign, give you the money to fight Hillary. We don't want Hillary, and we want you, but you know.
That was the second time, Rabbi. I'm sorry to. So the first time who actually placed Obama on the pedestal was the insurance company head honchos. If you go back, the first time he ran in 2008, the main donors in his campaign throughout that campaign were all health insurance. And then, lo and behold, look what happened. He got, you know, Obamacare went through. Because remember, as Pelosi said, well, you know, doing that teeth jawing shit that she does. Well, we just have to pass what's in it.
Yeah, I know. There was big fraud behind it, unfortunately. You know, there's a lot of
big time fraud.
And yeah, there's a lot of insurance fraud.
You want to get in, Barry? Oh, Barry, I think you're off mic. You're hot mic.
No, I concur with what you guys, what Trump's saying for the, you know, what evidence he has. China's, I mean, another thing too, all this social media, fucking AI and fucking twisted stories that show the U.S. just losing the war in Iran. We're losing the war tremendously. I mean, that's all China's media campaign there too. So, you know, I mean, that's how they fight. You know, the Chinese aren't gonna fucking throw any missiles at us, but they'll play with the fucking media all day.
Yeah, because they know we have dumbasses here that are willing to gobble up whatever they throw. Listen, go ahead, my man.
Oh, no, because you don't know any. I was just gonna say, especially because it's Trump. You know, see, obviously China's gonna be all over that. I'm joining in on the hate of Trump. There's no question about that. Yeah.
Yeah, I highly doubt China is a fan of a man saying we need to repatriate our manufacturing. I highly doubt they're fans of that guy.
Barry, are you trying to get in, or you keep coming off the mic? I don't know if you want to say something. Barry? Okay.
I'm still waiting for my time to be allowed to talk.
Oh, yeah, go for it. Go for it.
Just mention that not only that, like not only elections, you have allowed a lot of Chinese students in your universities, and basically your universities have compromised because now they have access to very sensitive stuff like scientific facts, and they can take away like your innovative targets, and it would be very bad for a country to lose a student. Some of them have campaigns, like some of them have these groups like inside universities, and they usually try to absorb people who have been hurt, like LGBTQ community, women who have been abused, and it's basically like a cult. And one of their biggest funders is actually a Sri Lankan called Singham who lives in China, and he has been very actively involved with Qatari money, and they have infiltrated USA, and they're fucking with your people and with your country, taking away your resources. And also about what Ravi said, like about California having a lot of this, and I think there are a lot of affinity towards communists there, because I don't know, hippies or something, I don't know. I think it goes back to 60s or 70s, and I think a lot of those people, those generations, they are very sympathetic because they have no fucking idea about the real history and the suffering of people who actually go through communism and socialist system. And I think one of them was in the audience. I don't know, I think Tiger is Chinese, but I have...
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, he is.
Yeah, he has been promoting communism since in California. So I think he might be part of one of those stereotypes we're mentioning, which is true, Ravi.
Well, Mary, you have now on stage one of the biggest proponents of the CCP. That's Marshall. Marshall, tell us how beautiful things and how grandiose things will be when the CCP finally takes over, and we're gloriously under the power of those.
I can't tell whether you're being sarcastic or you mean if the sarcasm goes right over my head.
To rule over all of us.
Well, then I'm assuming you're being sarcastic.
Marshall, did you hear my question earlier? I forget if you were.
No, I was giving one of my older dogs food or medication, so I didn't hear anything you said.
Okay, I'd be curious. What is your interpretation of the NSA holding back information to give Trump? What are your thoughts on that? That's what I'm really curious about.
You mean the NSA said internally that they thought that, well, okay. Are you saying the NSA said internally we're not going to give the president this stuff, or are you saying internally they said, hey, we're not going to give him this stuff because we think he's going to leak it?
Well, I never thought about that second part. I'll have to think about that, but
Well, the only reason I ask is because he does strategic leaks.
Wait, say it again?
That's the only reason I ask is because he does strategic leaks.
So the leaks are only bad when Trump does them?
Yeah, wait,
No, I didn't say it was bad. I said he does strategic leaks, which is the important.
That's funny. Marshall, thank you. I think that's really funny.
How are you doing, Steve?
I'm good, Marshall. I think that's really funny, Marshall. Honestly, that's smart and well stated. It's funny.
So, okay, so you're saying that,
holy shit, that
trying
shit
to
just ran right through.
unwrap what Marshall's saying here. So, okay, wait a minute. Okay, so Trump does strategic leaks, and he has leaks that he didn't want that happen, right? Is that right, Marshall? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, all White Houses. You can't think of a White House in American history that didn't leak.
Okay.
That is a fact, yeah.
Yeah, no, I just double checking. I just want to get it clear, completely clear.
Yeah.
And you're saying this is the one that he didn't want, part of a leakage of any sort?
I guess the NSA didn't want him to leak.
Oh,
Some stuff I read and listened to about the deep state indicates is that these career folks don't want the president to have tons of information because he'll just blab. So that's the premise. If you're asking me what I think of the
You think Trump is a blabber? No, that's you, Marshall.
I think that's wrong. Trump's the president of the United States. He should be able to get all the secrets he wants, even if he's going to give them away. That's his call.
No. He should be totally getting all the secrets that are supposed to be. That's the whole point of the PVD, right?
Yeah, dude, that's what I'm saying. The PVD is supposed to give him all of the intelligence.
Does he listen to the PVD? It doesn't matter. That part doesn't matter.
So, yes, he does receive the presidential briefing, but it is kept rather short, and each section is probably no longer than 2 minutes.
That's crazy. We're trying to figure out why they would keep that out. It's just. What do you mean? What did they keep out? They kept out. You're just catching up in. Well, I don't know where you are on this whole timeline. Did you hear the press conference?
Well, no, I did not listen to that stupid.
No, I heard it a decent amount.
You are so
And if what you're asking is, do I think they should have withheld it? No. The President of the United States is the head of the executive branch in the armed forces. Spies fall under the armed forces. It's quasi-armed forces anyway. But the President should have access to all of the secrets, no matter what they are.
You don't think the military took an action that they should have because they don't trust him? Right? He may tweet it at night.
Exactly. You know, you
That's not their job. Their job is to serve at the pleasure of the President. That's what it's called. If you hold on. If you serve at the pleasure, it means he can let you go whenever the fuck he wants. He could not like the fact that you had a crooked eyebrow and fire you in would be okay. Because in the executive branch for the armed forces, you serve at the pleasure.
Since I just have a question. Since when is why you don't even why is it that people look why is it that people work for the
In the late 1890s, it's called Waverian bureaucracy. It's called Prussian bureaucracy, and the idea was that we would go from a situation of patronage under Andrew Johnson, who was Lincoln's second vice president, Grant, Garfield, and Cleveland. Right? So during that time, the civil service was not apolitical, or at least it wasn't advertised as apolitical. If you wanted a position, it was patronage, right?
Somebody get some more tobacco from Marshall's pipe.
In the early 1900s was to create a professional bureaucratic class off the Prussian model that would be able to make sound decisions and would be there through differing administrations. The problem becomes when you decide to withhold evidence from the principal, right? Like the principal gets all of the evidence and they're allowed to make up their mind.
You're off topic, Marshall. You're off topic.
Hold on a second.
You're off topic.
That is his discretion.
Okay, so that's the thing. So someone like Ben is saying he should not receive that information. So I'm assuming if like the information was given or held back, say for 9/11, and 9/11 happened, I'm assuming a lot of heads would roll. Right? I mean, come on now. You gotta give up information to the president to be able to make decisions. And by the way, this decision, what is he blabbing about that is so concerning that you should care about? If he goes,
I'm not saying I care about that. I'm saying because he's the principal, he gets all of the information. For the bureaucratic class in the intelligence community, to withhold intelligence from the president is wrong. They serve at the pleasure of the president. The president should have access to ultimate material.
We get it, Marshall. Let's move on.
Hold on. Because it's not about Donald Trump, it's about the office of president.
It's also about Donald Trump, though.
Two things can be true at the same time. Yeah, what Marshall said is true. On the other hand, I also understand why folks who want to hold things. Because he's an idiot that's going to wake up in the morning and...
Oh, well, now you're concerned Marshall, because Marshall says that Trump is an idiot all day long, and he says that Trump is a fascist.
I think he's a genuine certified idiot. John. But, I mean, I guess...
So let me get this straight. So, Ben, you're okay with everybody just picking and choosing what information the president gets. So, your president, the next president...
Someone has to protect the United States of America.
You don't get to choose and pick, like, who gets...
I just hope my next president is not as dumb and stupid as this guy.
We had a bomb. We had a bomb. We probably should have
I don't think it's right. I don't think it's right or proper to call the president. Hold on. I don't think it's right or proper to call the president to become president.
Can you stop with the pearl clutching, Marshall? Please, let other people talk. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, I could call him stupid because he's stupid. I could call him dumb because he's dumb. Don't tell me not to call him dumb because he's dumb.
Do you know, Ben, do you know what obstruction of justice is? Did you ever hear that term?
What is it? I don't know what it is.
You've never heard that term?
How is that?
When you're done talking,
Government position, they hold back information. In their government position, it can be obstruction of justice, and they can be charged with it.
I never
Did you
said
ever know
that.
that?
I absolutely never said
Then why don't you read what the law might happen to someone in a government position that withholds information?
I never said that was.
Do you know what that term is, Ben? You've never heard that term in your life?
I think you just want to listen to yourself.
No, I don't need to listen to myself. It's pretty easy. That one, that one's a pretty easy one. Maybe you should watch All the President's Men or something. What do you think, guys? What do you think he needs to learn here? How obstruction of justice works when someone's in a government position and they withhold information.
Well, that person is correct.
It's pretty easy. That one's pretty easy.
I think it's smart. They have to be wary. I mean, you're sending out tweets during the middle of the night. You have to be wary, Abby. I mean, come on. I mean,
That is not your job. Hold on. It's not your job. You got elected by the Electoral College and a popular vote. That means at the end of the executive branch,
Shut up.
you can hear me talking. It's not that difficult.
vote, bro. He did not. Don't do that.
Yes, he did. He did not win the popular vote in 2016. The absolute.
hey, we need one mic. Y'all really excited
we
about
might
this
have
title? Good? Y'all really excited about this title, which is good, but mic, I can't hear.
we might have to redo the 2024 election if this is claims. I mean, maybe we should revote to see if he really was the.
You don't get to revote. That's not how the fucking system works. By God, take this shit seriously.
Why do you have to take everything seriously? She knows. She was a bitch.
No, she doesn't know. She doesn't. She doesn't. She doesn't know.
I was talking to you.
Did you take civics?
No, I did not. I didn't.
Alright, y'all, alright, niggas is being nice. If y'all don't know me, I'm the enforcer in this motherfucker. I'ma send you to the motherfucking goo, nigga. All that nice shit that Pat was doing, that's just cause I can, nigga. Fucking me. Anyways,
You ever?
all that nice shit, that's just slow, gang. So if niggas can't talk on what nigga, I'm sending you to the goo, nigga, on crit, nigga. Stop playing with us, bro. One mic, please. You sound crit?
Yeah, I'm crazy.
Oh, crit, nigga, 6-0, nigga.
He said that shit with all the taco beans. All the crap.
What's wrong? I don't fucking bang, bro. I'm an adult. I'm an adult.
Yo, who's man? Yo, you fuck.
Get back to the title, bro. Get back to the title.
On the gang is crazy. Grow up, bro. I was my own family. What about
This
that?
is your fault, man.
You sent your ass.
Yeah.
No, but I hear you. I hear you, Keyway. I hear you, Keyway, for sure.
Alright, let's get back on track. I think Abby was having a little exchange with Ben, if that's okay. We'll let him go for a little bit and then see if he can come in behind on that one.
No,
But Ben, I was asking you studied civics when you were in school, university. Did you ever study it?
No,
Do you understand how the U.S. government works?
no, I did not.
Okay, so you never heard the term obstruction of justice. So someone's in a government position and they withhold vital information. They withhold information.
No,
What do you think can happen to them?
I don't know. You explain.
No, I'm asking, what do you think logically should happen?
No, I mean, you know, though.
I don't know. I'm asking you, what do you think logically should happen to someone?
I told you I didn't study it. I don't know. Somebody don't know. You can educate them.
So,
I have a dial phone right now. You know, Ben.
There you go, lifeline, man. Yeah, who's
I'm looking at Title 18 U.S. Code, Chapter 73, Part 1 of assault on process server, resistance to extradition agent, influencing or injuring officer or juror generally, influence juror by writing, obstruction of proceedings before departments, agencies, and committees, theft, There we go. Okay, so obstruction of proceedings, departments, and committees. Whoever in this comes from Title 18, Code 1505, obstruction of justice compliance, in whole or in part with any civil processes. This conceals, covers up, destroys, mutilates, alters, or by other means falsifies any documentary material, answers to written interrogatories, oral testimony which is subject to such demand, or attempts to do so, or solicit another to do so, or whoever corruptly or by threat, force, or by any threatening letter of communication influences, obstructs, or impedes, or endeavors to influence the due and proper administration of the law under which any pending proceeding is being had before the department or agency of the United States, or the due proper exercise of the power of inquiry under which or investigation is being had by either house or any committee of either house or any joint committee of either house, and this is the penalty, shall be fined under this title in prison not more than 5 years if the offense involves international domestic terrorism as is defined in section 2321, or imprisonment for not more than 8 years. So that's what obstruction of justice is.
Marshall, was it justified? Was it justified not telling the person who has controlled the nukes?
He just wrote you. Why is that justified? Because it's against the law, dude.
Okay, see. Hold on, yo.
I got nothing to say. So.
Yeah, you do. Come on. Everybody's speaking for peace.
No, there's plenty of other people to speak.
No.
Yeah, come on, see, because you've been ramming way through.
No, it's Taco Thursday, so I'm gonna get some tacos.
Right, the transporters can't eat tacos because they hate Mexicans.
God, I don't know where you're from.
Where did you find
Tacos all the time.
Hey, why? Why would you? What the fuck?
Why would you not eat tacos?
Let me ask you
You're
this, though.
insane.
Why you want people who make them?
Marshall, why do you take everything so literally, Marshall? Like, people joke sometimes.
Because I have the hardest time telling sarcasm. That's number one, I'm a pretty serious person. Number two, the sarcasm most of the time goes right over my head.
Yeah, that was the kind of sarcasm. That's like funny.
A lot of things that go over your head.
That's like that's Marshall being funny.
That's a lot of things that go over your head.
No, yeah, I think I'm smart enough to give myself like 300 every and not much smarter.
That's enough research on that. I'm asking about the rock thing.
Let me ask the people that are like, yeah, they should have never been to the gas station. Is it only because it's Trump, or are you okay with no information?
Right, you guys are making this.
I would just like to ask, would you mind if I get modded just so I get trolls? That's the only reason I want
What trolls? What are you talking about?
to like yo.
I'm like, because I disagree.
Ben, I want to hear from you on this.
Jesus Christ. No. You guys are making this sound like this. I disagree. Come on.
I think you guys heard me when I said two things can be right. Two things can be right. I agree with Marshall. No one should withhold shit from the president because he's the president. You guys work for him. At the same time, I can see the reason most motherfuckers were withholding things from him because he has no finger control. He has no brain control, amount control. They are worried that he could just leak or wake up one morning and tweet some nonsense like the most secretive secrets that are let it out there. So I do understand. However, if you do that, you go shit from him, expect the contact to follow.
Okay,
That's what I'm saying.
real quick, has he done that yet at all? Has he done that at all?
I don't know if he claims that people will be told that.
He has this like fiction that he will do it. He's had like almost close to, what is it? I don't know. We had 6 years to do that. I mean,
dude. Your boy is arresting folks claiming that they used the box cutter to cut a 350-foot slit on on the section of who. So I don't put it past him if he thinks that this is.
You can't ask people for that sort of shit.
But
It doesn't make it truthful, but you can arrest somebody.
He had confidential information.
My point is, if
Like,
he
literally,
took that
like,
low,
That's not the point. The point is, as the chief executive officer.
Are you even letting me finish my own point?
I'm sorry, I thought
If
you were
he
going to
can, give me 30 more seconds. If he can took that low to arrest folks that he claims caught a slip on something that him and his team fucked up, why do you think he hasn't arrested somebody that he claims did this shit? I don't know if I make sense. Did I make sense?
No.
I think
I was having a hard time following.
That's the thing. Ask if you made sense.
I know C got it. Got it. Thank you, C. All these MAGA folks
He's
are
on drugs. He's usually on drugs, so like no one else.
Excuse me, what the fuck, dude? What are you talking about? You fucking, what are you saying?
May I ask you a question though? Seriously. No, listen. So this is the question. How can someone be a mastermind but also be a moron at the same time? That's impossible. Listen, you can't
Exactly.
You can't
You're either a mastermind or a moron.
and mastermind the taking over of a nation with the Russians, and then also at the same time be the most befuddled idiot that will just, oh, he's so stupid. Wait, he's so stupid, but yet he worked with Putin to steal the country from you? That doesn't sound like a stupid person. That sounds like a very wise individual that you allowed to steal the country from you.
He was so wise.
Who is the stupid one here?
That he was so wise, as you claim?
Or the person who knew it was going to be stolen and yet allowed it to happen?
He didn't claim he was wise, he claimed he was smart. Difference.
He was so smart, as you guys claim, that he was president in 2020 when he's claiming that all this shit happened. He had control of the government, had control of the executive branch, had control of all these folks, that the FBI, the CIA, the NSA, whatever the fuck that report to him. Yet he's claiming that the only time he was president and they ran an election, that's when they had fraud. When the other two times that we had Democrats, as Obama and Biden were president, and he won, there's no fraud in those ones, right? He's not. I think it's time. This should happen like 6 years ago. Don't you guys think it's time for him to get over this shit?
Actually, no, and here's why. There was an election in 1876. I'm taking you back in time, and it's important. It was called the Hayes-Tilden election. Rutherford B. Hayes versus Samuel Tilden. And Samuel Tilden was a Democrat, and Rutherford B. Hayes was a Republican. It ended up being a really close election. Alternate slates of electors were sent. People were trying to screw around to the House the same way Trump was. And as a consequence, the left-hand side of the aisle, the Democrats, believed that the 1876 election was rigged, and they believed it was rigged for about 35 or 40 years. From the highest of the high to the lowest of the low. They all believed it. So, a corollary in history, which is that this isn't going to go away quickly at all if you are sort of supposed to think he's lying. Right? It's not going anywhere, at least that's what history tells us. It tells us it's going to stick around for 3 or 4 decades.
I bet you he's not going to stick around. Once he's out of office, because he's the one that's pushing it. He's the one that.
Yeah, he's the one.
I bet you once he's out of office, this is going to come out.
He's the vocal output for the rest of the nation that is too busy living out their lives, paying their bills, to come out and say, unlike the progressive left, the right actually holds lives. And you can tell because for 4 years you never heard any pot banging while Biden was, sleeping through the fucking halls of the White House. Motherfuckers waited until 4 years came up. Well, first off, I can tell you right now, in Colorado alone, every weekend you can see these dumbasses standing in the same fucking intersections, banging the same fucking pots, holding the same dumbass fucking signs that they back in fucking 2016, 17. It's dumb. Like, how do you got so much fucking time to protest? Who's paying your bills?
Trust fund babies.
No one's protesting. Everyone's just laughing. I mean, honestly.
Nobody's laughing. What's embarrassing?
Dude, a lot of people are. He's like, literally, the speech was, honestly,
I mean, come on. Like, seriously, it's 2026. Let's look for the future. Like, honestly, this is,
Okay.
it is just...
So
I hate people saying that. Is if 2026 has different behaviors than 2025 or 2027.
Listen, I tell you what, Marshall. Let's.
President,
And we can't. No,
he was
see,
the
we
president,
can't.
dude. That's
No,
the other
listen,
iron.
we can move forward. This is how we're gonna move forward. Okay, you ready? Only American citizens get to vote in American.
That's what's been happening.
Plain and simple.
The
Plain and simple. That is not what's happening.
Scared.
That is not what's happening.
He's super scared of the November elections. He's trying to play defense any which
It's in my
way.
head, desperado.
I don't know if he's afraid, but it's like
He's scared.
Something at least
worry
in your
makes
head.
sense because usually in a 4-year cycle during the midterms the party switches to the opposing side.
Desperado. It's like bothering me. The song between in my head. Desperado.
But sing it out loud. Like sing it to yourself.
I mean, I guess the acoustics are top notch in your head. I don't know what to tell you. You have,
I'm sorry, I'm not as great as a voice as you do. Sorry.
I appreciate. I'm kind of confused. Like everybody's saying, there's no such thing as election interference when we actually saw that in 2016. So the idea that it being preposterous that it wouldn't occur from influential ones, including on our own soil, seems to be, I don't know, fucking just retarded on its face. Like you would accept the fact that, yeah, there was election interference in 2016 done. Ooh, let me see. Oh yeah, that's. So if there was election interference through the, wouldn't you say, you know what? We're aware that multiple countries around the world try to weigh in on influences, try to levy influences on elections and voting turnout, including fucking Canada. But yet somehow Trump is wrong about this. But we've known about this for, I don't know, what, Marshall? Like at least since I've been around and voting and active in politics. So I would say, since Reagan. Like, I mean, I'm really confused. They have influence over policies. They try to push policies in the U.S. that they deem Canada is notorious for it. Mexico has done it. A shitload of other nations because of America's pie. China does it all the time. Literally all the time. They sent
all of our universities will not.
Yeah, they sent a balloon over our country, and they continue to do that.
I just need 10,000 votes. I just need, how many votes do we have to demand for? Like,
oh, you mean let's stop counting and then all of a sudden 11,600 again, our candidate has amassed.
Yeah, dude, it was tacky. He shouldn't have asked. Like, what's the point? He shouldn't have asked. It showed that he was improperly interfering. So what's the point?
I'm just so confused why people believe that
and here's the next chapter. He's doing the same thing again.
Okay, so he did. So he believes it. And it looks like he's posting some documents about China's interference and its influence on our elections, which we're okay, so we have China.
In fact, he actually admitted Russia interfered. He said they didn't interfere with him, and the Mueller report said they didn't interfere. The only thing the Mueller report said, which it left up to the prosecutors, was an obstruction of justice charge. The same charge Bill Clinton caught. So, like, get your shit right.
I mean, shit, we have China influencing over our private business, another prime case in point. There's a plethora. We have the
Top Gun Maverick is a great one. Only because Top Gun Maverick had a patch originally for the Chinese. And the Chinese, because it was going to be released internationally, begged them or told them they weren't going to be able to show it unless they took it off.
That's Paramount's fault.
Well, yes, I agree. Just that we're pro-China. You think somehow or another China and their bad view of it, like, fuck, we just arrested a mayor that was a spy for China. We just had, what was it, Swallow, the darling
Swallow and his mistress. Not to mention Die Fire and Driver. Driver was a Chinese asset.
So are these not interferences in our political system?
that what I'm hearing?
We're not fucking talking about ice. My God, Lana, stick on topic. It's not about ice. If you want to create an entire topic, do so. But stick to the fucking topic. It's not that.
Actually, and to the idiot in the chat, Tiger, who like clearly is, I just don't really give a shit. But I'm gonna comment on this. Spying is not interference. Actually, Fang Fang helped elect Swallow. She gathered funds. She managed his campaign. So yes, that is interference. All the while relaying information about absolutely a ton of shit back to your fucking country. So quite frankly, I'd boot you out just as we did her, or maybe lock you up in prison. Like I hate the fact that give carve-outs and the people on the left and those that actually get caught with it and support the shit and have to own on it. You can't just simply admit it. Yeah, you know what? The Russians can take it's not a Big Ten. It's just opposition to anything because you said you were self-entitled. You bitch about immigration. See, and you haven't even realized the fact that Obama used the same tools, did the same shit. Actually had more ICE arrests under him than Trump will ever reach.
I didn't mention immigration. I never. Sorry, you're talking to me.
Yes, you just mentioned immigration.
No,
did you not?
No, I didn't. I was
Bullshit. I heard you talk about ICE. That's immigration.
I just said, is ICE going after Chinese people? That's all I said.
ICE is called Immigration and Customs Enforcement. It's literally an immigration thing.
For not sticking the topic. Stick the topic. Thank you.
Why are you telling Marshall what to do? If you're not even from this country either.
So if we're gonna keep it to that, right? If we're gonna keep it to that, let's figure this out. How is it that Democrats get away with the elections whenever they lose? But we finally get to say, hey, we believe that there's horseshit going on, and all of a sudden, all hell breaks loose. Their heads fucking implode into their asses. And there's no way of fucking running away from it. Because that, listen, even Jimmy Carter, okay, Jimmy, sir, I did not interrupt, and you don't want to be retarded. Can you shut the fuck up for a second? Can you let me finish? I know you can't. I could be polite and say, no, you can't let me finish, but I'm being kind to you.
Let me let Cock land. Go ahead. Pause. Cock can't talk anymore. Land, Cock.
Why do you want him to land on your forehead?
You're on mute, Cock. Does he do that? Does he land on yours?
Probably does.
Can you move this guy down?
I can slap my cock on your forehead. Is that what you want? Yeah. Okay, I figured that.
Hey man, go, y'all go somewhere with that gay shit, man. Please. Oh, go ahead.
What the fuck, this guy? This is unreal.
He just wants to say that he has a cock, okay? That's what's up.
DOC, go ahead, man.
Just see that.
I only want to hear C word. So, what was that, bro?
Mission game.
No, just listen. My question is why is it that only Democrats get to deny elections? Why is that? Why is it okay for them to stand up and scream to fucking Kingdom Come and Peach 45? Remember that? Remember during Bush, Gore, remember that?
Not my president.
Not my president.
Bush Gore is the best example, and then Claire McCaskill, who's no longer in the Senate in 2005, objected to George W. Bush being the president. She did it within the rules, but it was still a prominent figure in the Democratic Party claiming George W. Bush rigged an election.
And hell, they even complained when Eric Adams won New York City. And they said it was fraudulent. So, I mean, just make up your own minds. Like, pick one. Pick a lane and stick with it. But you guys are all over the place. You make no sense. And then you go, oh, you guys are just in a cult. Well, the Trumpers are not. They got this heard. They fought for it. They went out and voted. They met. Really? Wait, hold on. So they lost, you guys lost the blue law.
He's gonna bring it down.
Get hit of that crack pipe and just relax.
The
ceiling is insane. Can you the retardation is there. This is why you don't meet with your cousins. So you had like a plethora of issues here. Not my president, impeach 45. You did 2 impeachments. You created a fucking false thing.
of Russia. You did all of these things, literally from
the devil. Remember that?
yeah, and then you've had since this administration, you've lost the blue wall, which was literally all swing states. You didn't take Pennsylvania. You didn't take Michigan. You barely won any swing counties throughout the nation. So you look at this and saying, oh, your Trumpers are just blah, 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 blah. You've done this for now 8 years, 10 years now. And now you're thinking somehow or another, this is going to work for you. And you haven't. And when everybody else can see, yes, China's interfering, fuck, they had a balloon over the United States, and Biden had issues on deciding when and where he was going to shoot it down. So what the fuck are you talking about? That they're not spying, they're not interfering, and the idea that they had police stations in our fucking country that they were arresting fucking Chinese people in our stations in New York.
What is the balloon thing?
Real quick, final thing that I was going to say.
I'm so scared.
Before I got interrupted, and this is what happens when research jump up, which is, Brad, it's hilarious to see how, not only to your point, they can't make up their minds. It's hilarious to see them when their own people, like Jimmy Carter, who got up and did a study and found out that mail-in ballots, folks, believe it or not, are widely open to fucking fraud. So, you gotta think.
Only if you don't have a citizenship verification and no signature verification.
But this is the thing.
This is the way
the Carter study found out that in fact mail-in ballots were susceptible to fraud, and that in fact it needed to be revised, it needed to be reformed, and more importantly, it needed to be at least scheduled out for just military, if at best. Now this is the thing.
Well, yeah, because it was put together during the Civil War. That's where mail-in ballot came from.
This is Jimmy Carter, okay? A Democrat, a full-blown, legitimate, Democrat while he was still alive. And the guy said that, got treated like an outcast when he said that. They still considered him a Democrat, but they treated him like an outcast when he said that.
Well,
why is that? Why is it that when Democrats come out,
and I had to go through hell to get my ballot.
I'll end it with this. Look at what
Wait, hold on a second. You had to go through hell to get your ballot because you moved? It's called fucking change of address form. Like, do some work. Don't be lazy.
No, I did it, but they actually, they went through, it was not as easy as you say, Marshall. Honestly, that's
I didn't say it was easy.
I'm saying
I said you had to register yourself in a different address.
No, I know, but they verified it and all that stuff because I had to actually, so the things, it was a process. It wasn't just like everyone's trying to say, oh,
If you imagine C trying to explain her situation at the office, the Carter, get her shit changed, and going on, like, it's like, what the fuck are you talking about?
C should not be allowed to vote. I'm just saying.
The process, C, what was so difficult?
Should the spell her name and start certain capitals.
You don't need to say anything, but she sides with the thing.
He also just put in the chat that none of Trump's promises came true since he's been in office. So I put clearly tax on tips was something he promised, and he covered that. He covered no more illegals coming across the border. I asked her to tell me how many illegals have crossed the border since his administration's been in. Can you guys think of other things that he promised?
Chevron deference, immigration, economic change, investments, First Step Act. Like, we can go on all day.
No new wars, inflation, tariffs was going to bring back jobs. I think all of these, he fulfilled all of those promises.
Do you think he hasn't brought back jobs, Ben?
What's the unemployment rate, Ben?
Yeah, I don't know, Ben. Well, he's for a living, but he definitely brought back jobs. Businesses have opened up in the United States and moving back to the United States.
Those are just very little stuff that get
What's the unemployment rate, Ben?
Isn't it
Okay, what's the unemployment
What company to America back? What industries or companies that would have opened back up in the U.S.? I'm asking you. You said he hasn't brought back jobs. I'm asking you.
No, but you're claiming the company's moved back, so you're the one that should answer that.
Yeah, so Nissan Motors, we can go through some of the car manufacturers that have now opened up plants back in the United States that moved back from Mexico.
Even Porsche built a new factory here now.
Really did that?
Yeah, Mercedes got a new present down in Alabama too.
Where did Porsche open up?
I believe in the Carolinas.
That's interesting because the tariffs had hit Porsche pretty hard. So it's just they opened up here. Did not know.
Well, as you know, Abby, I went in and I went over to the Middle East, a little place called the Middle East. Have you heard of that place? And they pledged $19 trillion. Okay, it's the full number, as you know, $19 trillion. I mean, have you ever heard of a number for that big? Okay, and it's all coming back to our country. It's going to be fantastic, folks. You're going to see it. Well, look, the golden age is already upon us. Okay, a lot of radical folks.
Like the United States did during World War II before the Nazis surrendered, so we can have a stronger hold on that petrodollar and
Sure.
And all that AI money that came from NVIDIA, from all the sheikhs, from Qatar, Bahrain, Saudi.
Well, the money for the AI is fantastic.
Yeah.
But these people have been sons of bitches. Okay? Look, I was trying to be a nice guy, okay? I said, we're going to bomb you. We bombed them, and then we said, look, let's take a chill pill, okay? Let's stop bombing each other.
The art of the thing.
Now it's going to happen.
Read the books, or
I think these stupid sons of bitches read, okay? Because the problem here is, folks, is these people, they've been killing you for so fucking long that they don't know what the fuck they're doing, folks. Okay?
I know.
These people are just fucking crazy. I'm sorry. These people are nuts, a little loco. Okay.
When they pray, Mr. Mr. President, they like to hit themselves with like chains. They like to scar themselves when they hit themselves, like when they pray.
Well, a scar, masturbate, I don't care, fucking goat, I don't care. Look, all I'm saying is Iran is not going to have a nuclear weapon, and as you all know, folks, last year we had those beautiful B-2 bombers, as you know, from St. Louis.
They're really
and they flew over. I mean, what a fantastic job these people did. I mean, when we have, as you know, the strongest and most beautiful military, and what they did was amazing. What they did is, you see these big, beautiful planes, and you see this, and it's just amazing. But as you all know, the AI race, we can't let China win. We cannot. We can't let China win, because if they do, folks, we're screwed. I mean, you have to think these people are making all of races. What's going to happen when AI tells us that we have to say Xing Xing and Ni Hao Hao? It's not going to be very pretty.
And what if they put COVID in the processors and give it to everybody again? I don't know. Never know with the Chinese.
You're starting to sound very low, IQ. I'm so sorry, sir. Matt, could we possibly... Thank you so much. Thank you.
I was just, being on the conspiracy.
I wish I would have recorded that. That shit was amazing.
That was unbelievable. You could literally fool somebody right the landline that you're talking to. Oh, for sure.
Well, I almost got away one night. I called Maxine Waters. I wanted to see how sexy she would sound in the middle of the night. So I called her, and I wanted to hear her sexy voice. Because, honestly, I kind of liked when I used to hear her say in Beach 45. It kind of turned me on just a little bit, I will say. But Maxine Waters, that predator face that she has, I wanted to hear her voice in the middle of the night. I wanted to make sure that she wasn't going to be doing the gargling sounds that the predator makes, because, folks, she looks like the princess.
Yeah.
But Iran, as you know, I was trying to play nice guy. What happened? let's not make this about me, okay? Because we got a lot of other people, especially Brad and folks. I know Brad has a lot of people who despise him on this end, but Brad is a high IQ individual.
I have a lot of people.
And when Brad speaks, you should all listen, okay? You should all listen.
Right, I have a lot of people that hate me.
Well, I suppose, Brad, it would be love from their end. I suppose they would think it's love.
Tiger says in the chat that America is responsible for COVID.
No, it's not. It was a fucking bullshit.
The fucking Wuhan lab. Get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, they wanted to kill off their elderly.
Out of the 8 years that Obama had in office, there were very far few in between things that he did during those 8 years. And I'm sorry, Ravi, that I cut you off, but I just want to say this. The cutting of to the NIH, I think it was, to keep doing that gain of function research. That was one of the very few things that man did while he was in office that was commendable. Outside of that, it's all downhill.
To be fair, Fauci ignored Obama's orders and continued to do the research.
Yeah, you're absolutely right.
Oh, you're right. Shit.
Yep, and he told Obama to go shove it up his ass, and he was going to do what he wanted to. So at the end of the day, you have Fauci, who, in my case, should have. I argued for a long time that he should have gone to prison, but sure, people don't want him. He's Saint Fauci.
Hey, I had a question. Abby, you there?
Yeah.
So, I came across a Supreme Court ruling that had granted Congress full authority to regulate federal elections. And of course, we had the recent one that came out that stated that I guess they turned down Trump to regulate mail-in ballots in California. What happens when you have two separate Supreme Court rulings that in a sense contradict one another?
It's an interesting question. I mean, it happens, but usually
if you need, the one I'm referring to is from 1980, ex parte Siebel, where there was some state officials in Baltimore that tried to block U.S. Marshals from fulfilling the role of whatever the federal government required them to do. When it came to the ballot boxes, they were put there to basically monitor them. And the state officials, the judges, it was 3 of them that tried to, as the document says, obstruct them from fulfilling the requirements of their role. And the U.S. Marshals locked them up. And they submitted a writ of habeas corpus, and it made it all the way over. And they struck down habeas corpus stating the Article 1, Section 4, Clause 1, I think it's make or alter regulation, whatever that is in the Constitution. They hung their head on that. And they said that the Congress has full authority to regulate all federal elections because they use the two different circumstances as a way of confirming that states cannot override federal authority, specifically when it comes to federal elections. So it's kind of like the context of what happened in that particular court case in 1880. So when I was thinking about it, I was like, damn, this is interesting because the Supreme Court says that Trump can't regulate it, but you have one court case that says Congress has full authority, and then they gave the Department of Justice oversight and supervision by way of the Voting Rights Act of 1965 and other acts as well. So I was wondering, how does that even play out where you have, like, can Trump just bypass one of them and say, hey, this one, in 1880 it gives me provision to regulate it, full authority. Here it is, black and white. So what do you think?
Oh God, I gotta think about that. Often, I mean, they've had rulings that have conflicted, but usually they'll distinguish on the facts. There's a difference on the facts, and it's not exactly conflicting statutes. I mean, they've also conflicting rulings, and sometimes the new ruling will weaken the older ruling, but not exactly be in full conflict with it. I don't know if that makes sense. Right. But I gotta look at these two, because I don't know the 18. What's the name of the case in the 18?
Ex parte, EXPARTE.
Ex parte, yeah. There's SIBO. Okay.
SIEBOLD.
SIBO.
I'll put the.
Put it in the chat. Let me look at that, and then let me. Marshall, do you?
I need to look at it too. Although my initial thought is that the power to regulate federal elections is in the time, place, manner clause, which essentially says time, place, and manner derived to the states except for federal elections. And that's, at least in my interpretation, that was supposed to be reflected to Congress. But let's look at the case you were recommending, because that'll be an interesting way to tell.
I'm reading this. I mean, you still, regardless, you still have elements of the supremacy clause that will kick in, even with the states regulating elections. We have in our Constitution clauses that conflict with each other. Forgetting court rulings, there's always been that argument that states' rights, supremacy clause fight each other, and there's scholars that will give it to the supremacy clause, and some that will argue that the states' rights will prevail in certain circumstances. Again, you look at the facts.
On pages 384 through 386, or even 387, that part, those pages have like some of the strongest language, because they literally say if there's ever a case where so the position that the Justice Bradley wrote in this one is that states can regulate federal elections as long as there's no regulation that's sent down from the federal government. If the federal government sends a regulation down to regulate a federal election that's being handled and managed by a state, if the state's law or whatever is in place, it shall cease to exist. It's like that type of declarative language. So I was like, oh shit, this is gonna get interesting.
Yeah, but it is, as Marshall said, time, place, and manner, that our Constitution gives Congress the power to alter regulations regarding time, place, and manner for holding elections. But that's for federal senators, federal elections. I don't know, this is an interesting one. My God, you're giving me like a law school question. Okay.
Yeah.
It really is like a law school question.
Yeah, that's constitutional law 101.
So I gotta say this to you.
They took base on this on like 102. Go ahead, my bad.
Yeah. I was gonna say, like, sort of, I appreciate your scholarship like nobody's business. Thank you for putting it together.
Yes, sir. You're welcome. Thank you as well.
Yeah, he's always amazing with this stuff.
But I missed everyone's reaction. Y'all believe us yet?
Oh, I'm a believer. If I'm trying.
Hello, Joe.
I mean, it's a lot heavier when you have a national address from the podium of the presidency, making allegations that our largest adversaries have been rigging our elections, and that he alluded to traitors involved with it that were hiding the information during his first term.
Well, boys, the Bugaloo's about to get going. Who's ready to ride that way? Ding, 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 ding.
11 million documents. We're going to have a treasure trove for weeks of this stuff rolling out. For
Dude, 11 million documents, weeks. That's going to take months.
Is there, that's what's on the website, the White House Go website, Joe? Like, I'm trying to figure out, like, where the actual files are right now.
Hold on, so they really doing this data dump?
Yeah, I think it's a real deal, right, Joe? I mean,
He's dead, and that's what talking heads on the different news outlets are saying, that it's 11 million documents, and then the department heads will be having their own press where they talk to the press here in the next couple of days.
You know, guys, he keeps saying that Iran is about Iran not having a nuclear weapon, but I honestly believe that Venezuela was the prefix to the end game, which is China. I don't think any of this shit has anything to do with Israel. I don't think any of this shit has anything to do with Iran not having nuclear weapons. I think he's doing all this shit to chokehold China and be a. Who was China?
I definitely see that angle. I can see that angle.
Well, you gotta think, who's China buying oil from? Venezuela, Iran. Who the fuck did he go after? Venezuela, Iran. Who did we send all of our manufacturing to? China. Who's he trying to get the manufacturing back from? China. You know them niggas ain't happy with him. He's fucking with they bread, with they milk and honey that they've had since 19 what? Well, granted they've had it since Nixon went over there and waved his fucking peace signs around and allegedly opened China to the West, but you know, really the opening really happened with Reagan, and they got fucking put on sticks with NAFTA, which NAFTA was supposed to, you know, help the American Union between Canada, America, and Mexico flourish, but instead, motherfuckers just took that as a way out to go straight to China, so, and the rest of Asia. But please, by all means, I'm going to be on talk too much. I don't know what I'm talking about, I'm dumb.
It's always been about China. Everything's about China.
China.
Yep. China. Oh, excuse me, it's China. China. Okay. China. Joe, come on, you're a very high IQ individual. Okay, Joe. Don't do this to me, Joe. It's China. China. It's very simple, Joe.
Yeah, I swear that was AI, if I heard you. That was too good.
so where does this go? I mean, has there been any indictments or even now? Or is that the next phase, or I don't even know what happens next.
Oh man, you gotta think, if indictments are next, then the Civil War's.
Well, yeah, that's true too. Good point.
You know, because you know exactly what their straw man is gonna be, what they're gonna go for. It's gonna be, this is political persecution. This is, this is what he wanted all along. When in all reality, they were the ones stoking the fucking flames of all of this political persecution shit. They love to, what was the word that I'm looking for? They love to project. Because lo and behold, wasn't the dossier alleging that Trump was in a hotel in Russia, you know, getting prostitutes to pee on him? And yeah, turn around and find out it was actually Joe Biden's son who was out there taking $3.2 billion from the fucking wife of the Russian mayor. And he was the one who was actually in a hotel in Russia getting peed on by Russian prostitutes. But, you know, we were supposed to believe it was Trump really was really doing that. But then again, what the fuck do I know? I'm just a cock. very beautiful, bright, colorful cock at that, I may add.
Is it enough beaver? Are you satisfied?
There's never enough beaver for this cock, Joe, unfortunately. I'm sorry. It's like cowbell. It's a fever that's never ending and can only be fulfilled with more cowbell.
Abby, I put the wrong one in there. This is actually the majority. My bad.
It's okay, I've been reading this. Trying to get an answer. It's different set of facts on it.
Beaver sounds like your problem show, just give you a heads up. But he's having some ear problems.
Can someone tell me what's going on with the air quality that they say something's coming out of Canada into some
Those are the fires up in Canada.
Well, you know, we have these forest fires in Canada that unfortunately, it's a clear sign that the earth is upset with us. And, trees are just self-combusting out there in the middle of nowhere. Climate change.
Where are the fires in Canada?
Yeah, I'm in Cleveland.
Yeah, I heard Cleveland got hit really hard with it.
It's like smoky as hell out here.
I'm in Philly and it was smoky here, but it's like, super humid too. But I heard Cleveland has it bad. So where is it in Canada that the fires are? Do you know?
Ontario.
Yeah, I think it's supposedly it's coming down from the northern parts of Ontario. Well, they did the same thing, 2 years ago? Do you guys remember 2024?
Yes.
When most of the Northeast got slammed with all that smoke. Yeah, it's crazy because I'm in Wyoming and I had been in Wyoming for a year at that point. And all that smoke came down this way, Wyoming, Colorado, Montana, and I mean, you could tell this shit is deliberate. There's no way in hell you're gonna tell me that just out of the blue, you're gonna have millions of acres just fucking combust out of nowhere over sunlight? They get bombarded with sunlight every day. How come they didn't combust the other day? It was just magically now, all of a sudden now. It wasn't even that half of the self-combust. What the fuck are we doing here?
There's parts of Wyoming I've driven through where there's, it's when you drive from like the middle of the state, like from Thermopolis over towards Jackson.
Thermopolis is shit.
It's a shithole, right?
Well, no. Wyoming is a beautiful state.
Wyoming's beautiful.
It's very beautiful, and the people are very beautiful. They're very kind.
They are.
Very gentle.
They are. I agree
very
with you.
nice people. And to the Democrats in Colorado that want to come up and ruin Wyoming, go fuck yourselves.
But there are burnt areas. What I was going to say is when you do that ride, you see areas. I was told that some of them were intentionally burnt.
Yeah. Because, you got to prove that climate change is real. And how better way to prove that it's real than by, shoving smoke down the throats of, 20, 30, maybe 50 million people. And in the process, devastating millions of pristine land because, it's climate change, of course, folks. Climate change.
So how's Liz Cheney these days in Wyoming?
I was actually in her old stomping grounds of, her dad's old stomping grounds of Lusk about a month ago. I don't even think she's in Wyoming anymore, to be honest with you. I think she left. But she's definitely persona non grata here. I can tell you that right now. That is very clear and evident. She is persona non grata.
I knew some Dems in Jackson that switched parties to vote in that primary to try to get her in. But there was no way she was getting back in that primary.
The one thing that I went down to the GOP offices here, and it wasn't like I had some kind of eye melting or brain melting information, but I did tell them, like, listen, I know you guys look at these electoral maps on on the election night. It's like this map is getting awfully pink, and from here is gonna go purple, and from purple it'll go blue. You know, it's like they're not heeding the warning. And I told them, I was like, if you guys think that Jackson is not capable of transmuting over to the east side of the state, eastern part of the state, you guys are absolutely lost. All of your cojones. You guys have lost the plot. Democrats are making a push on Wyoming. It's only 3 electoral votes, but trust me, they're making a push on it.
It's a college town too, so isn't Cheyenne? I mean, between that and Jackson.
Laramie is.
Laramie.
Cheyenne is the capital, but yeah, Laramie is. University of Wyoming is,
Yeah, Jackson has, I mean, so many people have moved there. I mean, during COVID, it was insane how many people moved there.
Well,
and they were blue people moving.
And, you know, this is the thing. Now, look, you want to move, great. It's a free nation. You can move wherever the fuck you want. But let's be honest. There's a reason why the place you left is in the condition that is in. And it's because you voted this fucking way. Down there. And they'll ruin it. So why the fuck are you gonna come here and vote for the same shit here? Like, you know, Trump is absolutely 100% correct. These motherfuckers are indeed unequivocally dumb fucks. They are in fact dumb. There's no way of putting it. It's that insanity. Doing the same shit over and over again and expecting a different outcome. That's what the fuck, they truly are insane.
I mean, look at how normal California became. Like, if you watch the mayoral race in LA, nobody voted for a tax increase on that ballot. Bass and Pratt were in the lead. All the in-person ballots, complete opposite. What was it? 80% voted against the taxing. All of a sudden, mail-in ballots come in, and the woman ends up,
she took second place, right?
Yeah, she took second place, but more importantly, like, this is the one where I go, there has to be something wrong. Almost all of them had an election or a selection box to increase taxes. I mean, what if Shirley really wishes that their taxes increase? Like, who votes for that? Who really passes that? And even under Bass's campaign, she had the most turnout for her and had the highest number of people who voted in opposition of a tax increase. So that should tell you that there is something amiss in that election system there, or that turnout, because I can't recall. I mean, in my life, I've never voted for a tax increase. I don't. Have you ever voted? For a tax increase? I don't think so. I don't think anybody really has.
No, I cannot think of the time I voted for a tax increase. I mean, unless I'm trying to think of who I would have voted for that was in their platform. I can't.
But then people like automatically say, "Oh no, you're lying about it." And but what's odd about it is all the tax increases came from the mail-in ballot portion. So I'm gonna be honest. Unless you're telling me LA is filled with, I'm gonna say stupid people. I'm confused. Why would you just vote for a tax increase? Well, yeah, but why would you vote for a tax increase only through mail-in ballot? Like, why wouldn't you have that significant portion on the in-person ballots vote for a tax increase? I've never seen something so starkly contrasted before in our election system as that one thing. It's mesmerizing.
I know why.
Oh, you do? Oh, you may have the answer. Maybe China did.
No, I heard that. No, they ballot harvested the homeless. We have the largest homeless population. And I tried to say it earlier, but I think I got cut off because I was in the red zone. But yeah, we have the largest homeless population. How do you think they're going to get more money? And they went around and all these homeless people. It was reported on. You can find a report. I think it just came out either earlier today or yesterday. But yeah, that's exactly. Ballot harvesting is legal in California, so that answers probably more than half of your problems.
Okay, so you mean to tell me that there was so many homeless. They outdid and outperformed all of the non-homeless people that, they voted for a tax increase. Like, I mean, I know you have a ton of homeless people, but I didn't think it was that many.
Yeah, Brad, they come from all over the nation to live here. The weather, rain, and they can set up their house anywhere. They can live anywhere they want. They can live like on the bay, just set up their tent, no taxes. Like, yeah, we feed them, we give them everything they need, and the weather's great. You should come and hang out sometime up here in the north.
I had an office in San Francisco. We closed it down. But alone should tell you that something odd about our election system, and that political parties will weaponize it, utilize it, exploit it, and do it. And we have nations. We have caught nations doing it. Like, I mean, shit, Canada was known to do that for the dairy farmers over very specific policies and acts and funnel money. I find it absurd that people don't believe that, like, China, out of all of them, is just so how innocent. Like, I get it. They're retarded, but they're still trying to do stupid shit. Like, we keep catching their spies. We keep catching various entities. We're catching them in schools. They're stealing IP. I mean, these are really not an honorable nation of sorts.
Well, their government isn't. I mean, I'm sure, the CCP doesn't stand or represent the entirety of the Chinese population, but yeah, their government is. You got to think they've been opening up confusion centers in this country since the mid to late 70s. It's been an onslaught since. Matter of fact, I'm willing to say they've been opening up confusion centers here since the late 60s, actually. And those confusion centers are directly on college campuses, on university campuses. So and then you got to think, if you look at the correlation when the Confucius centers came in, you take 1 to 2 generations to finally get to where you want to be in terms of high output, in terms of how you're going to target the population. And surely enough, their plan is in fact working. But you got to think, I forget what the popular communist was that said that it would take about 2 generations to get America old, because all they would have to do is, basically get themselves in the educational system, and from there they would branch out, and it would be a virus would be unstoppable, because now that they're being put in charge of educating the next generation of what would be patriots, but instead, what do we have? Just look around. We have a bunch of socialist wannabes, commie wannabes. I think that, communism, socialism is the way to go, even though history very clearly dictates that there'll be a couple 100 million of them that before it's all over and said and done.
I thought we shut a lot of those down. I have this memory that there was something that happened that I don't know if we cut off funding, but I thought those Confucius centers, like, a lot of them got shut down.
Yeah, funding was cut off. But when funding was cut off, home side, China started to pump money into them. They're still up and going. A lot of them still are, especially in California. If memory serves me correct, I believe there's one in UCLA, on UCLA campus grounds. And I could be wrong, but I believe there's one on USC campus grounds as well.
Wow, really thought they had gone. That's interesting, I didn't know that.
Alright, so let's call it for what it is. You guys tell me if you guys would agree with this. Considering the how has a pattern of showing us the shit that the overlords are, planning to do or going to do to us, planning. Who here believes that the Obamas making that fucking movie that they put on Netflix? What was it called? I forgot. Funny because I watched it. I forgot the stupid name of it. But who here thinks that these two were actually sending the world and our country, for that matter, a sign that this is what the fuck is about to happen to you, motherfucker?
What was your question? What you say, nigga?
Do we believe that the Obamas took a shot at letting the population know what's coming next? Is that a better way to rephrase the question? Very well.
Nah, just my I went behind, okay? So I'm trying to comprehend what you're saying, man.
Well, nigga, spark that shot, man. Come on. Get them brain cells stimulated. Let's go, dog. What's going on here? Hey, but I do want to say thank you. I appreciate you. You came in early, you know what I'm saying? You manhandled the trolls. You took care of business. You kept it on topic, unlike bitch-ass Matt over there who, decided to give up on his job of being like a mod. We understand he was down and out for the count. He's sick. But man, you know what? Everything horrible that happened on this stage tonight and subsequently every other night, boy, is all your fault, motherfucker. This is all your fault, man.
Yeah, nah, y'all tweaking earlier, man. Yo.
Is that seeing that dude, that them two was tweaking.
Yeah, that nigga was tweaking, bro. But it seemed like they was the life of the room, maybe.
You know what it is, Timothy? Most people come into the rooms when no trolls are on stage because they're not really after a legit, concise conversation. They just out for pure, explicitive,
Hell yeah.
Entertainment. That's it. That's all they after.
Hell yeah, that's Clubhouse for you, gang. Motherfucker come in here to troll and laugh for real.
And that's it. Listen, I've seen rooms with trolls on stage cussing each other out, yells of foul shit on each other's mother, and the rooms be popping, couple hundred people. The moment people start talking about money and finances and shit, knowledge, dog, you still 102, 97, 86. Nigga, before you know it, you're down to a small ass room with like 23 people, and that's it. But then as soon as you bring back the fuckery, guess what happens to the cat? Oh, here they go. Here come the people right back.
Y'all, damn right, bro. You spot on, nigga. What you prefer? You like the smart, like what you come here for the knowledge, just the conversations, like.
Yeah, I've been on this app since season 1, dog. I come here for the conversation. I don't come here to gallivant, to lambast. I don't come here to troll on people. I do troll on people once in a blue moon, but I come here for the conversation, which unfortunately that people do not know how to engage in. Most people don't know how to engage of conversation, and it's sad because they want to be part of the conversation, but they don't know how to do it. They don't know how to get their point to the finish line.
Okay. How you feel about the race topics?
I'm down with it. I'm so down with it, man. That's one of the main reasons why I changed my name to COC. I was like, I'm tired of this shit. I'm tired of hearing about people. I'm tired of hearing about the melanin on your skin, man. Can I hear about the content of your fucking character? Cause I've been jerked, I've been fucked over by people that look just like me. By my own people.
Yeah.
Like, you know, all of this bullshit that I hear in these rooms, like, oh, motherfucker, white people will fuck each other over, okay, for the sake of full-blown impropriety. Like, what are we doing here? Like, now we gonna act like we don't do the same shit? Like, it's just only white people? Like, we supposed to just stand up and so, you know, this the bullshit, brown paper bag, you know.
Oh, man, you're getting off code, brother.
Yeah, but fuck the code. Fuck the fucking code.
What's the
happening with every nation? It's not just you or black or yellow. Or, it happens with everyone.
Oh, you know what the code is. Fuck these crackers. That's the code. Fuck crackers. I mean, we gotta stop buying all these weeds from these Asians. You know what the code is.
Yeah, that shit ain't gonna stop though, man. It ain't stopping no time soon. And when Captain Race rooms, bro, that's like you said. That's where the numbers is, man. Niggas, the motherfuckers wanna talk about that shit, man. But we was saying the other day, motherfuckers only talk about black racial shit. You know what I mean? I don't never hop on Clubhouse and see white racial shit. Like, it's always black.
I mean, I've witnessed white on white violence on this app, I will say. I mean, have you ever seen Frankie? You ever seen Brad take on these white folks?
But you mentioned...
Have you ever hopped on Clubhouse and seen, you know, a white racist room, though? Like, well, not a white racist room, a room where they're discussing about racist shit white people do.
Oh, yeah, nah, you never. Man, you know that, man, listen, dog. White people got way too many problems in their lives to be worried about fucking. They got the bills. They got that to worry about. You know, they got little Jimmy to worry about. They got to worry about little Jimmy going down to Kensington in Florida and doing a little meth, a little crack, you know. And white folk are hurting. Leave white folk alone, people. Please, leave white folk the fuck alone. Let them deal with their shit, you know what I'm saying? It's their turn to just say no, okay? And we're going to stand by it. And we go in solidarity, just say no. Okay, and while they make it through this, and we just gonna leave them alone.
So this guy says melatonin doesn't matter and we are all the same. So can white people say N-word? No.
But that's language. That's not.
Can they say N-word?
Nobody should be saying that.
No, can white people say N-word?
Of course white people can say it.
Rob, why you believe nobody? Why you believe nobody?
Anybody can say that, but nobody should be saying it.
Hold on. 1 second. Yeah, why did you mention the N-word, the W word? You know,
hold on. I'm from Iran. I'd like to say something, please. Please, thank you.
Hey.
I am not Muslim. I am Persian. Thank you.
Say the N-word.
What? Why don't you say the N-word? You want to say the N-word. Say the N-word. Go ahead.
Yeah, it's
Inshallah. Say the N-word. Say it.
Do y'all be saying the N-word over there?
N-word white guys.
Hey, Hermes, man.
Yes, they do.
Y'all be saying, they be
saying the N-word.
Yeah.
Left and right over there. Oh,
It's our worst things.
So it does
real they
matter.
do it.
Oh, my neighbor screams it all night long. It's a video game.
It doesn't matter for you, cock.
Why y'all so fascinated with that word, though?
Because that word is what gives you a power. Isn't it?
It's like great.
That word is the symbol of defeat of white men. That's what that word is.
Of white men.
Yes. Because that's something you can do and white people cannot do. It's like what Nazis were trying to achieve. What was allowed to them isn't allowed to others. So that's what it is. It is your power.
So white too. So
power, you know.
So you're white too.
You saying that
No, you're
you're
white.
doesn't matter. So No, we are all equal here, and you talking about crackers, and we know what that white crackers, white trash. So can a white man say N-word? Yes.
I can say any word I want. I can do anything too.
Yeah, they can do anything they want to, but
say it.
They are the common white man knows. The common white man knows they can say whatever the fuck they say, bro.
That's what you are. That's
what you bring the 50s. What you bring the 50s in 2026?
Look, listen, bro. Listen, brother. Listen to me, brother. Listen. Timothy's listen.
Don't call me brother. Don't call me brother.
Alright, bitch ass nigga. Listen here. Listen here. I'm alright, you hoe ass nigga. Listen here, you bitch ass nigga. Timothy's talking. So, as I was saying, you bitch ass nigga, that white man, he can say whatever the fuck he wanna say. You feel me? But they know it come with consequences. Hoe ass nigga. You lucky you ain't near me, nigga. I'll slap the shit out of you in real life, nigga.
Timothy, you remember the other day when I said I'm for American and I don't have the empathy or the sympathy for all those foreign-borns who try to create problems and try to do all those things.
So we are all equal here.
I told you.
It doesn't matter, but there are consequences for the world.
There's consequences for everything.
One second. What's the consequences today? You're talking about consequences and the problem. What is the problem? Can you explain it?
Turns into an assault and people go to jail.
I tell you that they say white people don't worry to becoming a minority. You are treated equally and other bullshit, and you can see in you go. He see. He's trying to silence me. You aren't going to treat it equally. Look at the South Africa and how they're treating.
Nigga, fuck you, nigga. Fuck you talking about, nigga. Sit your ass in the goo, nigga. Hoe ass nigga. Yeah, how you feel about that, nigga? A black man silencing you, nigga? Hoe ass nigga. How that feel, nigga?
So
go ahead, Wallace.
So Kuka, I have a question for you. Like, how do you see America in the next?
The fuck up.
Does anybody want to speak to the topic, man? You know what I mean? First Trump, you feel me? We don't gotta speak about this black nigga shit, man. Let's speak about the topic, man.
Yeah, I just been reading Twitter, a lot of the stuff that's coming out. So there is a release document showing that Trump was receiving information in his presidential daily briefs that Russia was a threat to the election system in or around September of 2020, when in fact it was China. And people in the government were misleading the president on which foreign adversary it was. That's pretty fucking serious shit. Think about intel agencies framing it's Russia rather than it actually being China. And what could that have done if Trump had, made a decision in regards to it being Russia, and it was wrong intel? That could start a massive conflict, illegitimate.
Well, Joe, think about not just right now. Let's go back maybe 30, 40, maybe 50 years. How much intel now, the question I suppose needs to be asked is, how much crap intel have our presidents been fed throughout all of these years? All in the name of, these three-letter agents playing hooky with one another.
You're looking at it wrong. So, a lot of people inaccurately say, like, which country pays the most for influence in America. And a lot of people will point to Israel, and I'll tell you that you're wrong. Massively wrong. Not even close. Israel's not even close to the top tier individual nation. It's actually China. through a variety of entities. Malaysia is one of them. A variety of companies. They pay for massive amounts. They funnel funds. They pay for lobbies. They fuck our congressional reps. They get elected to offices. And if you speak out against it, China wages a racial war. And they'll stoke that. And we're aware of this, that China does massively try to influence. They're just really stupid about it, and they get caught a little bit. But this is where Rubio is now cracking down. And rightfully so. We've removed China, any Chinese connection from a lot of our degree programs in college. We remove them as students. We'll detain them, and China bitches about this, but they're not really going to do anything because they are a paper tiger. But they're just thieves. They're just like grifters on the world. They wouldn't exist without the U.S.'s economic investments overall. They wouldn't be where they're at today because they're tied to the hip of the U.S. economically. Militarily, I believe Japan could take them. And they just have never been proven. They've never really tried. They talk about their technology. They talk about a lot of things, but we're really not that scared of China. We just kind of keep an eye on them, up our assets a little bit more, but we really have them contained. They'll throw something out there like supersonic missiles and think somehow that's a win when they can't even control them. And to be honest, we gave them a brief test. All that fancy equipment in Venezuela, we made it go dark in under a few seconds. So it wasn't difficult for us to pretty much show how far down the chain China tricked. They're too much. They seem to be lecherous. Than the Russians. They're a lot worse, let's be honest. We're going to do this. Yeah, go buy one of those cheap cars and see how well it lasts. People have already reviewed them. People have already gotten their hands on them. You're not going to like them. They're $10,000 car, they're electric cars. You're not going to like it. You're going to sit there and go, this is a piece of shit. And that happens with everything that comes from China that they try to undercut. It's just trash. It's not up there because they're stealing IP. And then they're trying to force fit it. They don't understand it. They didn't develop it, and they can't control it. And then when they try manufacturing it at mass and trying to take shortcuts, there's a reason your cars are. Because you like driving down the road and having 4 tires stay on the fucking car. I mean, people, but then when I actually watch the product, I sit there and laugh at them because they disappear or it's just shit.
Right. Okay. So,
how do you feel about Tiger saying that you give off small dick energy?
As long as I get to touch the sides, the top, and the bottom, I'm all good. It could be the best 30 seconds of any time, any person's life. But we all know Chinese people have a little pimple they piss out of. You men don't really have balls, right? So, it looks like 2 jelly beans and a Vienna sausage at best. So, even as an Irishman, I beat that.
Okay, so since you talked about
Go ahead, Commander.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Since you talked about the China, China, they are producing mass BYD cars, which is failing, as well as the American cars, which is the Lincoln, I believe the GMC Denali. That one is also a piece of shit. So do not talk about cars unless we make better cars than the Germans and the Japanese. That's one. 2, let's talk about, yes, I agree with you. China is a communist party that is willing to rise up. And we have the wall, which is South Korea, Japan, Taiwan, and the rest of the East Asia, where the Chinese, they cannot actually move or logistically they cannot improve or be better for the world, where the US is the dominant place where they have so many alliances there. I agree with that. And the other topic you talked about was about the technology. Well, the Chinese, I must give the credit for the Chinese. They are well advanced than the USA in many aspects. If you want to talk about the TikTok, that they actually introduced before the America. Whether if you talk about the Alibaba, they made better than the Amazon. Well, the Amazon they actually copy. So we cannot actually say China is a copycat. Yes, I agree with you that they're actually having students in the US and the West and in Europe, and then they're studying, they're working hard, they're doing everything. But what have the Americans done up so far in technology-wise? That's what I'm talking. And the other part, Russia and Ukraine, well, the Ukrainians are doing better. They're actually bringing military operations in technology-wise, which is far much better than the European and the American, including the Americans. So this is another topic we have to talk about. So this is Ireland.
So let's go through this. So the U.S. leads the entire world. It's not even close in AI, aerospace, biotech, semiconductors, defense technologies, NVIDIA, Apple, Microsoft, OpenAI, SpaceX, like literally a plethora. We could go down this. Our military produces more high-end tech than China does in massive ways that have reshaped the world. Fuck, you got the microwave oven because of the U.S., so hats off to that. You're more on the, you make shitty drones, you manufacture. That's the extent of what China has. You're manufacturing. Your development is subpar at best. No one is craving, to go out there and say, oh, I really, really want this on that front. Now, you may throw in, oh, it's a $10,000 price tag. You may undercut the price of the market, but then when people actually get the product, they have buyer's remorse en masse. So China is not even effective in terms of that. Japan produces more high-end tech than more development tech. And again, China, like, that's all they're known for. They steal IP, slap a box around it and say, here you go. And it's not even fully developed, fully completed, and fully manufactured. So at the end of the day, especially with China being this big rationale, it's just the fact that they basically tell their workers, I'm going to give you 10 cents and a sack of rice, and you must work 15 hours a day, 7 days a week. And that's it. Like, I don't really much understand this belief that China is so far advanced in comparison to everybody when they can't even get out of their own way. And once you get out of like Beijing, Hong Kong, you go into the rural side, you see that infrastructure start to fall apart. So in massive ways, there is such a dichotomy there that it's just absurd. And let's be honest, you have ineffective like spyware at best. Like you're not even, your ships, your naval assets, they have problems at sea. You have problems tracking, you lose shit all the time, shit sinks. Your planes, they go up, they come down pretty fast. So really, overall, I haven't seen China be the big threat it is. It does roar, but it's usually an AI roar, I'll say. It's not really something that's backed with teeth. Secondly, you have India that could, honestly hates freaking China. Koreans don't fucking like you, north or south. Like, let's be real on that one. That's for thousands of years of war. And then Japan doesn't like you. Philippines doesn't like you. You've got Australia that doesn't like you, even though Vietnam fucking can't stand you guys. Right. So, the largest armies in the Asian area do not like you. And oh, by the way, you're still having land disputes with Russia. So, yeah, China not being able to expand, China doing its thing, like you conquered Tibet, you conquered a Dalai Lama. That's your most notable military achievement. Like nothing more. Like you spare me if I have this like sense of incredulous belief that you guys are somehow more advanced than I'd say Japan, Europe, the United States, Canada, and Russia. I don't have that belief that you guys are as high as it is. I think it's just all paper trail.
You're calling me you guys. I'm not you guys. I'm not with them. I'm just like asking you a question. So in terms of military-wise in Russia, they are actually more advanced than European Union, like in scale-wise. That's what I'm talking about. But with technology, with with less, what's that called? With less, what we call it? With less military power in Ukraine, they actually achieved it with the technology. So what I'm asking right now, the Americans, where are the Americans heading? Right? Are they looking to improve life? Are they looking for, well, you know, if we talk about the Americans, like, the only thing that for America that lift America up was the immigrants. So are we pushing immigrants back? Are we saying no to Americans? Like, I want to know. I want to understand.
Wait, are we pushing Americans back? I don't understand your context. What do you?
I asked the question, what lifted America up was the immigrants. The only thing that raised America up is the power of manpower from the immigrants. That's what really lifted Americans up. So what
Sure, if you count everybody in America either a descendant of an immigrant or an immigrant itself, yeah, sure. But really what lifted up America at its peak, well, it's still current peak, is, and who knows if this is the peak, I'll be dead. I don't even know if this is the end of the peak of America. You have a lot of people saying, oh, it's the downfall. Oddly enough, we seem to keep advancing. But in terms of that, yeah, you can say that everybody's an immigrant. Sure, I'll give you that if you're going to put it in the overall broad historical area. But what lifted America up was an ability to recognize decisions. It's a vast land. Its ability to have numerous resources. Its ability to actually unite. Oddly enough, despite all the diversification, if there is a threat to America, and not like some bullshit threat, but an actual threat, as evidenced in World War I, World War II, and various other times, even the Civil War, there is a great unification. Even though we may argue amongst ourselves about it, a foreign actor to come in and create a threat, such as like 9/11, Pearl Harbor, no problem setting aside those differences and including those that may be oppressed by the current system. Will set that aside. Say, nope, we're going, and we're 10 toes down, we're chest out and ready to go forward. Its drive comes from the fact that women, overnight, when men had to go to war, came into the factories without complaint, without their working in fucking massive conditions that you wouldn't want to do, that your ass couldn't fucking do it, and assembled tanks, bullets, made watches with radium glow so soldiers could see in the night so they could coordinate attacks, packed med kits. Even during the pandemic, you saw a unification of people actually coming together despite the overall disagreements of how to handle it, what was best. But Americans actually ended up helping each other out in a lot of ways. There were people delivering food. There were people trying to educate. Moms set aside their days and made mini schools in their neighborhoods. Fathers were out there helping neighbors. So like America's rise in terms of like it needs its immigrants. No other nation does what the U.S. does in terms of that. It does. It also gives more charity to everywhere else in the world. Americans are called upon to be most charitable. They're asked to give the most, and they're asked to sacrifice and daughters at any given moment in response to what goes on in the world. So in terms of the rise of it, I would say America's culture is not one that's just based on immigrants. It's a collectiveness of people who left their areas at one point or another for whatever reason it was, and others that were brought here against their will. But at the end of it, generations later, they still come together and do this. And you can see that over and over again. Like, look at what went on in Venezuela. I mean, shit. Americans gave massive amounts of clothes. You know what people were saying about that natural disaster? They were bitching about the fact they were used clothes. But here you are, Americans are donating the shit that they have. They weren't given like crap. They weren't given holes. They weren't given like, decades old fucking shit.
They were getting the shirts off their backs to out to Venezuela.
Yeah, and then they complained about the fact that they were used stuff. We lost everything. But somehow Americans need to go out and just buy you brand new stuff. They need to go buy apple bottom shoes or whatever the fuck it is and send that down to you. So
and let's not forget that America is the only country, and by all means, please somebody correct me if I'm wrong. I'm open to that. Is the only country on a yearly basis takes in 1 million immigrants. What other country around the world on a yearly basis takes in 1 million people? I'll wait for it.
There's none, unless you're going to give a whole region. But here it goes further. Americans actually you comport to American society when you immigrate here.
We want you to listen.
And we have a problem now because we have a certain population that does immigrate here. Like, we don't have a problem with Hispanics. Like, they come in, we love, like, I love them. I connect with them more. I just don't like the Canadians. But the Mexican and most other immigrants, I don't have a problem. The problem comes is when an immigrant comes in and says, hey, we want to set up a Sharia town over in Dearborn, Michigan, or in Houston, Texas. And then when the Americans, the entire population that exists in that area says, nah, we're going to pass on that shit. You get upset as you come over here. And now you call us racist, xenophobic, or whatever. And like, Americans are just kind of getting sick of it that they have to sit there and cater to your needs and your demands. And they're like, then go back fucking home. Like, why did you leave? Like, this is a big question that Americans ask you guys that are foreign born. Why do you come to America to recreate the very shit you left?
Thank you. And Brad, you know what's crazy? Look, I've traveled abroad. I'm sure you have. When we go abroad, if you ever notice, Americans, we are always very, very open and willing to assimilate to wherever we're at. You know, well, shit, if we go to Mexico and we don't know any Spanish, you'll catch us trying to learn Spanish.
Shit.
Because we don't want to be
the last time
we don't want to be eyeball out.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Shit, name the last time a white woman didn't pretend she was France while being a tourist in France. Come on. Trying to talk in a French accent.
The point is that these folks, they come here and they want us to assimilate to them. And that's the problem that we're having in this country right now. For the first time, we have both a group of individuals that are migrating here alongside while having a domestic political party telling them, inciting them to hold on to this idea that they ought to be into rather than the other way around. When you gotta think, we're the ones rolling out the red carpet for you to come here. You would think the least that you could do is learn the language, bare minimum. And there's a lot of communities that you go into where you just...
Yeah, mine's one of them. I live next to the border and Spanish is the primary spoken language.
At the southern border is
and I did not enforce my beliefs on you. So what are you talking about? I don't understand.
But we're not sure. But see, this is the thing. When you go to another country, they're not forcing their beliefs on you. You are forcing yourself onto those beliefs because you are making the choice to go there. No one forced you to come to America. You made that choice on your own volition. So the least that we are asking of is, look, you don't have to assimilate it to any kind of, American mainstream religion or any of that. What we're asking is that, hey, pal, if our police officers fucking pull you over, the least you could possibly do is know how to read our fucking street signs, okay? And that if a police officer pulls you over, you know how to interact with them, all right? If you walk into a store, you're not lost being able to read, the English signs. Like, what are we doing? I'll leave it with this. I'm going to end it with this. We have right now a very large group of Americans that have moved down to Mexico City, Mexico, okay? And a lot of the signs, folks, have now bilingual signs. Sort of like how they've done to us here, because, Americans, you're so bigoted and xenophobic. How dare you have bilingual signs? So we have allowed it. Well, guess what? Down in Mexico, you know what they're doing to Americans? To the small American villages that are starting to pop up? And all the signs signs that are starting to pop up in English, they're tearing them down. And you know what the ones are telling the Americans? To get the fuck out their country. So why is it that the world can tell America to get the fuck out their country, but America can't tell the world to get the fuck out of their country?
I'll answer that question because America, the Mexicans, they did not invest in Mexico, while the Chinese did come to Mexico and invested.
Wait, hold on.
That's not the point that I'm making.
Wait, hold on.
That's exactly
You said, wait. You said America does not invest in Mexico, that China did. China's only done that as a recently. Wait, stop here. Listen, Osama, whatever. First off, the American military, like, literally, the American mindset
for that, bro.
literally has invested since, like, the Alamo days. Literally has invested in it. We have heavily there. Fuck the cable lines, the water lines, literally supply, electrical lines, oil. We have trade investments that are actually fucking imbalanced, if you ask me. But to cater to Mexico, to keep them at least somewhat solvent. We have done a shit ton for Mexico in terms of that. So your idea that Americans in themselves don't invest in Mexico, and if Mexico was attacked, the holy fucking hell that Americans would have marching down there saying, hold on there, buddy, put that sombrero back on, we're going to take care of this. We would fucking wallop anybody's asses. Like, we would gladly do it. We would gladly defend that. Without even...
Brad, we choked out...
Hold on. Give me 1 minute. One minute, please.
We choked out our own timber industry.
Can I speak 1 minute,
so
please?
we could be nice to our neighbors.
No, you're not gonna back up Viking. He answered me my question, so I have to answer him back, right?
No, I'm answering your question along with Viking. That's what I'm doing.
Okay, no, you're not gonna have to back up Viking.
I'm not backing the Viking. Viking doesn't need
okay, and then I'll come back to your question again. No problem. So in the last 20 years, in the last 30 years, have you ever invested in Mexico? While Mexico thinks you guys are like menacing them, you guys are like extorting them. Like, how come? Why did Donald Trump call the Gulf of Mexico, America, the Gulf of America? That's like overpowered. Like
because it is the Gulf of America.
No, it's not. It's Gulf of Mexico.
Louisiana, Mississippi.
No, we called the Gulf of America, but for a long time it had been known as the Gulf of Mexico, but substantially the first people to settle the area. That's why it's called the Gulf of Mexico.
I'm just kind of confused. Like, you're still... Listen, Abdul, whatever. Wait. So, like, we invest roughly $387 billion annually, just annually to Mexico. We do it through a variety of entities. We have private partnerships. We have trades. Fucking shit's made down there, and we bring it back up and give them export fees and processes. We do a lot of shit with Mexico. So in terms of your investment, you better check yourself, because we actually invest more than fucking China does. And, oh, by the way, we don't give Mexico shit. I get it, Osama bin Laden. Listen, I don't really give a fuck. Like, this is why we don't care for you guys. Because, again, you give your 20-year investment, and we've been doing that shit for fucking decades. Like 150 fucking years. Where were you? Welcome to the party now? Thank you for showing up. That you're like, oh, China, they're investing great, okay? And they still suck at it. The fucking, even the Mexicans don't like their investment. They don't want their trade deals. Because, by the way, China kind of sucks at that. It's a little bit wonky. And the people are like, hey, these trade deals aren't really that fucking great.
And their equipment sucks ass too.
Yeah, no one's questioning their shit. So when we look at what we have down there in Mexico, you don't get to have that. And oh, by the way, if it was so great, I don't see a whole lot of Taco Tuesdays in fucking China going on. I hate to tell you this, there's not a lot of taco trucks driving around there, or correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure there's not a huge significant Mexican population that's living in China saying, let's go celebrate Cinco de Mayo. Like, I hate to tell you, but
You're just like, again, it's this TikTok liberal. Like, you brought out TikTok as an innovation. Ooh, someone made a social media platform. Gee, where did they get that idea? Fucking Facebook?
Like, I'm sorry, but you do know that. They don't celebrate Cinco de Mayo, right? You do know that, right?
Oh,
Mexico doesn't, they don't celebrate Cinco de Mayo.
Hold up.
That's
Shall we?
sad.
Hold up.
United States of America is benefited from Mexico. So,
man, I get that you have to take the drunk girl home at night.
No, I'm
You
not
have
drunk,
to bring her into the house.
babbling
Can't you just go to her place?
You don't even know. They don't celebrate Cinco de Mayo. And America has benefited from our relationship with Mexico, and it's a fact.
Dipshit. I never said we didn't benefit from it. That never came out of my mouth, you fucking crackho. Like,
You said we never benefit from the migrants, right? So should we migrate to Russia and China or US? Like, we need to understand.
well, actually lose with the Chinese ones. We lose with you guys. It costs us a lot. I really wish we would open up. I'd rather deal with India. I'd rather deal with a lot of other nations. I would have spread that all around. I wish our business people had the foresight way back when to sit there and go, yeah, China's willing to fleece their people. They're willing to torture and it is. Like, you brought up Alibaba. Where the fuck is that guy? Where did he go? Oh yeah, that's right. He had a lobotomy, right?
Jack Ma?
Yeah.
Made him disappear real quick when he do something.
Yeah, so I mean, just to kind of go through your little rant there, like nothing you can do with China that's like some big threat that I have to worry about.
Or should we migrate to China? Like, you tell me.
No, I don't want you to migrate here. I want you to stay wherever the fuck your mother is.
Right. So we should migrate to China then. Exactly, right. Thank you.
Hold on. Put a 1 in the chat if Brad was cooking. Put a chat if not cooking.
Who said that you have to migrate anywhere? Who said that we have to?
Why don't you improve your country?
Brother,
if America's he's not your brother. He's my brother. He's my American brother. He's not yours. You just said it to him. You came on the stage earlier and you asked about whether or not he should be allowed to say the N-word. He's not your fucking. You won't defend him. You'll come to this country and fleece him. You'll put a Valero gas station in a fucking black neighborhood and tell black people they're nothing but thieves. You'll shoot them while a kid's running down the street.
Hold up. Can I call on Mr. Cooper?
You're gonna try to tell me that, oh brother, take your brother, go back to your fucking village and try to build that up. Listen, bro, what are you trying to be California now? Leave my California.
Right. Yeah, you said that brother shit earlier, man.
I'm not gonna call him brother. I'm gonna call him Mr. Coco. Okay, can we speak now? Okay, the reason why.
It's cock.
It's cock, man. Just say.
Cock like I think dick like. What is it?
Yeah, like the dick he gave your mom last night. Literally, cock.
Say, no, give your mom too. Yeah, I'm on your mom too.
Hold on, before you go, man.
Do not disrespect mom.
Man, first of all, he could say what he want to say. If you want to disrespect, go ahead. But 2, is that you on your PTR, sir? Oh, now you quiet? You all got nothing to say?
No, I was asking Mr. Coco.
No. Is that you on your PTR, sir?
He's in Canada.
Not me?
Yeah. Is that...
He's in Canada.
Okay. Yes, it's me. Okay, go ahead, man.
He's in Canada.
So you're what's your name again?
Ravi, he's, I know Ravi, I know him, a long time ago.
And what did you have for dinner tonight?
I had guns and Lady King.
Nice. What movie you saw?
Well, is this an interview?
It's
and you are interviewing me here right now.
Come on, this is
Okay. Well, go ahead and speak, man. I said you can speak, nigga.
As DJ speaking to you, turn on the flashlight on your phone and face it straight to your face, and let DJ ask the questions.
When you fart, is it more like a belch or is it more like a fart? This is.
About farts, I'm talking about Mr. Coco.
It's more of an abortion.
I want to talk to him. Listen, none of the bullshit I need to hear right now.
Okay, but I was talking to Coco.
Hey, one mic on Hamada. One mic on Hamada. Let Hamada say what he wants to say. One mic on that nigga.
Thank you, I appreciate that. Since you mentioned about immigrants, so the immigrants are fucking building United States of America right now. Do not fucking tell me that immigrants are doing shit. They're fucking paying your taxes.
They're not doing shit.
Listen, shut the fuck up. They're paying your taxes.
What are you going
They are picking your fruits, alright?
What are you gonna fucking do?
They are working in fucking manufacturing lines, so do not give me shit about it.
They're working on manufacturing lines?
Calm down, relax.
They're working manufacturing lines? Holy shit, guys, you know what? Americans, we can just sit back. You know what? Collect that fucking money and just sit back and you can let Osama here put together your car. Right?
Exactly, they're paying for your family, man, to feed your food in your table.
They are?
Yes.
Oh.
Yeah.
So like, what are Americans doing? What are Americans doing? Are they not working?
It's fucking rinsing you over, man. Taking billions, all the billionaires are rinsing you, so do not fucking talk to me about it.
But what about the billions that your fucking shithole nation?
Don't you guys think that? Doesn't even sound like he's in his shithole nation anyways. Right?
Yeah, he immigrated to Canada.
It sounds like he went to some colonizer's country.
Wait. Here's how bad it is.
Colonizer's country, and he's trying to tell the colonizer how terrible the country is.
Wait. Is this a can I ran?
To go and backswing when you colonize. Right? That's some shit, man.
This is a can I ran? Oh.
Yes.
I just nutted. So this is a can I ran. So this is an Iranian man that ran to Canada. You left your fucking nation. Why? Because I don't know, whatever. You were getting bent over every time you farted. It was like an abortion to you. So like all of that shit happened to you over and over again. And then you went to Canada and then you're like, we're building this nation. We're building it. Bitch, it was already fucking built. We just opened the doors to you and we allowed you in. You think like white people did fucking build an agricultural society throughout the fucking slavery? You need things like fucking Mexican Americans after the fucking Mexican American didn't provide agricultural assets. Fucking Asian Americans came over here and provided the fucking railways and development under Great Depression. You can't touch every demographic except for the English one. They had to fucking suffer. They are the ones that built it. They're the ones that actually contributed to it. And they died along the way. They gave birth to their children along the fucking way. They fucking endured slavery, fucking Jim Crow, segregation, fucking economics, natural disasters, a dust bowl where our government left them alone. They still suffered. And you know what Americans still do? Every time something bad happens, they don't run from danger, bitch boy, like you did. They don't run to fucking Canada and through the fucking danger. And they served it up. Black, white, Asian, Hispanic, it didn't matter to them. They consistently do that over and over again. So listen here, Muslim Karen. You should go back to Iran, go build up your fucking country, instead of coming into Canada and fucking up theirs.
But why are you mad?
I get it. You know, they have good maple syrup. But at the end of the day,
Shalom, Goyam. Shalom, Goyam. Hamada, brother. You need to go ahead and reinforcements, man. They cooking your ass in this bitch, bro. Go get your Iranian brothers. Bring them back in this bitch, man.
Excuse me, I
Shalom, Goyam.
I'm USA, but these guys are fucking they have no knowledge. They're just like, eliminate everything.
What knowledge did you want? You didn't know how much America invested in Mexico. You don't even know how much money America invests in your own fucking adopted nation.
You never fucking
Right?
In Mexico.
Do you know what you already have manufacturing up there? The railways, the pipelines, all this stuff is managed by American control. That Americans do that. Do you know that Americans are up there now protecting your ass in mass? Well, no. Apparently, America doesn't do anything. But except we have to save the world. We have to carry the weight of the world. All of its morality, all of its decisions come down onto our men and women's shoulders. Because we carry a blue passport with gold letters. You put that on us. You didn't go build a nation. You didn't develop anything. You went to another nation to sit there and say, hey, your US is bad, but you flew to the very democratic side of the globe that actually mimics the United States in so many ways. You don't fucking even get what you're saying. And I get it, Osama bin Iranian, whatever it is, Can Iran or whatever it is. You fucking ran. Your nation's at war. And what did you do? You ran to Canada.
Which nation is in war? Which nation is
you're a draft dodger.
USA started the fucking war, man. Which nation is in war other than USA who started the fucking war?
Really? You know there's 39 open armed conflicts around the world right now, right? Right?
You tell me, which nation is in war other than USA who started the fucking war?
One mic on COC, man. Go ahead.
I would like to ask him, buddy, where the fuck are you stupid, buddy? What the fuck? Please answer my fucking question, buddy. What the fuck? Why are you so stupid? Alright, well, I guess that's racist. Oh, this motherfucker drunk, man.
The guy is in Matrix, man. So what are we talking about right now?
Buddy, what the fuck are you talking about, buddy? What
You were asking him something about if he's a what?
What's this guy's story, Rafi? I mean, what is he like, regretting being born? Like he's pissed off that his mom's not getting married?
Ravi, just ignore this. A Viking, he's
Who's John back up?
Man, one mic on John, man. Let's see what he's talking about, man. One mic on John.
He's a troll. He's a troll. Just FYI.
Alright.
It's you on that.
I'm not I'm speaking the truth.
That was on you.
I just try to give everybody a chance, man. He's out
doing
here.
a my job. You good. We just giving you shit, bro.
These guys or whoever speaks to them in a different language, in different accent.
You are stupid. What the fuck, bro?
So the Viking is up to the stupid. I'm putting him in place.
You
but he
not
doesn't understand.
fucking butterfuck.
Wait. You realize that Americans have different dialects throughout the entire nation? Like us, there's southern people, there's northern, there's Midwest, there's West Coast, there's East Coast, there's Northeast. Like, there's literally different dialects all throughout our fucking nation. Like, you understand that. Shit, half of the time people from fucking Georgia speak, I can't understand it. Hell, half of the shit when Marshall's drunk, I don't understand the Texan out of his fucking mouth. So, like, this idea that, he's making fun, he can make fun of everybody he wants to. Guess what? He's got that right. He did something that wasn't you. He actually says, I'm an American, I can make fun of anybody. It's called comedy. It's actually funny. You should try it. And sit on the goat udder and sit down there and actually have a conversation with somebody who's actually...
Quickly, I just want to say something. If you look carefully in this PTR and what he's dressed, that's not like a gown from the hospitals that they give you, like a mental institution he came out of a little bit.
Oh shit, really? Are you
Look carefully. Look
really? Is your ass hanging out there?
If he's dirty, that's what
I'm crazy. I'm talking crazy.
I was just recently at the hospital. I got the same gown.
They got buying them shirts at the hospital.
Dude, please tell me you're wearing fucking Fruit of the Loom underwear under that, because like your ass is just hanging out.
It actually looks like the same.
Unless you're used to doing that.
You need to fuck wipe your shit up, man.
See, now y'all gonna make that man blow some shit up, man. He finna start flying on the United States.
You know,
Hey, you know,
the Zionist. The Zionist.
Bro, I'm not against nobody. Like, I love everyone. Like, you know, I just speak my mind, right? So if there's like problems around the world, if there's like fucking shit going around, I gotta speak. I gotta point it out.
Okay.
But, you know,
Hey, look, hey, Hamada, look, brother, me to you, bro. This is just Clubhouse, my nigga. Don't come over here to the United States trying to blow some shit up, bro. It's just Clubhouse, my nigga.
Well, and Brad's question was good. Why did you leave your homeland for Canada?
Economy-wise, like, you know, I didn't know about something in my back country, so I came here economically, so I can help my family. It does not mean shit. Like, same thing, you're...
Why couldn't you stay in your country?
Hold up. You ask a question, I'm answering the question. So,
That's
same thing.
trade-off, brother.
Hold up. Same thing, like your father did that same thing, like everybody else. It's the same shit, so what's the problem now?
It's no problem. It's a trade-off. The economy, you come for the economy, right? So you have to deal with some other things that you may not like.
But right, maybe 1 second.
But is it better than where you came from?
No, but
is there more opportunity?
No, he said that he came
I absolutely agree with that. Like, I had choices, bro. I had choices. I could have gone to Russia. I could have gone to China. But now these motherfuckers...
Wait, why did you pick that? Rafi, go ahead. I'm sorry, I cut you off.
I just want to ask him a real quick question. Hamada, you said you came here for the economy to make money and want to send it back home. So you take money from this country and you send it back home? That's what you're doing?
Well, it doesn't mean that. It means like, I could have... Listen, Ravi. You're fucking switching the conversation right now.
No,
I came here to build... No, I came here to build a life, right? Listen. You gotta fucking listen, man. I came here to... Right? So if it does not work for me, that means that I have to fucking go back and build a life there, right? So if I'm hearing shit here in the United States of America, people talking about immigrants and they're doing this. No, man, like you stupid.
Hey, listen, let me tell you something. Hold on. Let me make this clear. When you earn your money properly, nobody cares what you do with it. I don't care if he sends it back to his country or whatever. That's his money. When you make it and you earn it, it's yours. But you could do whatever the fuck you want to. You could go to the strip club and spend it all if you want. I don't care. It's not my business. But you can send it all back to another country if that's what you do. As long as you're not stealing or getting away with some nonsense that we don't agree with.
But
then that's cool.
You have to re-stimulate your economy by
saying... No, I respect the law. I respect the law.
Listen, do whatever you want, man. Like, you get your money.
Yes, I make my money. I get my money. I respect the law.
Nobody's gonna say nothing.
Law. I do my money. I respect the law. I'm nothing. I'm doing legit. Everything is white, clean. Like, you know, I do my work. I do everything. I respect everyone.
Man. That's cool, then.
Listen, I respect all religions. I respect all religions, man. Even they talk about politics, they talk about religion. No, I respect everyone, man. I have no problem with nobody.
So
but, you know,
that's it. So what's your problem then? You got a problem with something?
Like, you know, my problem was, let's just go back to Viking.
There's none in Canada.
Yeah. My topic was, let's just go back to Viking. He's saying, like, immigrants are coming, taking your job, blah, blah. Like, you know, they can fucking work hard, man. They're fucking sitting their ass on laptops and computers, bro. Like, we are doing the hard work here right now. Like, we are the fucking blue collars, and these white collars fucking bitching about blue collars. Can you fucking imagine that shit?
Wait, you're not doing the blue collar. Wait, hold on.
Listen, hold on. Focus on who's doing the work, right? You can't just look at a person and say, that's blue collar, that's white collar, that's this, that's that, right? I know some motherfuckers that make really good money in the trade. Okay? Doing plumbing, doing different things in construction. Stop acting like when you see $100,000 truck full of, most people don't recognize it. Okay, stop acting like people in the trades not making money. Okay, so first of all, let's get straight.
Well, wait, hold on a moment. So
Respect needs to be given to everyone. Anybody that's working and earning their shit honestly. Right?
So we can talk about this. First off, you're not coming over here taking the blue collar jobs. Your asses aren't.
He's not taking shit.
I'm gonna finish, dude. Chill. You went to Canada, so you're not in America, like even taking one of the jobs. And when they bitch about, hey, immigrants, no one's bitching about legal immigrants. In fact, we kind of like them. We like people coming over here directly, going through the process, giving their allegiance to America and being part of our society, blending in with our various cultures that exist throughout the United States. We actually like that shit. We enjoy that. Fuck, we have pizza. We love that shit. Thank you, Italians. We like fucking hot dog games. Thank you, Germans. We like fucking chicken. We like gumbo. We like all of this shit all over. We have foods from all over. Half of the people in Texas eat literally every fucking thing they touch. Hats off Mexicans. So, like, this idea that somehow we don't like immigrants or like that, the path is twat waffles like you who come over here and then want part of the system, take the social safety nets that were provided for the American citizens that were supposed to be dedicated to the American citizens that are there by the government, and then you claim to have a piece of that pie, that you're owed that when you set foot on this country yesterday, and somehow or another you put yourself above that. Then you move into communities and say the rest of the people that lived in that community need to exit that community. And as evidence in St. Paul, Dearborn, Michigan, parts of Houston, parts of Texas, California, Washington State, Ohio, D.C. You continuously do this and then call us xenophobic and then racist and all that other shit, because again, it's proof positive that you came to Canada and then said you're the integral part to the Canadian system, when in fact you're really not. Those that can come here and actually contribute, they don't sit there and say they're the vital link, because literally everybody in America does it. 2% of our nation feeds the entire 98%. Literally that. We have 2% of our population that's so badass, they feed the entire rest of us. So before you go down that pathway about who does what, you better check yourself, because you clearly don't know how America works or what its systems or what the people are like.
You go fucking feed the plants in the farm, right? In Arkansas and Nebraska. You go and fucking feed the plants in Nebraska and...
I'm sorry, I don't speak Iran. Can somebody translate this shit?
He says something about
Nebraska and Arkansas.
He might have gave it to you.
He's trying to say you can't pronounce Arkansas and Nebraska.
He might have gave it to you in a way that you think is hard.
Nebraska and Arkansas.
Kansas or Arkansas?
He told you raw and unfiltered, man. Exactly what it is.
Alright, you're not. Alright, yeah, it is. You can stay on mute until you fix your mic.
You're just a little muffled there.
So, Brad, do you think you're 2%?
What? Did he say he's 2%?
I'm the 2%. You're the 98%, Brad.
You're the 2%?
You're the 2%? We know who you are. Like, you act like you're some fucking, like, little quizzical guy, but you've been on here for 4 years, and we all know about what you do. You're just like one of those paid fucking social media guys from fucking China or whatever that sits there and goes on social media, and that's your job. I'm glad you got a job. Hats off. Thank Mark Zuckerberg for creating Facebook and the wave of social media that we have.
Is this CCP?
He's not.
Is this the Chinese? Is this a Chinese Communist Party? CCP?
Hey, Tiger, brother, answer this question for you, man. Why is this stereotype? Don't be a stereotype, but why is it that people believe that Chinese food be having, rats in they shit and y'all be just dirty as hell, bro? Is that something with China? What is that?
Chinese people are fucking evil, man. They
It wasn't to you.
You know what?
No, it wasn't to you, mother. That was a serious question. I want Tiger to answer that question, because with their culture, with Chinese food, it's y'all, so I want to hear it from a Chinese nigga.
I said because barbarians do not understand culture.
Nice. Agent, let me ask a quick question for him. What Chinese do to the Muslims there? How are the Uyghurs?
Wait, aren't all of you
How are the Uyghurs there?
Wait. It's Uyghurs.
Uyghurs? Sorry. How are the Uyghurs there?
You guys do sound so ignorant. All of you guys sound so ignorant.
Who, we?
Yeah, I mean, it's funny. Calling them Uyghurs is funny, but it's like...
What is a Uyghur? Can someone explain to me what a Uyghur is?
Sorry, I pronounced it wrong. Uyghur.
A Uyghur? What is a Uyghur?
It's the Muslim concentration camps that are re-education camps in China in mass for every Muslim they capture.
Yeah, like millions of them.
You guys are just jealous because China found a good solution to a tough problem.
Well, listen, that might be a fucking solution. Who knows? But
it's like the solution, isn't it?
I mean, y'all think that's okay though to have concentration camps?
Yeah, re-education camps and concentration camp idea. We should pay attention to that.
That's a solution.
I would put most of you guys in one of those camps.
You are
an agent. You're coming with me. Shut up. Okay.
I wish you the best of luck on
I
agent.
wouldn't put Rafi in, actually.
Why can't I go?
They're worth re-educating.
I mean, if you want to go. I want to go.
You with you.
They teach you Mandarin in these schools, by the way, and I kind of need that, to be honest.
But I'm kind of confused about two things. One, you got the Chinese guy up here saying like it's the final solution. That's kind of creepy in of itself. Whatever. You guys will probably fuck that one up too. And then you had Humdingerlingalingi sitting there going like literally 10 minutes ago caping for China and about how great it was. And then he's like, the Chinese people in the world, fuck them, fuck that. Like, dude, pick a lane and stick with it. Like, I hate people like you. You flip-flop so fucking much that is so fucking weird. Like, put that diaper back on and fucking hold it.
Alright, listen, let me talk.
Why? An American app in America that is fucking designed on a phone, probably built by, designed in America, fucking manufactured overseas in China. But you're gonna sit there and tell me that, oh, hey, I need to let you talk. Like, fuck you. You ain't a U.S. citizen. I don't have to give you fucking shit. Except for the back of my hand and put you back in your place.
Yo, guys, I just want to say something real quick. Good night. It was fun. Continue ripping them another asshole Viking. I always love hearing this.
Nice.
Good night, guys. Be safe.
Let me get back to the Vikings, alright? Listen, the Chinese people are way advanced than Americans. You gotta fucking understand this shit. If you don't understand that shit, that means you're fucking stupid in the fucking of America.
Okay, dipshit. Tell me how China is so advanced.
Do not interrupt, bro. Please, give me a chance to speak. I gave you fucking 5 minutes to speak. I didn't know fucking interrupt you.
I don't care. You act like you have rights. You're Canadian. You're not American.
What the fuck? What are we talking about? Are we in the fucking NATO or not? Are we in the fucking NATO? Are we in the NATO? Are you NATO? Or are you a NATO member or not?
About what?
Are you a member of the NATO or not?
So dumb, guys. This is so dumb.
NATO?
Both of you guys should go down.
Right, okay, so shut the fuck up and listen to me.
Lady, do you really want me to turn on to you?
No, listen. Are you a member of the NATO? I just want to know. Is America a member of the NATO or they're fucking someone else?
We run NATO. We own that shit. It's ours.
No.
We're the landlord. We're the fucking.
No, you don't know shit. No. You don't know shit.
It's not our nukes over in Europe. It's not our military bases over there. It's not our navy.
Who is Germany? What the fuck are we talking about?
The fuck is fucking blocking me? Are you a member? I asked question. Are you a member of the NATO or not?
Can you move this guy down?
This is Matt's fault. This is Matt's fault.
Hamada, say something of some value, please, or shut the fuck up.
I asked question, right?
We don't care about that, man. We don't care.
What about your question, man?
All right, you don't have to.
Say something else.
Let's move to the next topic.
Okay, go ahead. You already pointed it out, man. You said that China was this almighty, glorious power, and then in the same breath, you turn around and say the fucking China's dirty and that China sucks. Which was it gonna be? Answer Viking's question.
I'm hitting on that topic, but the guy is fucking shouting and screaming and.
You're not hitting on any.
Okay. Let's go back to the topic. So that let me make you guys understand. Okay, the Chinese people are way advanced than the Americans in technology. One. Who's speaking right now?
Wait, hold on, Agent. Okay, how is China? How is China? Or the Chinese people than the American people? Go ahead, tell us how. I want to hear this.
Thank you very much, Mr. Coco. Mr. Coco, I'm not gonna say brother, but I'm gonna say Mr. Coco. Okay, the way the people are way more advanced than Americans by the technology, the way they understand, they send all their students into the universities of America and Europe, including Europe, right? And they gather all the information, and these Chinese people are way smarter than everybody else, man. Come on, you gotta fucking give them credit. They fucking introduced TikTok. Amazon is fucking copying Alibaba app application, and they come up with so many things, like the whole fucking world. China right now is a manufacturer of the world, the world of manufacturing. What the Americans have done, right, in the last 20 years, they're fucking been sleeping, talking about TikTok, talking about Bitcoins, and talking about Donald Trump and all that shit. You know what I mean? So people who are actually brains working in the background, they don't see that shit. Or they're thinking, oh yeah, I'm gonna go holiday to the Bahamas. I'm gonna go holiday to the Maldives. That's what they are, man. So the way they're running right now is fucking shit. So you gotta know that. You gotta understand how the American mentality is. They're running. So there's no future there, man. Everyone's gonna fucking run China unless the Americans, they fucking grasp and they understand and they work with everybody else that they are actually helping them. Basically, like all the
All right, great. That was good. Can we have like 10 minutes? I mean, he's not wrong, but could we have 10 minutes not hearing from him anymore? Please.
Oh shit,
Good luck, Agent. How about you talk, Agent?
Yeah, how about you talk, Agent?
How about you talk?
Well, you asked him why China's great. I mean, I could say a little bit. We have Tiger in the room. He's really the expert.
No, you came off my nigga, so how about you say some shit, nigga?
I'm just exhausted. I was gonna leave the room if the retards kept speaking.
No, but you
nigga, then get your ass, then leave, nigga. You ain't nobody special, nigga. Sassy ass. Nigga ain't nobody special.
Like, he answered the question.
I'm just trying to help the flow of the...
No, and you responded in a sassy way.
So let me get this straight. So Chinese people are missing Americans because the Chinese send some of their kids to you. Because we do understand that it's not all of 1 fucking billion people in China going to fucking universities, okay? Typically 7 out of 10 fucking people in China never made it past fucking junior high. What the fuck are we talking about, folks? They're a highly uneducated fucking population. The vast majority.
The younger people.
Excuse me, sir. Sir, you came off the side of your neck. Okay, and the fact of the matter is that the vast populace that lives in these massive cities have all come from lands, from the inside, from the inside of the country, from the interior. Excuse me. So, to this idea that the vast population, or the vast Chinese population, is some way, somehow, vastly far more educated than the American people, I personally believe should be, at least, at bare minimum, looked at with a grain of salt. I don't think there's any data that can possibly back that up. I'm sure that they have perhaps more now young people, which, mind you, they do have dwindling numbers when it comes out to young people, but I'm sure they do have far more younger people who are, in fact, higher education ready than we do, because unfortunately, our youth has, for the most part, strayed away and is lost. But that's not to say that they are, in fact, more educated than we are. We outpace them in access to information. We outpace them in the kind of information, the quality of the information that we have access to, and we vastly outpace them in how quickly we can access that information. Everything that they access has to first be filtered through the CCP channels. We have access to unfettered information at all times, anytime.
So, yes, there's some, they do have internet safeguards and stuff, so all the bullshit that you get in the media, all the stuff you find distracting, there's less of that.
The noise,
there. The noise, right? They have a lot less noise. Things don't get overly toxic, or if they start to, it gets censored and so forth on the approved channels. And this does serve, this is a different value set, so you can argue about that. It's fair to have an argument about that, but it's, I think, serve actually to create a more harmonious, a more unified population that is a little more interested in actually like advanced society, building a society that works, constantly improving infrastructure, the economy, standard of living, technology. These are the sorts of things that I think Chinese generally are interested in contrast to the average American who you guys think are so great. I think there's really a lot to be said for China, for Chinese, even the government policy. I'm not always, I've spent a lot of time in China, and it's fucking annoying when I want to use the internet in the way, even go on a Clubhouse, right? I have to go through like 4 different VPN things to like finally get one that worked. It was crazy. Actually using Clubhouse when I was in China.
To use a bullshit app called...
To use a total...
Are you even listening to yourself, bro? Come on.
Yeah, to talk to you
is
retards
this... Hold on. What is this nigga listening to himself, bro?
I think he just wants to hear himself. I don't know what the hell this nigga's saying.
This nigga just said, I gotta go through 4 VPNs just to jump on a bullshit app that has barely 20,000 people using it.
Exactly.
And China is blocking me from using. I gotta jump through 4 different VPNs. But China's okay. China is
he's bragging, right?
Yeah. They honestly were trying to help me.
So why are you still here then if they're trying to help you? Run to your savior. Run to your 5-4-foot slanted-eyed savior. Go back, go back to eating turtles and fucking, doused in wasabi. Go ahead, my man.
This is just racist shit, man. I mean...
What the fuck are you talking about? Racist shit? What is racist? You know what is racist? Taking all of our fucking manufacturing and sending it abroad. Matter of fact, I take that back. It's not racist. It's dumb as fuck. We gave an entire fucking civilization the upper hand in order for them to feel welcome into the new world that they felt they had been left out of World War II. And what did the government that these little tiny twerps put in place do to the rest of the world? It fucked it over.
How did you get fucked over?
Is this fucked? Is this guy fucking serious? You know, you asked the question.
I'm gonna answer this question. I'm gonna answer this question.
Please, shut the fuck up. Nobody wants to hear from you anymore. Agent, I'll tell you how they fucked everybody over. They fucked over by usurping the world's fucking manufacturing prowess. World that if they wanted to die, they had to depend on China. Globalization was a fucking pile of bullshit because everybody had to depend on one country to fucking pump everything out. So, more importantly, let's just look at what China does with companies like ZTE and Huawei. They go in and they spy on everybody, and our country doesn't do that. We bring in our multinationals, we plant our shit down, and don't get me wrong, once in a blue moon, it is found that, 1 or maybe 2, maybe 3 or 4 3-letter agencies got in there, but for the most part, we don't behave. don't tell her to and even
Is he breaking up or is it me?
You are in the matrix, bro. You're in the matrix.
Oh, thank you. Hold on. Let me fix that. Let me stick my cock a little bit further out. Hold on.
I'm not exactly what he was saying. But the whole, like, yes, they're manufacturing, screwing everyone by doing a really good job at manufacturing stuff. It's like, let me just finish, Hamza.
Yeah.
Yes, I think the U.S. should have done a better job protecting some of its industrial capacity, and that was an internal failure by the U.S. not to have those policies, but to be pissed off at China for just doing a really good job building stuff is, I think, misplaced resentment.
Can you guys hear me now?
Because
I fully extended my excuse me. I'm out of
Yeah, we can hear you, buddy.
Okay, thank you, Wells. Please don't bug me, thank you. Agent, so first and foremost, the manufacturing that comes out of China is subpar at best. And we all know this because unfortunately America over the last 30 years has been turned into a consumering whore. We are forced to go back to companies like Walmart and Target to continue to buy the same fucking good that should have lasted us more than 2 months. More importantly, when you look at China from an infrastructure standpoint, let's see, they have bridges that fall apart. We have bridges that fall apart because they're old as fuck. They have brand new bridges that are falling apart because their engineering fucking blows. They have cities with tons of empty buildings that they are now being forced to bring back down because nobody wants to move in them. Because why? Oh, the buildings are defective and they could possibly fall and crumble on top of you while you sleep. Let's see, what else? Dams that they build. The dams, they have this massive dam that they stand by. It's this massive thing. But unfortunately, guess what? That dam has massive structural failure problems. How many dams in the U.S. do you know of outside of...
Name one. I can name one major one. A major dam in the U.S. that's failed miserably.
That is old as fuck. It was built during your great-grandparents' fucking youth. Okay? Stop it.
I want to hear the one that she's mentioned. What is it?
Go ahead.
Well, I keep being muted by the moderator, so I guess if it doesn't like something that someone else has to say, you'll just get muted? Is that how this room works?
What the fuck, bitch? I muted it so you can say your answer, bitch.
Say so, right? He's opening up the floor for you. With these
weird asshole.
People are so ass backwards, man. Unbelievable. These are brand new infrastructure projects going up in China that are failing. If we're going to sit here and tell America that, oh, well, your infrastructure is, of course, is failing. Our infrastructure is as old as fucking World War II at this point, the vast majority of it. But guess what? When you look at it, holy shit, even under duress, after all these fucking decades, the shit is still standing strong. How is that? You know what that's called? That's called quality. American quality and ingenuity that you're never gonna get from China.
Dude, you have no idea what you're talking about.
No, I do know exactly what the fuck I'm talking about, my man. The fact of the matter is that Hong Kong was built off the back of the British pound and the American dollar, and then China eventually not only was provided with all of the manufacturing wherewithal, it was also allowed to just simply waltz into the WTO. The else had to fucking work their way into the WTO. So no, spare me for not fucking dropping a tear for the cocksuckers over at the CCP who were hand over fist the world for them to fuck over. Please, spare. We can sit here, and I'm gonna end it with this. We can sit all the pretty sights in America and never show a fucking ghetto, a slum, a Louisiana fucking bayou. We can do all of that.
You see, there's no...
You can say, hey, Hibbity, you should have let that You should have let that keep.
Yeah, I let him back up, man. I didn't. I should have though, man. It was
He cut you off, and I was willing to get cut off for that.
Yeah, exactly, Coco. Keep it running, keep it running. There's no answer to the fucking question, man.
I'm sorry, Miss Jackson. Ooh, I am for real. Never meant to make your daughter cry. I apologize. The trillion times. I'm sorry, Miss Jackson. Ooh, I am for real. Never meant to make you cry. I apologize.
Right, here we go. Enough of that dance.
right. I want to put the mic on Alicia though, because I'm looking in the chat, and she says it's a room of brainwashed, dumbass idiots. I want to know who you're referring to and why you feel that way.
So I came off inflammatory because you were talking a type of way to a woman that was on stage, and you dismissed her.
She dismissed herself.
Okay. I just the conversation can have is two ways. It's having a important conversation or calling people, dumbasses or idiots. So I did that, and I lowered the bar for myself in this chat. So that's what I did.
Really? Listen, the difference between people who have been.
Hold on, my Iranian brother. Hold on, my Iranian brother. Miss Positive came on stage and she made a statement. I was trying to allow her to submit her statement, and I don't know if she heard me wrong or she took it the wrong way, but she was rude. I mean, I don't give a fuck if you a man, a nigga, a cat, or dog. You're not gonna come disrespect this room.
Okay. I'm here. Okay.
Okay, thank you. Anybody can grab the mic.
So I was talking about the Americans' vision in the next 5-10 years. Let's talk about Vikings here right now.
Yeah, in the next 5 to 10 years, my man, listen, we're going to start going to Mars, okay? And get ready.
Like what Elon Musk is saying.
I will tell you what, if anybody in here is smart enough, they'd be loading up on SpaceX stocks, shares, because that bad boy, this rocket is going to be happening on that, but I'm going to go on mute because that's for another conversation.
Can I just say, I am grateful. One second, Hamada. This is for Hamada. I asked you to be silent for 10 minutes, and you pretty much did, and I'm grateful. Thank you.
At least he listens to you.
Let me just share with you guys a little bit of my Clubhouse experience. Right? 5 years ago, when I first came onto this app, I used to do what Hamada and Agent was doing, which was to say, "Oh, China doesn't have concentration camps. Oh, China is good at education. We have great social institutions. We have great infrastructure." I used to argue about this shit with Americans. I stopped doing that. And why did I stop? It's because I no longer have to do it. In the 5 of time, Americans have waken up and they're arguing on my behalf. They're saying, "Oh, China's beating us at this. China is beating us at that." So I stopped doing it. That's my experience, just to share with you guys.
Thanks, yeah. Nobody asked you to share that, and no one has ever said that China's beating us at anything, Jack. Maybe at throwing kicks. What are they beating us at, my man? They are literally a copy and paste civilization. The modern version of China, Tiger, the modern version of China is a copy and paste that they stole from the Western Hemisphere. Let's cut the bullshit out, okay? Now, if you guys want to go back to the dynasties and all of that, yes, you guys have a lot to offer, but in the modern era, the only thing you have done is steal, pillage, and fucking rob. That's it. That's all you guys have done. Cut the bullshit. And on top of that, you guys have created, and on top of that, with the terrible management that you guys have had, especially over the last fucking 60, 70 years, you guys have forced, actually, I take that back. You know what? The management in China has been so shitty over the last, 200 plus years that when you really think about it, fuck, we gotta thank the Chinese experts that left China for the fucking railroad.
I'm losing my patience. All I have
Ain't
to
that
say
some
is,
shit? Ain't that some shit? You guys
Can you let
you guys chased your own people out. You guys chased your own people out.
Can you mute Cock? Can you mute Cock? Sorry, and let Tiger.
So how many Americans are chased out? How many America towns do we have across the world?
Bruh, you doing a whole lot of like bullying on the mic because he's right. China cities, their rapid expansion rate that they have, their rate of growth, their technological sector, they shitting on us. It's not something you could just readily look up because they don't even like advertise it. But if you go and do the research, when they just opened up, when Trump just went to visit, and we had all of the media go over to China. Billionaires went over to China. When they started looking at the cities and compared them to where they were in the 70s and 80s to where they are right now, China's cities have evolved so fast that the people that live in them, they haven't really adjusted to being a high society yet. Like they still spit and throw trash in the streets because they're used to living in kind of like shanty towns and shit.
Yeah, I pointed it out earlier. The vast majority of the people live in those big cities now in the so quote unquote modern China come from the farmlands. They come from the interior.
No, it's not that they come from the farmland. Those are the people. It's just their customs haven't caught up to what we consider as a high society in the city. Their cities are more advanced than ours, like in totality. Like we don't look in America. Like stop playing, bro. Stop. Look at our rail systems. Look at our subways. Look at our cities. Our cities are failing. The country is failing. It's not even a question.
Yes, he is right.
I mean, the United States relies on China like 89% of what comes in and out within commerce and within materials. I mean, it's insane to think that they are lesser than because we rely on them for everything, all the products, every material.
Actually, China relies on the world far more than you think the world relies on China, believe it or not. China is actually a massive importer.
Yes.
China is a massive net importer of foreign goods. They have a really tough time. I'm not going to say that they barely grow, but they do have time off their farmlands. And there's a lot of grains that they can't grow in China that they have. It's impossible. They have to import it. Otherwise, they wouldn't survive.
Little Cock, let me ask you a question. Why is it so important for you to shit on China? Or, you're not
How do
doing
you know he's little?
Well, it looks little in the photo. You don't know that. You're very uninformed to start, but you got a few common kind of tropes that you're trying to bandy about here. But why is it for you important to?
What are the tropes, and what exactly? Where do you get it's important for me to do that? All I'm doing is just speaking on the subject, and the subject happens to be China and their, unfortunately, Communist Party government. That's all we're doing here. And it's very clear and evident that without Western help, China would have still been stuck where the fuck they were back in the fucking 60s.
This is ancient history. Why are you angry about it?
They import rice.
This is anger.
Yeah,
This This sounds like resentment to you?
Does it?
Everyone. This is the thing.
Rice is the number one import we send on this rice.
Yeah, well, this is the thing that I find hilarious. Why is it that if everybody can have an opinion on America, but America can't have an opinion on the world?
You have an opinion. I'm asking you about your opinion. Like, what helps?
Why is it?
Hold on. I want him to repeat that statement. Kind of resonated. Brother.
Why is it that the world can have an opinion on America, but America can't say shit about nobody?
That is great for you to say. America has every opinion on every fucking
Why is
country.
it crazy?
That is the most asinine thing to say.
Alicia,
That
the
is
commie.
so fucking crazy.
Alicia, she.
I agree with her. I agree with her. Like,
of course you do.
Bruh, we talk about like, what do you? Your statement didn't even had no weight. It sounded good to him because he's been in here all day. But under your cop, that's what
You sound crazy as hell, nigga. You sound crazy, nigga. You better retract that statement, nigga. Come on now, see, you know me better, nigga.
Yeah, man. We gang bang in the United States. We bang up the United States. I don't know.
All day, every day. These colors don't run, nigga. What's up?
I'm with it too. I'm an American. I'm an American through and through. But we talk shit. That's what we do. We talk shit about other countries, but at the same time, we talk shit about other countries. Like, we talk shit about like what you said. Don't really. I don't know. I didn't get what you just said. Like, it's not a problem that you're talking about China. It's just that what you're saying might not ring true because we got our own issues here. So you trying to prop China in this position that they're this lesser government because they're communist. Paying attention to how they taking leaps and bounds ahead of us.
But they're not taking leaps and bounds. Once again, let me reiterate. Modern China is literally a copy and paste of the Western world. There's nothing. More importantly, let me put it to you this way. And I was actually trying to make this point earlier, but I got interrupted. And obviously, I'm not the only voice on the stage, so obviously other people. But I'm gonna end it with this. I could go around with a camera and only show you the pretty parts of America, okay? And for whoever it was that said that, China doesn't even show us their nice parts. They don't even like doing. That is all they know how to show. Is all their tall buildings. They never show you, however, the ghettos that they have. And folks, man, China's got some shitty ghettos. And when I tell you they are fucking ghettos, trust me, the New York housing apartment buildings, which I am very well aware of because I'm originally from the Bronx, New York, and I had to unfortunately step into a lot of elevators filled with piss and climb all the way up to the 18th floor in the housing project building, only to get out on the floor filled with crackheads. But China has some that make our project housing look like fucking mansions. Okay, nobody talks about that, and I am gonna end it. This is my last piece. I mentioned this earlier. China right now has a massive housing issue, and you know what the housing issue is? They overbuilt. You want to know why? Because they were trying to overcompensate to try to show the Western world how much they had built and how much they had grown. It's actually a terrible problem because now what happened is you created a housing bubble for yourself out of arrogance.
That's New York City. That's happening in New York right now.
And you know who's forcing New York? You know who's forcing New York City into that? The commies that got elected to run the fucking city. So let's not complain about it. No. Listen, you can't blame that on anybody else but the retard Democrats and democratic socialists and communists that got elected to city.
Can we have a conversation about this or no?
Let me just ask quickly, which is a worse problem? Having not enough housing that you can't afford, or having too many houses to the point that they're just so cheap and you just have to choose which really cheap place you want to live in?
Those are ghost cities, Asia. But let me just
yes, because there's a lot of big investment billionaire companies that have have built big buildings that are going vacant because of tax laws that they can benefit off of to have them gain just more equity, because there are bullshit laws in New York City that protect billionaires. So we have to have that conversation versus just, oh, we're building taller buildings. No, we have to have a conversation about exactly what is happening and who is lobbying and who is benefiting and who is not benefiting off of billionaires building buildings and not letting anyone have vacancy in it because of tax purposes.
Yeah, and who's putting communists into power?
This has been happening
right
for 20, 30, 40 years.
You
This
know,
has been a problem for a long time.
My pushback to what cops, I'm not calling this nigga cop.
Nah, see,
My
see,
hold
you
on.
call me COC. Go to my profile, see what COC stands for.
Hey, COC, have you spoken to this lady before?
Nah, baby, I don't know who she is, but she.
Oh, you're in for a treat.
She'll be alright. She'll live.
You're in for a treat.
Yeah, content sheet. Content, that's what I'm gonna call you, content, for sure. What I'll push back against what you said was that all China did was copy the Western world. You're right, but there's a big difference. They don't have the same government we have, right? So they copy some of our economic strategies in terms of building up their, private sector, their business sector, but they're still a communist government. So there's only a certain level they're going to let their private billionaires get to. Their private billionaires can affect their government the same way that the billionaires country do, right? So there's a certain level of this is a 4,000, 5,000 year old country we're talking about. There's a certain level of control that they have that we view in our lifestyle. It doesn't fit with our lifestyle, but the way it works for them, it allows them to build their society quicker and more efficiently than we ever could, because capitalism is upside down here. Like the billionaires, what Lisa was just talking about, we have billionaires that will basically build a building with no real concern and no pressure from the government on filling these vacant apartments with people. The people isn't what they're focused on. They're focused on they're building the building and they sell it and they get the tax money off of it. It's a hustle for them. We build this monopoly game. In communist China, they hold their billionaires to a standard. You have to build this business.
So, what you're saying is that you're not okay with billionaires having the freedom to become billionaires. You want the government to be able to dictate who can become billionaire and how much of a billionaire they can be. Is that what you're saying?
I think
that's what that sounds like. I'm just saying.
What I'm saying is that there has to be some type of stop on what they can control and do, because if you let them have their way, which is what they do, we have an oligarchy, right? They control what goes on. When Donald Trump went over to China, who did he take with him? He took the billionaires with him. Like, our government is it's just a shield for the corporations.
May I ask you a question? See, hold on, Mike. See, may I ask you something? Do you know who Xi Jinping travels with when he goes abroad? Do you know who he takes with him? He takes the Chinese billionaires with him. The same oligarchy that you claim only exists in America.
No, he didn't say that. It exists everywhere.
You're gonna booty clap.
It does.
Okay, so of course, yeah, sure. Listen, I'm not saying.
I said there's private billionaires in China and America, right? But it's different on what they can do, right? It's different. It's a different thing they can do. That's all I'm saying. Like they can't go against the Chinese government. They can't go against the CCP. They really kind of gridlocked on what they can do They still have more freedom.
You like that?
No. I'm not saying I like it.
Okay.
I think that I think there has to be something in place to stop these motherfuckers. That's why Israel has so much control of our government, because they can pump money into the politicians and buy them. There has to be something in place to stop the way the money buys.
I'm sorry. See, I gotta stop you because Israel is actually not the number one influencer in terms of money into our politics. And actually, this was
the APAC is a huge influencer in our politics.
It's not the number one.
So is
it actually isn't. You want to know who is? In fact, and actually, someone actually mentioned this earlier. Actually, I think it was Brad that brought this up. A lot of us are aware of this, but Brad brought it up, which is that China, in fact, is the number one politics interference. China is heavily invested, way more than the Jews and the Israelites and AIPAC, anybody else in that region. The Chinese government, the CCP, has spent billions upon billions of dollars trying to find ways to not only put the American people to vote in a certain way, but to also try to get in cahoots with our politicians. Which
do you think that's not contradictory to what you were saying before?
Exactly. What does that have to do with my point?
See, I'm asking. Hold on, she's making a statement. I'm asking her a question. What was the statement that I made earlier? What is this contradictory?
You were just talking about how China is just trying to blueprint America. They're just trying to tell us. However, your statement just now.
From a point, yeah. Civilization-wise, not politics, not government-wise. Because if they were trying to model themselves if they were copying entirely and trying to model themselves like the Western world, they would not be applying a communist government to their people.
Okay.
It would be an open government.
Does anyone disagree with me in this room? You can say yes or no. I don't care how contradictory the statement is. You can say yes or no. I don't care.
No. It was apples and oranges, just like he said.
I said Israel, not the Jews. The Jews are separate from Israel. That's one of them propaganda tools people use. I'm talking about the Israeli government, not the Jews.
Correct. Yes.
All right, brother. Appreciate you clearing that up, my guy. We don't slander the Jews in here.
So that one comment you were talking to COC about, you were like, oh, I don't want to misquote you. You're like, they build stuff. I think you're talking about the billionaires. You're like, they build stuff and then they sell it and then take the taxes. Now, to take the tax part is a whole other issue. We can get into that comment. I mean, I think the billionaires don't pay taxes as well. But anyway, if they build stuff, shouldn't they have the right to sell it? If they're the ones that built it?
Well, this is the issue. Yeah, you should be able to profit from your building, right? What you have to think about when you're talking about $billions, there is an ethics. There's an ethics and a morality that comes into it. I'm with you. If you just want to play it where whoever has the biggest guns, whoever has the most money wins, cool. You can play. That's a wild, wild west mentality. You have to understand what money is and what it does, right? There should be regulations on what you can do with this money and what you can put your money into and cause people to. That type of money is dangerous. There should be rules to this shit.
And New York City has crazy property tax laws, and when you build a building, you can go vacant. And you can put on lotteries. That kind of is a loophole to have vacant apartments, and then you collect just insurance after that. So there's a lot of very vague black holes in our system that is, quite frankly, insane. So I would implore, if they want to really learn about property taxes and like building skyscrapers in New York City and having it vacant, how fucking like the scam that it is and the loopholes that they go through, it is asinine insane.
Wait, so you're
Yeah,
saying
don't worry, because don't worry, because you know what? Listen, it's gonna be okay, Mike. We're all gonna get frozen rent. We're all gonna get free bus rides. We're all gonna get free meals. We're gonna abolish police.
That's condescending.
We're gonna abolish.
No,
we're
that's
gonna
No.
abolish the militarized border. Okay, and we're just going to allow
We
for
can
anyone to
talk
waltz
about
in,
the same
and we're
thing
gonna
about
give everybody something free. And you know what, Mike? We're gonna take it from those dreaded billionaires, those
everything's
evil
free.
people that create stuff. Because you know what? Free is the way to go.
don't forget.
You know,
Only after we institute the social credit score. We gotta institute the social.
Someone fucking talk to me about
Mike Wallace, Mike Allen.
Someone talk to
Mike
me
Allen.
about my city right now. Tell me.
Hold on, Alicia.
You're
We don't give you the city, mama.
Democrats.
Mike Allen.
No.
Hold on.
It's ran by Democrats.
Tell me what
Go
I
talk to them. They the ones running your city.
Don't forget.
You clearly know everything.
Mike,
I'm telling you, you
know,
talk to the Democrats that run the city. Go ahead,
I
say
was
my bad.
explaining something that happened in New York City. I'm not
My-
claiming anything. I don't have a stance. I'm telling you facts.
Look.
Okay, whatever.
I'll
go
be
on.
here, Steve.
I'll tell you what.
Yeah, hold on.
Real quick. Listen, Alicia, this is the thing, okay?
Alicia.
Okay, you want me to say it in Spanish, but I'm saying it in English, okay? Alicia.
Okay, but my name is Alicia. Thank you.
Okay, in Spanish, correct, but I'm saying
No,
it in English.
I will
It's
respect how now.
okay, all right, that's great. Okay, but you can't tell me what language to pronounce, but I can clearly read in English. What is happening right now? You know, I'm done with you. Go ahead, see.
Appreciate it. So, look,
Yeah,
Mike Allen, I'll give you.
that's Alicia. That's just her personality.
I'll give you an example of like put limits on what billionaires can do, right? Let's say you live on wherever you live. This house, the house you live in, down to you from your dad. He built it. The land he built it on, all that shit, right? A billionaire comes into your town and buys up all the surrounding land. It buys up all the land around you. Everybody, he presses money onto the people, and this happens, right? Pump money into your surrounding area, and is buying up everything. And you have this obligation to hold on to your father's land, right? But there's a billionaire pressing on you. He's pressing on you. And at some point, you're going to cave. You're going to give up. You know, that money is going to talk loud to you. You're going to give up. And
It's probably what it's worth.
Right, so there is.
You don't think the person who built the house would be willing to sell for triple what it's worth?
What's your point? My point is that the money allows you to put people in situations where they can't really refuse. Right.
Fuck you money, so you can do whatever the fuck you want to do.
So if that's the case, if the people with the billions rule, then there's no rules for them. So anything that you can fathom that you can put a price to can be bought. There has to be limitations on the expectation of what they do, right? You have to put some. You have to hold them to some type of rules. You have to. You have to, or else there shouldn't be rules against monopolies. Then in that case, they should be able to. I should be able to buy up everything and then charge you whatever the fuck I want to because I control the industry. There are rules to what you should be able to do because of the type of money and what you own. There's rules to this shit.
Yeah. So see, here's how I respond. I'll just give you a real world example. But again, it's a flawed argument. But just a real world example. I'm down here in South Florida. Literally, when I moved up here, I was from the lower south in Florida. We just couldn't afford it, right? So we had to keep moving north. We finally moved like 4 cities away from where I went to high school and stuff like that, just because we got the house for the money, right? Bigger house. We were starting a family and shit like that, right? Whatever. Then everything started moving north. They were developing all around us. When we first moved out here, there's like nothing around us, bro. Across the street, there was like a barn with horses and shit, right? There's a big barn with a house and another house had all this land. So holding out. The story was they were holding out. They finally, I guess, got bought out. They tore down the barn. Everyone was sad to see the barn. It was a big red barn with all these horses. Everyone was sad to see it go. The other guy's house. You know what they built? They built a high school, 3 housing apartments for nurses, and then a whole nother complex that holds like 200 units. So they built a high school, housing for only nurses, and then another big ass complex for 200 people. And you know what they bought out? Only 2 families. 2 families. And you're telling me you're mad at the billionaires, but not the 2 families that were holding up enough space to build a fucking high school for the community. They built a fucking high school that my kids now go to. My daughter's starting freshman year next year. My oldest daughter's a junior. So they built a high school and housing for over 200. I think the nurses units have 150. So over 300 something people. And you're pissed off at at whoever bought them out. I think it was Centex.
Then I'll say this and I'm gonna mute up. Okay, let's take that same scenario, those people that held out, let's switch it. So let me make a different point. Let's say that you whatever you like, whatever a motherfucker likes. Let's say there's a certain type of bread you like. You like bread. Let's just say bread in general. Or any type of good
white bread.
that you like white bread, right? Let's say that I go and I buy up all of the patents and rights to making white bread, right? So you want to sell white bread, you have to sell it this way, the way I make it. I've lobbied and changed laws to where, and this is a real thing, where you have to sell white bread the way I say you got to sell white bread. I own all the distribution routes to sell white bread. So I can spike at any time the price of white bread. I control everything that has to do with this white bread that you love. So you have no outlet to go and find this white bread for a cheaper price. You're a slave to the price that I make it. Whatever I say the white bread costs is what it's going to cost. Because there's no check or balance on me controlling this market. Because I have the money to it.
Pretty sure you're describing a monopoly.
No. So time out. The laws against monopolies are the checkpoints against billionaires. That's my higher point.
Yeah,
that's my entire point. So wait, you're okay with checkpoints. Wait, so you're okay with checkpoints against the billionaires then?
Well, hold on. Doesn't mean they can't be billionaires.
When you say checkpoints,
you're talking about you want to decide how they're supposed to spend their money.
Time out. Y'all are, wait, you're okay?
You're bread.
It's just a hypothetical situation. Yeah, it's bad analogy, but it's hypothetical situation.
But we have you're stopping before the monopoly part. So you're stopping.
But no. What I'm saying is the law against the monopoly is the checkpoint against the narrative. It's a checkpoint against the guy who can corner a market because of his. And I'm saying that is applicable in other spaces, not just the monopoly. There are spaces where you need to check a billionaire from being able to do certain things that's going to influence the way that people behave in a positive or negative way. You have to be able to check that shit. That's all I'm saying. You believe in it, you just don't believe.
For instance, like Tesla, like Elon Musk. Elon Musk couldn't go buy every electric vehicles patents or however they make electric vehicles, and then hold on to it where no other car company would be allowed to make electric vehicles. And if you want one of them, you can only buy a Tesla. That wouldn't be allowed. But Elon Musk is allowed to fucking do whatever the fuck he wants to buy shit. He can buy shit. He wants to buy Twitter. Fucking buy Twitter. I mean, Elon Musk can walk literally into any building in the world and be like, "Yeah, I'm just gonna buy it." Right? Like, it's wild.
Again, I don't disagree with that at all.
Yeah, he can spend his money on wants.
I'm saying
livelihoods you're responsible for. You need jobs.
I'm saying at the point that you're affecting people's lives in a tremendous way, like building, like I'm gonna fill it up with empty and vacant housing in the middle of this, all these resources of this city, but I'm gonna charge the people who live in this vicinity if they can't afford to live in this place. That there has to be some incentive on you. There has to be some incentive for you as a person that builds to fill these houses. Like there has to be.
So see, yeah, you're all over the place because that boils down. See, you're referencing to what this young lady pointed out in New York,
which is silly, by the way.
Yeah, because the thing is the fact that listen, these laws were put in place in New York for the following reason: you build a skyscraper, now you're having a hard time filling in. You don't have tenants, so guess what? We're going to give you a tax break where you don't have to cover the taxes that you would otherwise would have had to fill or pay for if, in fact, you would have had a full vacancy on your building. But you don't. So you're going to get a tax break.
That's what the issue is. Because the tax break is the issue.
Hold on, see. Now, the tax break is the issue. And, you know, for as much as people love to hate Trump, Trump says something. And by the way, am I in the Matrix by any chance? I'm in a spot right now. Am I? Anybody? No. Go fuck yourself. Am I in the Matrix? Yes, no. Okay. Yeah. All right. There was one thing that Trump said to, at the time, Hillary Clinton, who was running against him in 2016, which was,
sorry, I just came back on, but you have to talk about bankruptcy and how much.
No. You're gonna go on mute. You're gonna give your suck muscles a pause, and you're gonna allow for me to finish, and then you can allow your suck muscles to go run free. So this is the deal. The fact of the matter is that up until Giuliani, New York City has been ran by Democrats. And the Democrats were the ones who put those laws in place. You want to know why? Because those laws were put in place to help out their rich buddies. Okay? And they're not going to get rid of them. Because as much as Democrats love to shit on billionaires, you know, I remember a time when...
Why are you making this a Democrat-Republican thing?
Because they are... Excuse me, sir, excuse me. I did not interrupt you while you were speaking. Not once. So please, have some decorum. Thank you. The fact of the matter is that it boiled down to that. You want to know why? Because they are the ones who get voted in, and they are the ones who are handed the power. They are awarded via that vote the power to go and insert these laws. Excuse me, that man was a Republican. Excuse me, ma'am. That man was a Republican in name only. For those of you who don't know, that stands for
Bloomberg
Rhino.
was Republican after Jimmy.
That was a Rhino. He was a Rhino, and everybody in New York City knew that Bloomberg was a Democrat through, and everybody knew it. He ran as a Republican because the Democrat Party. Excuse me, ma'am, I voted in that election. Yeah, well, too bad. The fact of the matter is that Bloomberg only ran as a Republican because he knew that he was running on the coattails of a gentleman named Rudy Giuliani, who was in fact a true Republican, and he was trying to garner the votes of both the independents who had voted staunchly for Giuliani to clean up the city, and he was also trying to garner the Long Island staunchly red Republican vote. You know what the fuck you're talking about, please.
I know exactly what I'm talking about.
Keep your sock muscles on mute until I'm done. Thank you very much, ma'am. So,
you are the Matrix now. No, you're in the Matrix.
You have to look at. Okay, thank you, Mike.
What are you saying? It's like Mitt Romney.
The fact of the matter is, political parties, because these political parties are the ones who put these policies in place. So you can't tell me a party that's ran a city for over 50, 40, 60 years, however many years that party's ran, and they're the ones who put the policies in. And this is the point that I was going to make, and I'm going to end it with this. I remember a time when Democrats used to say, you know, millionaires, all these terrible millionaires. And then you know what happened? The vast majority of these Democrats all became millionaires. And you know what they say now? All these evil billionaires, all these billionaires. You know, it's funny. You can always offer free shit to people on other people's dime. But once that dime runs out, the Kool-Aid gets dry, and there's no longer money to buy more sugar. So I wonder how much longer this is going to go on before folks finally wake up.
Are you landing?
Man, go ahead. Let that suck muscle run free. Go ahead. You've been dying to let that suck muscle go. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. So what I have to say is both parties have been fucked to make money. I'm not saying the Democrats did it right. I'm not saying the Republicans did it right. There's obviously one party to me that did it very, very wrong. But I'm not saying both did it correct. However, corruption is real in the biggest city in the entire world. That the economic central of the world is in New York City. So everything is lobbied, everything is going against, everything is pro billionaire, everything is anti whatever it is. Both parties got. However, we can also understand how one is significantly more coerced into let's just say an ideology. So for me, when you just blame Democrats and just Democrats, that's bullshit because I blame both. So, and I think that's a conversation that needs to happen.
That's great. Well, you know what? Well, why don't we blame Flint, Michigan's water problems on Republicans as well, even though they've been the ones who ran that fucking place for the last 60 years. Let's,
Name run Republican city. Name one poorly run Republican.
Baton Rouge, Louisiana. What the fuck are you talking about? Shreveport, Louisiana. Bunkie, Louisiana.
Shreveport. Fucking red, man. You said Shreveport. Hold on. Because I actually got family in Shreveport, and the whole 50 Cent investment, $100 million in that downtown area, redeveloped. Y'all had Arsenal for like what, 2 years, and y'all got $100 million in investment. Come on, man. Like, bruh, like when it comes to Dallas is a Republican ran city because David Johnson, he Republican. You know, when it comes to the whole state of Texas, is getting more investment. You got a train that was leaving here in California. 400 of that billion is going to Texas. They have a surplus. North Carolina, yeah, Democratic governor, but it's all intents and purposes a Republican state.
So for the last, wait, time out. For the last 40, 50 years, we're talking about red states and red run cities. He asked a question, right? You're talking about an investment that came from 50 Cent in the last 2 years. We're talking about a state with, we're talking about three states. No, wait, go.
You see it right now.
Who said, you said you need to go for
Shreveport, I mentioned
I'm talking about run states and cities that have historically had the lowest the highest poverty rates in the country, the highest illiteracy in the country, the highest economic disparity rates in the country. We're talking about the Bible Belt South. Red run.
You're talking about Red City,
yeah, like Baltimore and shit.
You talking about Baltimore? You talking about Detroit?
Am I tripping?
Chicago?
Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama.
Do you know what the Memphis? See, do you know what grade level brothers are reading at in California? Do you know what grade level brothers are reading at? Right, and that's California.
What about in
This is the only Democratic spot in Tennessee.
What about in Mississippi? What about in Georgia? What about in South Carolina?
But that's whataboutism.
No, it's not. You just asked me what about brothers in California, and I'm asking you what about people in Louisiana? What about the kids in Louisiana? What are we talking about? Y'all are trying to run all across the country.
Okay. Well, see, I don't think you understand the point that we're trying to make.
Navy Blue New Orleans. I've already. Come on, bro. Navy Blue New Orleans, bro. Most of the investment is clustering down south. New York and California is shifting to the south. I ain't saying this is doing a great, steady job. They're
They're just not as extreme when it comes to getting rid of, I guess, businesses by overtaxing them. And that's essentially what you gotta do. Nigga, I could be a Republican and do absolutely nothing but keep low taxes, Second Amendment, and low regulation.
And beat a man.
I can get all investment from the West Coast to Texas, Louisiana, Oklahoma,
So that's why you
Georgia,
New York City
South Carolina,
to take
North
care
Carolina.
of
North
federal
Carolina's
taxes
ranked
for
number
your
one in
states.
business.
That's
North
why New York
Carolina's
City.
ranked.
That's why New York State takes care of you
North
guys.
Carolina is ranked number one in business.
And ranked 45th in literacy for high school students. What are you talking about? You acting like
South
this.
take
You acting.
dominate.
You acting. You acting.
Sean,
Yeah, you know. Wait,
he should read, ask him where Mississippi ranks in literacy.
Zero.
So
Pretty much.
No, the fuck it doesn't actually.
Pretty much.
Alicia, go look it up, Alicia. They're actually ranked. If memory serves me correct. They're in the. Somebody correct me if I'm wrong, but Mississippi, if memory serves me. Okay, Alicia.
Bro,
Very
what the
low.
fuck, bro?
It's very low.
Alicia, come on.
One mic on the nigga in the corner.
Thank you. So,
if you, nigga, you can go next. I was talking about Daryl.
Oh,
we have a new speaker. Let's I'm the
new speaker. Hey, Sean, what's up, buddy?
Oh shit, what's going on?
What's up, Daryl? Real quick for context, Mississippi's in the top 10 in childhood insurance.
Thank you, sir.
But they're in the bottom.
I'm gonna put myself in the corner there.
They're also probably number one for hate crime for lynching black people. Let's talk about it.
What?
Wake it up, nigga. Say that again, man. Hold on, man. Say that shit again, nigga.
They're probably, I don't know this to be true, number one for lynching black people.
So you're gonna preface it with I don't know if it's true, but I'm gonna make the statement anyways. They're number one for lynching. Nigga, what is happening right now? The fuck are we doing here? I'm not a pilot, but I'm gonna try to fly this plane.
Let him cook. Let him cook, man. Give him a chance to cook.
Go ahead.
Did I hear the one situation? I've never seen Mississippi burning.
Get out of here with that bullshit, bro. Come on.
Nigga, it is 2026. Nigga, you know where I'm gonna go get this nigga trolling.
Alright,
No wonder this
Nah,
nigga
you're not trolling. Let him cook, man. Give him a chance.
I want to know what's the movie called? What's the movie called?
Mississippi burning. Now, let me finish. There was a black boy, a black young brother, that was murdered recently as of this year, definitely this administration. I think the school is called Delta State or something like that.
We're talking about Trey Reed.
That was in Mississippi.
Yeah, and it was proven it was suicide. Kaepernick pays for
That
it.
was.
Kaepernick pays for it.
How the hell did he get on that damn tree?
What does this have to do with the topic?
I don't know, man. He wanted him to cook.
He might have been. We don't know. We might have been able to connect the shit.
This nigga said Mississippi burning, bro.
Let's get that in the chat. Shit.
You just said black people back 30 years with this nigga talking.
Oh, white people did that by lynching our brothers and sisters.
Anyway, bro, if you want to look it up, the lowest literacy scores in the country, the lowest literacy scores in the country, Louisiana and Mississippi ranked in the highest, the top three, in the top three, right? So,
brothers, stop interrupting me, chocolate brother.
Don't ever call me a chocolate brother. That made me feel highly uncomfortable, man.
You're a chocolate brother.
Hold on,
That
man.
shit lit.
This man, y'all was talking that red shit, blue shit, all that other shit. This brother comes on stage trying to educate about some black shit, and y'all want to silence my nigga, man.
Some black shit that he
Fuck that shit. Nah, we ain't doing that. We ain't doing that. 2 minutes on Daryl, man.
Who might go there?
Man, I'm gonna take a smoke break.
See,
I'm gonna go spark up
you
too.
like the homicide. Let me free. Homicide.
All right, bro. You done with, bro. I gave you a chance, man.
You're too actually
You better get the boy fry him up in front of all these white people.
Does anybody want to read for the class the link I shared up top? It's a short story.
Yeah, I got you. Yeah. All right, let's see. It's loading up. Bear with me 1 second here. All right.
Everyone pay attention now, class.
All right. A college economics professor stated that he had once failed an entire class. That class insisted that socialism... Say what?
Sorry, continue.
Oh, okay, thanks. Oh, I gotta reload. Okay. That class insisted... A college economics professor stated that he had once failed an entire class. The class insisted that socialism was functional and that no one should be poor and no one rich. That everyone is equal. The teacher told them, okay, we will do an experiment on socialism in this group. All grades will be averaged and everyone will get the same grade. So no one will fail and no one will get a 10. After the first test, the grades were added up and divided by the number of students and everyone got an 8. The students who studied intensively were upset, but those who studied less were overjoyed. As the second test approached, the students who had studied a little learned even less, and those who had studied more intensively told themselves that they also wanted a handout, so they also studied less. The average of the second test was 6. Then the third test was given. The average score was 4. To the great surprise of all the students, they all failed. The teacher told them that socialism will eventually fail because when half the population sees that they cannot work because the other half will take care of them, and when the half that worked realizes that there is no anymore because others are the beneficiaries of their labor, then that is the end of any nation. The story may be a fable, not a fact, but the moral is real. Get it?
I can tell you another fable and another story.
Did you understand that, Alicia?
I do. I understand the story about capitalism, and we can go down that route if you'd like.
Sure, read for the class.
I'm not reading anything, but capitalism breeds.
What does it breed? You envious population. What does it breed?
Capitalism breeds greed. It breeds immorality. It breeds what? What?
No, it breeds ingenuity.
It brings money.
What does morality have anything to do with government staying the fuck out of your way? What is morality? That actually, if we're going to talk about morality, that would be one of the biggest moralities.
Can you imagine getting a girl like Alicia with no money?
It breeds air conditioning, plumbing, medicine, food.
I'm talking about.
Now you live in New York City. You got no money.
If you take Alicia with no money, you're delusional.
Listen, let me jump in here for a sec. Let me have a chance too.
I haven't spoken in a while. So the interesting thing is that most people, multimillionaires, are closer in their wealth,
No shit.
in their wealth loss, if you will. Multimillionaires are closer in their wealth, in wealth disparity to the most impoverished. You don't even know what I'm going to say. I'm actually agreeing.
No, don't take the bait, DJ. Just fight through it. Fight through it.
Kidding me?
Multimillionaires are closer in wealth disparity to the most impoverished people on the planet than they are to billionaires. So, billionaires.
You've been instructing there's only wealthier all over the world, and that never happened.
The socialists, okay, so I'm a Democrat, and I'm actually in agreement with the people who are already challenging me on stage. It's kind of ironic. So, and I was born privileged. What's fascinating to me, however, is that people seem to think that in this capitalistic society, they're going to find the same success that the wealthiest are. It's one thing to talk about socialism when people are all
It's another thing to talk about socialism when the wealthiest people on the planet are exorbitantly wealthier than what people consider rich folks in this day and age. So the problem is closing the wealth gap. So there's at least some legitimacy and some fairness to the wealth discrepancy issue. And that is what I think is interesting, is it's not that people who are pro-socialism are looking for such great equity and equality, but they're looking to kind of close the wealth gap so that we're not competing with people who are worth hundreds of times more than a decent rich guy or gal. That's all I wanted to share.
Now, can I say this? I'm LA. Why is it we have an issue when it comes to the rich when we make the rich richer? Stop buying iPhones then. Stop taking your motherfucking monkey ass to fucking Walmart.
This nigga said stop buying iPhones.
Hey, but he's actually cooking. Let the splash cook.
Sean always cooks, brother. This is a smart, intelligent brother right here.
When it comes to this situation, man, we bang Starlink. We on Twitter. We on Instagram. We on TikTok.
I bet all of Amazon.
We on all of these Amazon, Bezos, Dr. Evil, Bezos. We talk the shit about the rich, but we don't say, let me invest in that small business. Let me find that mom and pop situation. How can I get on the internet and find a mom and pop situation? We don't support the mom and pops, where when it comes to the problems and the ills and the issues and the demons and all these aspects where we have an issue when it comes to socialism, capitalism, cronyism, whatever it is in that motherfucker is throwing up out there from a Ivy League, think tank. Because a lot of y'all be getting this shit from the 1% while having an issue with the 1%. Like a couple of nights ago, brother lived in Upper Manhattan, and he bragged about how he's a millionaire. You have a problem with this socialist problem? Come on, my man. We act very, very, very. We help the rich while talking shit. I don't get y'all. And plus, DJ LA, you probably don't even live amongst niggas, huh? So look, you don't even live amongst niggas. Real quick.
No. Hey, real quick. Before you get right on. Real quick.
Because
they know you still gonna look, Yo, John, you talking about like supporting mom and pop stores? It goes back to what I was saying earlier. The mom and pop stores will have
support. The argument is
but see, but this is why, and this is why I use the Amazon. Because the mom and pop store, the mom and pop store has that can of greens for $3, but I could order it from Amazon for $1.50, right? Because they can't compete. The monopoly that the billionaires have on the industry puts the mom and pop at a disadvantage where they can't make money selling items at the same price that the big corporations do. It's called consolidation. It's called the onus is on us to support. Time out. Yeah, because you're a billionaire and control the line of access to the product. You can charge cheaper than the mom and pop. The mom don't exist no more. So it's not about investing in the mom and pop. It's understanding that the corporations can't be beaten with the current system. They can't be beaten.
Yeah, but what's the best for the consumer? Beat the corporations. Have you ever heard of Too Big to Fail?
Too Big to Fail.
Let's talk about it. Lehman Brothers, Washington Mutual, Countrywide, Palestine.
Yeah, I'm sick and
tired of this tune. Somebody get this tune up out of here.
Wait.
Like Joe, when you're buying a cheap quality,
But you know, with a cheap quality product, that means
No, Amanda, you live in Canada. Amanda, you need to stay on
hold up, 1 second.
No,
I
you
can
can
give
stay
fuck
on
where you
mute.
live, bro.
You don't even like it.
Give me 1 second. Let me take 1 second.
We don't like Canada, Amanda. We definitely
Okay,
don't like
alright,
Iranians
fair
and
enough.
lots of
Okay, bye.
Canada.
Okay, bye.
Yeah.
Nah, bro, been quiet for a minute, man.
I'm fucking
Go ahead and say your piece, man. Go.
Say your piece about
in
it.
Canada, he shouldn't even give a talk. But I was like,
He can
No,
talk.
you can talk, man. I'm just giving him shit.
They don't want to hear Canadian stuff, but that's
Talk,
okay.
nigga. Don't get to crying, nigga. Just talk.
Yeah, don't cry. Come on.
give a
Come on.
fuck
It was
about
nice to meet you.
Canadian
Come on.
dollar.
It was a joke, Amanda. Come on.
The reason why you are paying for a cheap product because there was no research happened by the company, the manufacturers. So if you want to buy a cheap product, go ahead, go buy a cheap product. No problem. There's no research. I think it's gonna break down.
All that right there, Timothy, was on you. That's on you.
He sounds like he's from India. He's not from no damn Canada.
Bati, please don't put that back on us, okay, Bati, please. He is not from India, Bati. He is not.
Do not talk to me like a racist product,
Do
please.
not fucking talk to me, please. India, okay?
Do not talk shit, please.
Please do not talk shit, okay, especially about my India. He is not from India, okay, Bati? He is.
When you finish talking.
So here's what I want to ask, like C and everybody else. I'm not picking on you, C, but you're the one that wants to talk about it, and I appreciate that. So I always find this weird. You ask for there's
I'm
regulations.
so smart. Go ahead, Mark. Mike, I'm talking. I'm all for it, buddy.
Wait, so you just interrupt me to tell me to talk?
He interrupted me to tell you that was the most dick-suckingest statement I ever heard. He said, I love when white people talk. That was weird. Get your weird ass off.
This is ridiculous. You're a fucking clubhouse. Let me go.
So you were like, you want more regulations and and you made the case. But I would ask you this, see, do you think the public education system is good?
I would say depending on where you live, but as a whole, it depends on where you live.
Mike, you need to send sections to ChatGPT. Give him 10 seconds.
A better question would just be this. What government-run entity would you think the government does well?
Oh, wait. I think you have me like pegged wrong. Pause. Like I don't think the government runs shit well at all because the government is corrupted. Fuck no.
So then why the fuck would you want the government to have their hands in the billionaires' money? Everything they touch, they fucking corrupt.
Because what I believe is there should be, it's not that they should have their hands in like what they have to spend their money on. You shouldn't be able to tell anybody how to spend their money. I think there should be protections on on what they can do with their money. So you can spend your money however you want to, right? But there should be protections for people. And that's something that should be talked about with protection. There should be protections.
You don't know what the hell you talking about.
No, because it's kind of an oligarchy situation, where the government favors billionaires and it's an oligarchy.
Well, that's what we have right now.
Talking about excuse me, real quick.
That's what we have. We don't live in an oligarchy.
We want as little government intervention as possible.
But you don't have the government intervention.
Our government protect billionaires. So.
Okay. So, does anybody remember who Henry Ford was?
Oh my God!
Do we know? No. Hold on. Because we want to act like we want to talk. We want to talk about our government as if our government has been cozying up the rich people from the fucking. Hello, folks. Do you know who?
That's how we live.
But this is the thing. See, when you need to build tanks, nigga, you ain't gonna go to the hood because nobody in the hood got the capital to build tanks, nigga. You gotta go to the rich people.
And you know the most gangster person
when you
Henry Ford killed. You know that, right?
Sir, when you want to build tomahawks to shove it up some Taliban motherfucking towelhead's ass, guess what? You're not going to the hood and getting a loan for Daquan. You're going to the rich person. Okay? You're going.
But you gonna get Daquan to fly it and go kill himself. You need Daquan to fly it. What are you talking about? You are going to the hood.
Excuse me, sir.
No, it's from tax money, bro. What are you talking?
Because Daquan is more busy worried arguing about who's better in the NBA than LeBron. Okay, so you shut up. Long story short, the whole thing is that this idea that all of a sudden now our government is in rich people, motherfucker. The reason why I'm bringing up Henry Ford,
you're an expert deflector,
sir.
Nobody ever said all of a sudden
because he doesn't know Henry Ford killed people and
you're talking about Aki, sir, what, sir? There is no such thing as what they're doing.
That our government has always told you that to rich people, then we have an option.
Cutting me off. You know what's funny? I don't interrupt any of you motherfuckers when y'all talking, unless I'm gonna maybe crack a joke. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about, COC. You always wanna cut me off. There's some bullshit. So here it is. You know what? Now this cock is gonna get real big, and I'm gonna slap all you. This is the motherfucking thing. And all governments have always been big with fucking rich people. You wanna know why? Because money moves the fucking world. So why y'all broke asses are sitting there fucking pocket watching other motherfuckers? You know what's happening, Dovi? Around you. You want to know why? Because your envy, jealousy, and your fucking greed can't let you fucking see past your own fucking future. Where you have all of the opportunities, the same opportunity that a South African white dude had when he fucking jumped on a plane with $1,000 and went to Canada and then came south to the U.S. You have the same fucking opportunity. You know what the problem is? We get very lazy and comfortable in our own laurels because we know deep down inside how good we got it as Americans. But we choose the easy path, which is to just simply blame people who have spent, God knows, fucking hours away from their family members, no sleep, no food, to get to the point where they're at, and you are now gonna sit there and pocket watch and be envious and jealous of where the fuck they are.
Can I say something right now, which is going to be the most American thing?
And you are me.
It is the right of free speech, and it is the right to have a different understanding from you, and I'm allowed to have a different opinion, and I can be vocal about it, and we can go ahead and protest either which way. That is what we can do in our country, and that is what makes us great. And that is what makes us be able to understand whether or not we move on from oppression or from whatever it is or not, or make us great. These are the things, these are privileges that we have. So we are saying the same thing. However, I'm succumb.
No, don't ruin it. Don't ruin it. You started out so good.
Yeah, you did so.
That's the smartest thing you've ever said.
I'm not going to succumb to saying I'm just only privileged because so. No, we have to stand by our right and say yes or nay because we have that. That's all I'm saying.
If you succumb, I hope you succumb the whole way.
You know what's so funny about content?
Then you're gonna come back to reality.
Well, I'm gonna say this and get out the way. Content had all that to say about pulling yourself up by the bootstraps, and we're Americans and we're so privileged and yada yada yada, which we are. I don't disagree with what he's saying, but at the same, he's saying that like he ain't the same dude that grew up in a dirty ass Bronx in a dirty ass project building that he had to go up the dirty ass stairs and live with all them crackheads in, right? And so me as something just out on the outside looking in, I'd be like, why did he choose to live like that? Like, why does he, man, he should just do better. Why don't he just, what do you mean he was born to that?
It doesn't define him. It doesn't define him at all.
No, but at the point that you're living in it, it does. So what I'm saying is that you can make better for yourself, right? But it don't just act like you aren't given certain circumstances that make it harder for you to step out of situations than it is for other people. Everybody But he said that everybody's using Elon Musk, and it's not the case. I just salute people that make it through
you're missing
certain environments.
In socialism, content.
No, hold on.
I am not a socialist. Don't bring up socialism in here. I ain't no socialist.
Yeah, nah,
but
don't accuse him of stuff that he hasn't espoused there. No,
I'm not a
were you done
socialist.
by any chance? I might want to say something. I want to respond to.
It was on Mike Allen, but go ahead.
No, go ahead, content.
Yeah.
You respond to see. Go ahead.
So, see,
talk about your living situation. You gotta go. Go ahead.
Well, this is the thing. No, I'm not defined by it. And the point that I was making, Mike, you stupid. Mike, the point that I was making was that if a dude from South Africa can jump on a plane and cross the and come to this country through Canada, he's built. There's no way in hell you gonna tell me that me as an American citizen, yes, native of the Bronx, New York, who grew up in a one-bedroom apartment with his mom, cannot make it out of that. There's no way in hell. Because you see, the fact of the matter is that on average, 6 to 7 out of 10 millionaires who are created on a daily basis in this country come from absolute zero, nothing, zilch. Nobody got anything handed to scenes who were created on they said nothing. And guess what? I'm actually going to attest to something on this stage tonight that I haven't done since I've been on this app, and I've been on this app since season 1. I myself am a millionaire, and nobody here would ever even believe the kind of shit that I went through before I got to the point that I'm at. And trust me when I tell you, I was even homeless at one point. And I know shit may sound cliche, but the fact of the matter is that, you know what it is? And 50 Cent said this a little like that, and I agree with it so fucking wholeheartedly. Where we come from, we can't afford to be depressed. We have to push through. And the fact of the matter is that you can only afford to be depressed when you're rich. Motherfuckers that are poor can't afford that. So the fact of the matter is that I wanted to make sure that I was not going to leave my kids in a world where they couldn't afford to have feelings. We are raised in an environment where we are told that our feelings have to take a back seat, and the only thing that matters is the struggle. And the struggle is what we ought to identify with, rather than identifying with the future that we can build for ourselves. That's the thing. That's the primordial thing right there. Now, I don't need to speak for myself, because guess what? I'm not the only one. There's millions and millions.
That's the realest shit you said all night.
Americans that have come before me that have done. If they did it, and there's people doing it, there's no way in hell other people can't do it.
I mean, that's an immigrant way of life.
Yeah, so once again, listen, I know, this is the other thing that I have, and Sean and I have been in rooms where we've heard brothers say, oh, you know, it's systematic, this, that, the third, and the other. But we see these African, darkly melanated brothers come to this country, okay, speaking like this, okay, straight from Africa. And they land here, and you know what they do? They start to work 2 to 3 jobs, and they don't stop, and they keep going. And they walk, and then you know what happens? 3 years down the road, 3 years down the road, this brother now has 2 degrees, a master's, and he is now, guess what? He is a fucking millionaire. What stopped you from getting out of the projects? I come from a small hut in Gunguntu, Africa. What's stopping you? What's stopping you?
Well, I ain't gonna cap, brother. That's some real shit. So what would you say to the people that, for me, I lost my job to an illegal Mexican? What would you say to that?
Of course you would lose your job to an illegal Mexican.
I feel for him, bro, because I'm from California, and I feel for him.
And a lot of people, listen, there's a lot of brothers that had specifically in states like California, states like Texas, New York, there were a lot of brothers that had landscaping businesses that went under Florida, a lot of brothers that lost their businesses. So while there's a whole group of melanated folks out here talking about Trump being racist because he's deporting all these people, our own people were being hurt by the policies of the last administration by opening up our borders at the southern end, and allowing individuals unvetted to come in. There are thousands.
It's because American businesses can't afford paying.
So do you was right for that illegal to take my job? Was like
no. I tell you what, it wasn't. But you know what was even worse?
Security class or AI class or a pumpkin class.
I think we have to talk about the minimum wage and how cannot
like
pay
I don't know. Like y'all are taking this as a joke. And I'm being dead serious. I had a goddamn family to feed, man. I had a whole son. I got bills. And to be replaced by a nigga that couldn't speak English.
Right.
Is that America?
That's a welcome to America. As a citizen. Nah, don't get
welcome to capitalism.
Don't do that. Don't do that. Welcome to incompetent administrations.
Capitalism.
No. That's not capitalism. Welcome to incompetent. That's part of it, Sean. Yes. Welcome to an incompetent administration that realized that there's a whole voting block out there that is no longer voting for them. So what do we have to do? We now have to import the voting block because these niggas ain't voting for us.
Because they don't want to pay for it.
After all of the things that we promised and didn't do for them, how dare they? And now
so ridiculous.
We're gonna
right back to the red and blue.
Back to
the red and blue.
It's not about back to red and blue. It's about all I said.
Neither.
But right.
LA.
So remember this. And you got to remember. Reagan allowed for a lot of melanated brothers and sisters to come up to the East as well. That displaced the whole foundationals in the East Coast.
This is ridiculous because
it's not red.
Has sold their.
It's not. It's policy. I didn't even mention parties. No. All I said was administration. That's all I said.
George Bush opened up the borders to 6 million. Ronald Reagan opened up 1 million. Like 3 million. I hate how people think this is like a Trump
policy. That's all I'm pointing out.
Sean was the only nigga that genuinely cared about me losing my job.
I live at
I don't want the next 2 minutes is on Sean. I don't want nobody interrupting that nigga Sean, man.
Thank you, man.
You interrupt that nigga Sean, I'm moving you down, man.
You hear this motherfucker, bro?
Sean the only nigga that really genuinely cared for a nigga, man. Y'all laughed at me, man.
I'm gonna give you some grants in the back channel, y'all. You got a kid, and everything. They have grants when it comes to church for children. I'm gonna put it in your back channel. When it comes to me, I feel for y'all. Because I'm in LA, man, where LA used to be 30% black. Now we're around 5% now. I was never the majority, but when you go from 30% to 5%, it feels that you lost so much ground. You lost 6 times. It then got 6 times more harder.
Sure, that was 30%. That was foundational 30%.
In the 80s, man. We talking about 81, Boys in the Hood, NWA, that era. To now, we're at 5. And when Reagan opened up the borders, 3 million becomes 15 million. Very quickly. And we have a million, Trump can't deport everybody. So even if he'd be able to deport, say, like 4 to 5 million people from now to 2029, he still got 11.
Well, excuse me, Sean. You're a very high IQ individual, okay? But that's actually incorrect. That's fake news. I'm going to deport him. You're going to see, Sean, we're going to get him out of here.
So it feels, 6 times. I literally said 6 times harder because if you go from 30% to around 5 to 6%, you see how city council is predominantly Hispanic. There already says that this is going to be the first time in 60 years where they're not going to have a black councilman running in these election cycles in LA. Now, when it comes to people that say we need representation, a lot of folks
is like so contradictory because one moment they say we need representation, but you're bringing in more Rick Chow's, you're bringing more Indians, Asians, Europeans, Hispanics. You're bringing in 190 countries of people that do not fuck with black people, will not side with black people. I'd rather work my damn option and try to get damn redneck Phil to give me a job than some Hispanic who's going to take care of his people.
But I thought y'all said
respect.
I thought it wasn't.
Let me finish.
I thought it wasn't systemic though.
Let me finish. Because that was never my argument. So I don't know why you just saying that like a question.
Oh, I thought your content was like a line.
Nah, sit back, see, let that nigga cook, man. You know what's
because illegal.
You need to stand on tech, bro. You need to put that in illegal. You say you was gonna goo niggas that interrupt the show. We need to stand 10 toes down on that.
He said 2 minutes. That was 2 minutes.
Illegal immigration affects black men the hardest. So black women ain't gonna understand it. White women ain't gonna understand it. Ain't gonna understand it. But it hurts us the most because we're talking about blue collar, trucking, transportation, warehousing, manufacturing.
Big facts.
I hate this.
Nursing degrees.
The 1% is killing us, not
what?
Us.
What?
But you helping the 1%? I don't understand. Right. Did you hear homie said and done put somebody that can undercut him? Like, is that okay? Cool. And that's why I say you guys are dangerous to the black community.
Okay, so Sean,
you are so dangerous.
I want to hear Alicia explain herself. She's signed.
Because I want to hear her. So like, why is this so terrible? That's Thank you.
It's so terrible because this is what they. What?
No, go ahead, Alicia. You're good.
Whatever. I don't care. It's fine. You guys keep blaming everyone else. Whoever's fucking all of us is the 1% and the billionaires. If you don't get that, that's on you.
But you're bringing them
done. That's it.
You're helping the. Why you don't understand the correlation of when Bernie Sanders says open borders is a Koch brothers drink to now he's fucking with open borders.
Mm-hmm.
That's not
like,
true.
Hello.
That's not true. That is.
He literally said this.
What are you talking about? It's on. Man, it's not out of context, man. That is literally what he says for his words verbatim. Why do you guys do that? When you're confronted with the facts, you guys always do this. That's not true. You guys are making it up. You guys are MAGA. You guys are brainwashed by Trump.
This is talking about asylum. It's actually, it's not just. Fine. All right. Whatever. I'm
you know, all right. I'm away from the conversation because you wanted to have a
10 years
conversation.
ago, this is when Democrats was halfway sensible when it came to immigration. 10 years ago, I'm gonna put the link in the chat. But this is literally Bernie Sanders verbatim saying that this is a Koch brothers dream. And now is the time period when President Obama was literally deportating, transporting, bringing them out.
3.2 million people deported. Nobody said a motherfucking word. And you know what's funny? You know the same way that ICE is running around rapping, running up on people under Trump? Guess what the fuck they were doing under Obama? They were same shit. And if you want to, you can go pull up and see it. You can go pull up the CNN special. Where CNN went on a ride.
Yeah, they were riding. It was like a ride along.
And these motherfuckers were kicking and they were doing the same shit that they're doing now. And nobody says shit. You want to know why? because your king and savior was
Are you
there.
okay with
And the thing about you guys is that as long as your guy is in it, they're the ones doing it. It's totally okay.